Chapter 1004. Haha, if milords are only worried about Abu Muslim, there's no need to worry, because I've already thought of a solution. Wang Chung faintly smiled. Roar! As he spoke, a heaven-shaking roar resounded over the battlefield, attracting the attention of countless people. Damn Tang people, I'll definitely kill you. You despicable lowlife, using a behemoth to ambush me. If you have the ability, release me and fight me one-on-one. That is the conduct of a true warrior. This thunderous voice, brimming with fury, resounded over the skies of Tales. Gao Xinji and Cheng Qianli's eyebrows twitched as they looked in the direction of the voice. They saw a 30-meter tall giant clad in heavy armor. His body was tied up, and he was being grabbed by the giant ape with one hand. The giant was stamping his feet in rage and shouting. Wang Chung faintly smiled, and under the flabbergasted gazes of the pair, he suddenly lunged toward the captured king of giants, Garib Hassam. Wang Chung stopped in front of the king of giants. Speak. What last words do you have before you die? Wang Chung raised his head and looked at the king of giants in front of him. At this moment, Garib Hassa was like a chicken in the giant's hand, suspended in midair. Buzz! Hearing this, Garib Hassam's pupils shrank, and a trace of fear finally appeared on his furious face. At this moment, he finally understood that this human was far more terrifying than he had imagined. Release me. Human, you can't do this. I am the king of giants, so you can't kill me. If you release me, the Caliph will definitely give you a massive compensation. Are these your final words? Wang Chung raised his head and smiled. No. I still have things to say. You can't do this to me. Garib Hassam's face was stricken with fear, and he wanted to say more. But this time, Wang Chung ignored him. Great Yin-Yang Heaven Creation Art. Wang Chung's entire body flickered with red light, and his robe fluttered. He suddenly raised his hand and pressed it heavily on Garib Hassam's head. In an instant, Garib Hassam's body was like a punctured ball. The vast and boundless energy poured into Wang Chung's body like a river. After more than an hour, Wang Chung finally absorbed the last drop of energy in Garib Hassam's body. Accompanied by a shrill scream, Garib Hassam's body drooped and immediately stiffened. His life force also disappeared without a trace. Unbelievable. I didn't expect the energy in this giant king to be so much more than I thought. Wang Chung slowly withdrew his energy, his heart bursting with joy. His greatest harvest this time was probably this giant king. In this battle, Wang Chung had fought one battle after another and had consumed a great deal of his energy. But after absorbing the terrifying energy in the giant king, Wang Chung had replenished all the stellar energy he had consumed and returned to his peak state. His cultivation had even soared from Saint Martial Tier 8 to Saint Martial Tier 9, the Brigadier General level. Not only that, Wang Chung's strength continued to rise, showing signs of reaching the peak of the Saint Martial realm. He was only a sliver away from breaking through. Now there's only one thing left. Wang Chung exhaled and quickly turned to Cheng Qianli and Gao Xinji. These two highest commanders of the Anxi Protectorate Army had long ago been dumbfounded by Wang Chung's actions. Wang Chung had actually absorbed all the stellar energy in the giant king right under their noses. This was simply inconceivable. After their initial shock, the two commanders of the Anxi Protectorate Army couldn't help but feel a tinge of admiration and admiration. I finally understand why he told us not to rush, Cheng Qianli muttered. With this sort of technique, his future accomplishments will probably surpass any one of us. Perhaps not even Abu Muslim will be able to compare to him in the future. Gao Xinji sighed in praise. Wang Chung was only 17, not even 18. Yet he had already reached this level of accomplishment. A normal person would assuredly feel a sliver of envy upon seeing someone stronger than them, but not Gao Xinji and Cheng Qianli. On the contrary, the two of them were sincerely happy and gratified. For the Central Plains to have such a person was the fortune of the Tang dynasty, the fortune of the world. "Milords, I must trouble the two of you to meditate and cooperate with me." Suddenly, the air currents surged, and a familiar voice rang out beside their ears. This time, both Gao Xianji and Cheng Qianli cooperated and sat down cross-legged. They focused their minds and remained motionless. At practically the same time, two palms, fair as jade, slender and slender, pressed down on Cheng Qianli and Gao Xianji's backs, one on the left and one on the right. In the blink of an eye, an enormous amount of stellar energy surged into their bodies like a raging sea. Wang, in the blink of an eye, the two's auras surged and grew at an astonishing speed. Not only that, the boundless stellar energy surged into every part of their bodies, helping to repair their damaged organs and meridians. After some time, when the white wisps of energy above their heads slowly disappeared, Wang Chong finally retracted his palm and began to slowly retract his technique. "Milords, these are 2 pills. After swallowing them and resting for a moment, they will help you recover your energy faster and heal your injuries." As Wang Chong spoke, he took out 2 pills the size of pigeon eggs and handed them over. On the other side, Gao Xianji and Cheng Qianli slowly opened their eyes. A formidable aura burst out from their bodies like a storm, just from the strength of this energy. Who would believe that the 2 of them had been heavily injured not too long ago? The 2 did not immediately take the pills from Wang Chong. Instead, their bright eyes began to examine the young face before them as if they were seeing him for the first time. The 2 commanders of the Anqi Protectorate Army had originally believed that they had a very good understanding of Wang Chong. But every time they thought this, Wang Chong would bring them a new surprise. In such a short time, 80% of their injuries had been healed and all their energy had been restored. Not even top-class figures like Gao Xianji and Cheng Qianli could have imagined such a feat. "Lord Wang, you've worked hard. Have a good rest and leave the rest to us." The 2 of them took the pills from Wang Chong's hands as they stood up. Wang Chong smiled, an almost imperceptible hint of exhaustion in his eyes. He nodded and did not insist. Reporting. Just when Wang Chong was preparing to leave and rest, he heard hurried footsteps, a voice tinged with panic. "Milords, the giant ballistae have been destroyed. Both giant ballistae have been destroyed by the enemy." "What?" The 3 commanders trembled at these words, and even Wang Chong turned his head to look. The 2 giant ballistae held an extremely important strategic position. Even though the threat of the behemoths no longer existed, as long as the giant ballistae existed, the Tang dynasty would be able to intimidate all non-human beings. No one could guarantee that the Arabs did not have other special tricks up their sleeves. The giant ballistae had been conceived and created by Wang Chong. Although he could still create more giant ballistae, the presence of these 2 giant ballistae would be extremely important to the stability and morale of the army. With so many casualties in this battle, the potential value of the giant ballistae was far greater than its actual value. Was it the sky-quaking giants? Wang Chong asked. Only the sky-quaking giants had the strength to destroy the giant ballistae. But he was still a little confused. The sky-quaking giants should have already been driven away by his behemoths, so why would the messenger report the destruction of the giant ballistae now? "Lord Protector General, it's not like that. The one who destroyed the giant ballistae was the celestial wolf, great general of the Western Turkic Khaganate, Dewissali." The messenger lowered his head and said something that left everyone flabbergasted. For a moment, all 3 of them, including Wang Chong, were dumbfounded. "Let me explain this matter." Suddenly, an aged voice rang out. Just as the 3 of them were feeling confused, Zhang Shouji led a few craftsmen through the crowd and hurriedly walked over. While Zhang Shouji was explaining how the ballista had been destroyed to the army, a sturdy figure was riding a divine steed in the distance, kicking up a cloud of dust as it galloped towards the hills in the distance. "Prime Minister, Dewissali has returned." On the distant hills, 3 pairs of eyes had been focused on Dewissali. their gazes following Dewusseli's movements. But when they looked at the celestial wolf great general, both Huishu Wizong and Dusong Mangpoj had rather strange looks in their eyes. The nearby Mutri great cavalry commander, Hoba Senji, was even more straightforward. Although he was only a brigadier general, Hoba Senji made no attempt to conceal the contempt in his eyes as he stared at the celestial wolf great general. What can he do if he doesn't come back? The battle is already over. Abu Muslim has retreated. And he hasn't even seen Wang Chang's face. Is he going to stay there and embarrass himself so that the Tang people can laugh at him? Hoba Senji jeered. Nearby, Huishu Wizong and Dusong Mangpoj couldn't help but widen their eyes at these words. But neither of them said anything. The celestial wolf great general had gone there in a passionate and heroic manner. But as soon as the battle began, he had become embroiled in a fierce battle with the Arab sky-quaking giants. As for the main character, Wang Chong, Dewusseli hadn't even seen his face, so it was no wonder that Hoba Senji looked down on him. In truth, Hoba Senji was already being quite generous by not saying that he had an undeserved reputation. You can't say that. Dewusseli was just a little unlucky. No matter how you put it, it's a fact that he destroyed the last giant ballisti of the Tang dynasty. He did at least have some achievements. Dusong Mangpoj thought about it and decided to speak up for Dewusseli. Chapter 1005. The giant ballisti had been used by the Tang dynasty to deal with the Arabian behemoths. But now that 6 of the 7 behemoths had been killed and the last giant ape was clearly on the verge of death, these giant ballisti had been rendered useless. Whether or not Dewusseli destroyed them would have little effect on the war. Dewusseli's actions seemed more like he was trying to save some face. Everyone was well aware of this, though no one had said it out loud. What do you mean by fighting with the giants? I saw that boy from the Tang dynasty controlling those 4 behemoths and knew that he couldn't win. So I intentionally found those giants to stall for time. Is everyone so stupid that they can't see it? Hoba Senji sneered. Although the Uzin did not revere martial arts as much as the Arabian Empire, it was still a fierce people who worshipped true heroes. At the start, Hoba Senji had been full of expectations for Dewusseli, but his actions had made it impossible for him to revere him. Gallop! In the distance, a cloud of dust rose. Dewusseli seemed to understand that he had no face to see anyone, so he turned around and headed toward the Turkic camp. For a moment, the hills were quiet, no one saying a word as they watched the celestial wolf great general Dewusseli vanish from the Turkic camp. The high hills were completely silent. After an unknown period of time, everyone withdrew their gazes, even though no one said anything. Even Dusong Mangpoj felt a little embarrassed for speaking up for Dewusseli, so one could easily imagine the reactions of the others. Haha, all of you are looking down on Dewusseli too much. Daluin Ruozin spoke with a wave of his sleeve. His back was facing the crowd. His long hair and robes fluttered in the strong wind, giving off a feeling of elegance and freedom. If Dewusseli only had this much ability, he wouldn't have been able to sit on the position of Celestial Wolf Great General. These words quickly attracted everyone's attention. Huishu Wizong, Dusong Mangpoj, Hoba Senji, and the surrounding officers all turned their heads. Prime Minister, you mean? Dewusseli is deliberately hiding his strength? Huishu Wizong asked tentatively. It's not that he's hiding it. His goal has always been very clear. It's just that you guys haven't seen through it. Daluin Ruozin didn't look back, but he knew what everyone was thinking. Prime Minister, with all due respect, it's not that I don't believe you, but I really can't see what's so great about Dewusseli. From the start of this war until now, I really haven't seen him achieve anything. Hoba Senji said. It wasn't that Hoba Senji didn't believe in Daluin Ruozin, but he couldn't agree with Dewusseli's actions. Daluin Ruozin chuckled, but he made no retort. Hoba, there are some things that you can't just look at on the surface. Dewusseli's gains are actually much greater than any of you imagine. Did none of you see that when he left, he went alone? But when he returned, there was something extra on the back of his horse. What? These words left everyone flabbergasted. Dewusley's operation had failed. He had gone out full of ambition and returned with his tail between his legs. This was the only thing they noticed. Wang Chong wasn't dead, so he couldn't say that he had gained anything. As for whether there was something extra on the back of his horse, they really hadn't paid any attention. But Daluin Ruozen's words had reminded them of something. For a moment, everyone fell into contemplation, a look of recollection appearing in their eyes. Soon, everyone's expression became subtle. It seems like when Dewusley returned, there was someone extra on his horse. And Uzun General said. Hearing his words, the others also recalled it. After all, it was something that happened not too long ago. Everyone could still remember it clearly. But is there anything special about this matter? Hubas Senji frowned and asked. Even if they had confirmed this, they still couldn't understand why Daluin Ruozen brought up this matter. Could it be that everything was different just because Dewusley brought someone back? If Dewusley's target was Wang Chong from the start, there's nothing special about this matter. But what if that's not the case? If Dewusley's target wasn't Wang Chong from the start, would you still think so? Daluin Ruozen smiled and said, Ah. For a moment, everyone was dumbfounded. Even Hubas Senji was stunned by Daluin Ruozen's words. His mouth opened, but he couldn't say a word. That's right. If Dewusley's target was Wang Chong from the start and came back empty-handed, he naturally couldn't blame the others for looking down on him. But what if his real goal wasn't Wang Chong's? Everyone was prejudiced by Dewusley's bold words, so they didn't think about this problem at all. Daluin Ruozen sensed the commotion behind him and smiled without saying a word. Dewusley was indeed impressive. If he wasn't careful enough to notice some details that the others didn't, he would have been deceived by Dewusley like Huishu Wizong and Hubas Senji. But since he was known as a wise minister, how many things in this world could really escape his eyes? Some things can't just be heard from others. You have to see how they do it. Daluin Ruozen looked at the sky and said calmly. He was not a pure scholar, but he exuded a strength of character, temperament, and intelligence that any scholar would admire. Dewusley is the kind of person who is skilled at hiding his true goals. How could someone who is able to sit on the throne of the Western Turkic Khaganate and even defeat biting Protector General and Sis Hun be as unbearable as all of you say? He's just too good at hiding. But Prime Minister, just what sort of person is worth Dewusley going to such great lengths to kidnap? And why did he intentionally hide it from us? Huishu Wizong suddenly stepped forward and asked the crucial question behind Daluin Ruozen. If the Celestial Wolf Great General Dewusley really was as scheming as Daluin Ruozen said, then they weren't the ones laughing at Dewusley, but Dewusley. But not even Huishu Wizong could understand why Dewusley was doing this. What else could it be? The only thing more important than killing Wang Chong is his formation phenomena. Daluin Ruozen grinned, his casual words revealing Dewusley's true goal. Rumble. It was like an enormous rock had crashed down, and a single rock gave rise to 1,000 ripples. The hearts of everyone rose and fell, and a tempestuous storm arose. Formation phenomena. No one had expected Dewusley's true goal to be this. But anyone who knew the weight of these 4 words knew that Dewusley's actions were completely understandable. Even the Mutri Great Cavalry Commander, Hubas Senji, was stunned, a pensive look in his eyes. Daluin Ruozen smiled, knowing that everyone had understood. From the very start, Dewusley wasn't targeting Wang Chong. Didn't any of you notice in the previous battle? When Wang Chong's Wushan cavalry used formation phenomena, Dewusley had a completely different look in his eyes. I once sent people to investigate this Celestial Wolf Great General of the Western Turks, and although I didn't find much information, all the information I gathered was the same. This Celestial Wolf Great General has an intense thirst for power. Formation phenomena is the highest level of formations. Not even Dewusley's Celestial Wolf Illusory Formation can compare to it. If he could understand the mysteries of formation phenomena and upgrade the celestial wolf illusory formation to that level, de Wusely and his celestial wolf cavalry would explode in strength, becoming much stronger than ever before. For such an important matter, de Wusely would naturally take heavy precautions. Have none of you noticed that even though the battle is over, the Western Turkic soldiers have not relaxed in the slightest after de Wusely returned to the Western Turkic camp? On the contrary, they've become even more vigilant. Daluin Ruozin indifferently said. Everyone followed Daluin Ruozin's gaze. As expected, those soldiers of the Western Turkic Khaganate, which had been able to remain uninvolved in the fierce battle between Arabia and the Tang dynasty, had suddenly become jittery and vigilant upon de Wusely's return. At this moment, no one had any doubts. What a fine celestial wolf, great general! We all underestimated him. Dusong Mangpoj couldn't help but sigh. De Wusely had truly hidden his abilities far too well. At this moment, he suddenly understood how the Tang dynasty's biting protector general and Sis Hun had lost to him. De Wusely was a powerful person, but he also did not act according to common sense. If one could not figure out his true intentions, how could one deal with him? Haha, if you understand his style and aren't moved by his words, you naturally won't be toyed around in the palm of his hand. Daluin Ruozin indifferently said. These simple words had revealed the crux of dealing with someone like de Wusely. De Wusely was a smart person, but alas, he was far from the only smart person on this battlefield. Daluin Ruozin knew that there were at least 3 people on the battlefield who could see through his intentions. Huishu Wizong and Dusong Mangpoj were not familiar with him and had rarely interacted with him. At the same time, they were not known for their intelligence, so it was normal for them to be tricked. But to Daluin Ruozin, this was truly not a very clever trick. Let's go. De Wusely has already succeeded in capturing an important person from the Tang dynasty. But that person over there isn't someone to be trifled with. If all goes as expected, he should have noticed by now. The Tang dynasty has just won a major victory, and its morale is at its peak. Even Abu Muslim has retreated, so we should also suffer a little and temporarily avoid the brunt of his attacks. As long as that giant ape doesn't die, we can't fight with him. Daluin Ruozin chuckled and waved his hand, ordering the retreat. Rumble. Chapter 1006. This Daluin Ruozin is truly difficult to deal with. In the Western Turkic tent, de Wusely raised the curtain and walked out. As he glanced in the direction that Daluin Ruozin had left, de Wusely's eyes flashed with a strange light. The army retreated without even informing me. Is this some kind of small warning? A playful smile appeared in de Wusely's eyes. There were people who could see through his style and see through his true intentions, but very few people could be like Daluin Ruozin, able to see through everything with just a single glance. Pass on my order. The army is to retreat and follow the Uzin army to the east. De Wusely immediately ordered. But, my lord, what about that person in the tent? A voice asked, listening carefully. When this person spoke, one could hear bursts of moans coming from within the tent. Bring him along. This person is priceless now. If anything happens to him, we will have to pay for it. If something happens to him, I'll ask only you, de Wusely said. Yes. The person in the tent shivered and no longer dared to say another word. Rumble. Not long after the Uzin army had left, de Wusely led the remaining soldiers and the wolf pack into the distance. In front of Talas, Gao Xianji, Cheng Qianli, Wang Chong, and Cheng Qianli were all silent upon hearing Zhang Shouji's orders. Daluin Ruozin, Huishu Wizong, Dusong Mangpoj, and the tens of thousands of Uzin soldiers had not moved. Only de Wusely had come to take advantage of the chaos, but he had destroyed the most important and final giant ballista of the army. They had managed to hold off the entire Skyquaking army, saving the giant ballista from their frenzied assault. But they had not been able to stop de Wusely's final attack. With thousands of parts flying through the air, there was not a single giant ballista left in Talas. Can it be repaired? Gao Xianji said, subconsciously. This was his first reaction. The giant ballistae had been built from scratch under the leadership of Zhang Shouji. No one was more familiar with giant ballistae than him. If there was one person who could repair it, it would be him. Very difficult. Zhang Shouji shook his head and said with a solemn expression, Duwusili is a top-class imperial great general, and his methods are different from others. A giant could destroy a giant ballista, let alone an imperial great general. I checked and found that more than 80% of the giant ballista's parts were destroyed, including some of the finest and most precious parts. Just collecting, forging, and inscribing these parts took us a very long time. All the materials are extremely precious, and there's only a very small chance that we can repair them. Gao Xianji instantly fell silent. The giant ballista had played the greatest role in this battle. If the giant ballista had been destroyed, it would have dealt a significant blow to them. After all, no one knew if the Arabs had any other inhuman powers. It's fine. Leave this matter to me. Wang Chong indifferently said, Others might not know if the Arabian Empire had any other inhuman powers. But Wang Chong knew that the Behemoth Army and Skyquaking Army were their strongest forces. After suffering so many losses in such a short time, the Arabian Empire no longer had the strength to muster any more inhuman powers. Senior Zhang, let's follow the old rules. After collecting the remaining parts of the 2 giant ballistae, they would be able to reassemble them into a new one. As for whether it can shoot arrows, that's not important. The most important thing is to raise the morale of the army. Moreover, we know that the giant ballistae are very difficult to reassemble, but the Arabs and Uzin don't know this. Putting a model there will at least have some effect on intimidating them. Wang Chong slapped the crossbow. The last behemoth on the battlefield of Talaz was in his hands. To tell the truth, there really was no need to build a giant ballista that could deal with the behemoth so quickly. And even if it could, there was no need to do it so quickly. Understood? If that's the case, this old man will be able to make another one very quickly. Zhang Shouji nodded, understanding Wang Chong's meaning. In the last war, Wang Chong had used a bunch of fake Tang dynasty ballistae to deceive the Uzin. He was clearly using the same trick again. Rumble. While they were discussing, a cloud of dust suddenly rose up in the distance. On the high hills, an army rolled like the tide, retreating into the distance. It's the Uzin! Shui Qianjun exclaimed in delight and excitement. All the pressure he had accumulated over the last few days swept away. The Arabs have retreated, and the Tibetans must have seen Abu Muslim retreat and decided to retreat as well. Wang Chong said, Rumble. As he spoke, the Western Turks began to retreat. Seeing this scene, everyone's faces were filled with joy, and their expressions became much more relaxed. If the Western Turks and Uzin weren't threatening them, they would be in a much better situation. It's not that simple. Wang Chong shook his head, his brow slowly creasing as he gazed in the direction of the 2 armies. As he spoke, the 4 commanders, Wang Chong, Gao Xianji, Chang Qianli, and Wang Yan, stood up. Wang Chong is correct. This battle truly did have an effect on the Uzin and Western Turks, but whether it's the celestial wolf great general Duwusili, Huishu Wizang, or Dalun Rozin, none of them are the kind of people who easily give up. Gao Xianji agreed. Although the retreat of the 2 armies had made things much easier for them, Gao Xianji was still deeply worried. Remember, if you haven't defeated the enemy, it can't be considered a true victory. You can't lower your guard in the slightest. Wang Chong slightly nodded. In this aspect, he shared the same opinion as Gao Xianji. As commanders of the Tang dynasty, the 2 of them had many things in common. All was quiet as the group watched the Uzin and Western Turks leave, none of them speaking. Only Wang Chong's eyes twitched as he watched the Western Turks leave, as if he was thinking about something. Wang Chong, what's wrong? Gao Xianji immediately sensed something and turned his head. Something's wrong. Wang Chong's deep frown drew everyone's attention with his words. Wang Chong, what's wrong? Did you notice something? Qianli asked. Although he hadn't known Wang Chong for long, Qianli knew that this young Qishi protector general would never speak without thinking. If he felt that something was wrong, something must have happened. I don't know. Wang Chong slowly drew back his gaze. This isn't my first time fighting with Daluan Ruozin, and I have some understanding of his style. The battle is over, and the Arabs have been defeated. For Daluan Ruozin to choose to retreat, temporarily avoid the brunt of the attack, reorganize his army, and bide his time is completely consistent with his usual style. But that celestial wolf, great general, I feel that something's wrong. Duwissely, Gao Xianji and Qianli glanced at each other in surprise. Neither of them had expected Wang Chong's focus to be on the celestial wolf, great general, Duwissely. Lord Protector General, you have more seniority than I do. Have you ever interacted with this Duwissely before? Do you understand him? I and Duwissely belong to different war zones, and the two of us haven't had many direct interactions, so I haven't paid much attention to him. Gao Xianji frowned, a look of recollection on his face. But based on what I know, the outside world says that Duwissely is a very difficult person to deal with. Back then, he was only able to sit in the position of Qi Jin because he had killed the previous Qi Jin through iron-blooded means. That person was also very famous among the Western Turks. Wang Chong's brow furrowed even more, the strange feeling in his heart intensifying. All was quiet as everyone stared at Wang Chong. No one dared to disturb him at a time like this. As for Gao Xianji, Qianli, and Wang Chong, all of them had thoughtful expressions on their faces. But this was just a simple retreat. Unlike Wang Chong, they found it very difficult to sense anything from it. Senior Zhang Shouji, I'll have to trouble you to repeat what you just said. Wang Chong's gaze swept over Zhang Shouji as he spoke. Zhang Shouji was confused, but he did not dare to be negligent and hurriedly repeated what he had said before. When Zhang Shouji repeated what he had said a second time, everyone perked up their ears, but not even Gao Xianji or Qianli understood. What did Duwissely's destruction of the giant ballista have to do with the strange feeling that Wang Chong had spoken of? It was so quiet that one could hear a pin drop. Everyone was confused, but Wang Chong's eyes slowly began to sharpen. Something's wrong. There's something strange about Duwissely. Wang Chong firmly said. Wang Chong, what did you discover? Is there something wrong with Duwissely destroying the giant ballista? Gao Xianji and Qianli hurriedly said. It's not the giant ballista, but Duwissely. Lord Protector General, General Cheng, let me ask you, what do you think Duwissely's goal is in crossing the second defense line alone? Of course, it's to deal with, Qianli immediately said. But just when he was about to say Wang Chong, he suddenly thought of something and froze, unable to speak. Have you noticed? Wang Chong gave Qianli a profound glance, knowing that he had understood. On the surface, Duwissely seems to be coming for us, but from start to finish, we've never met him. There's definitely something strange about this Duwissely. His goal isn't us, but something else. Wang Chong's thoughts were getting clearer and clearer, and his eyes were getting sharper and sharper. On the side, Gao Xianji had the same concern in his eyes as Wang Chong. If Duwissely was coming for them, it would be fine, but if he wasn't, it would truly be troublesome. Even more dangerous was that the battle was over. No matter what Duwissely's goal was, he had probably succeeded by now. Shui Qianjun, pass on my order. Gather the army. I want you to investigate it again, especially the ballista army and the Wushang cavalry. Don't miss a single detail. Chapter 1007. In the distance, the Western Turks had long ago vanished, and Shui Qianjuan's investigation quickly came to a conclusion. Marquis, it's bad. Lord Qinbin has disappeared. We've searched the entire camp, but we can't find him. What? Wang Chong grimaced. and even Gao Xinji and Cheng Qianli turned to look, their expressions completely different from before. Although they didn't know much about Wang Chang's subordinates, they had at least heard of Chen Bin's name. He was Wang Chang's ballista commander, and he was extremely skilled in commanding ballistae. Ballistae were all in his hands, but in the hands of others, they were completely different. In Wang Chang's army, Chen Bin held an extremely important position. Although he had not charged into battle like the others, he had probably killed a considerable number of Arabs, Tibetans, and Western Turks in this battle. He was the one who had truly contributed to the victory, an extremely important figure. Without him, the Tang dynasty and all of Talas would have a massive effect. Search for me one more time. What about the inside of Talas? Have you searched the city? Also, call the ballista soldiers over, and Chen Bin's personal guard. Do not even they know where Chen Bin went? At the end, Wang Chang's voice hardened. Yes, a nervous look appeared on the messenger's face. Marquis was rarely this stern, but everyone knew that Chen Bin's disappearance was no small matter. The messenger quickly left, and the army began to get busy with Wang Chang's orders. Gao Xinji, Cheng Qianli, and the other generals were also anxiously waiting. The investigation quickly came to a conclusion, but none of them wanted to hear this news. It had been confirmed that Dewussili had taken a person with him in his retreat, and this person was Chen Bin. Because Chen Bin had been injured while dealing with the sky-quaking giants, he had been lying on the ground with the other wounded soldiers and corpses. Thus, Dewussili's departure had not attracted much attention. Many of the wounded had been moved into Talas and other heavily guarded areas. The ballista soldiers believed that Chen Bin had been taken away, and coupled with the chaos of the battle, none of them had the time to pay attention to anything else. No one had noticed that Chen Bin had been taken away. This news was like a heavy bomb that fiercely exploded in everyone's hearts. For a moment, the atmosphere was oppressive and heavy. Even Zhang Shouji, who was standing to the side, revealed a solemn expression. I don't understand. Dewussili is known as the Celestial Wolf Great General, one of the 3 strongest great generals of the Western Turkic Khaganate. Why did he take Chen Bin? Shi Yuanqing, the 3rd in command of the Anqi Protectorate Army, next to Cheng Qianli, interjected. He had rushed over after receiving the news. His deepest impression of Chen Bin was still the efficient and callous way in which he had commanded the ballista army to reap the Arabs' wrongs. Although his martial arts were not high, the ability he displayed was something that many generals with higher strength than him could only look up to. But he still didn't understand why the mighty Celestial Wolf Great General had taken him away. Could it be that Dewussili wants to obtain the secrets of the ballista from Chen Bin and build a ballista army? Shi Yuanqing said, Impossible. Before Shi Yuanqing could finish, Zhang Shouji interrupted him. Ballistae have always been the greatest secret of the Tang dynasty. If you want to build a ballista, you need a blueprint. You can't build one just by looking at its outer appearance. It's just a large ballista, and the craftsmen are responsible for the craftsmen while the soldiers are responsible for the battlefield. Although Chen Bin is the commander of the ballista army, he doesn't have the blueprint. It's simply impossible for Dewussili to obtain the secrets of the ballista from him. Moreover, the forging of a ballista requires a very high level of skill and a complete forging system. This isn't something that a steppe empire like the Western Turks can achieve. Even if they have the ballista blueprint, they'll be useless. They won't be able to forge a single ballista. Zhang Shouji's expression was resolute. In the field of forging, Zhang Shouji held absolute authority. Whether it was the construction of the City of Steel or the appearance of the giant ballista, Zhang Shouji's status in the world was as high as the noon sun, and he was fully deserving of the title of Grandmaster. In particular, Zhang Shouji had supervised the construction of the City of Steel, and that magnificent masterpiece had raised Zhang Shouji's status to the extreme, making him a god in the eyes of many craftsmen. If he said that the Western Turkic Khaganate couldn't forge a ballista even if they had the blueprint, then this would definitely be the case. But is it possible that the Western Turkic Khaganate is working with the Arabs to build a ballista? Another officer of the Anchi Protectorate Army asked. The Western Turks, Uzun, and Arabia were currently in a three-way alliance. What everyone was worried about the most was that the Western Turks and Arabs were working together, which would be very bad. The Western Turkic Khaganate truly couldn't forge a ballista, as they lacked the skill to do so. But the Arabs were different. If they had the blueprint, they would definitely be able to forge one. Impossible. This time, before Zhang Shoji could answer, Gao Xinji shook his head and rejected the idea. The Arabs are extremely proud. They only truly clashed with us and came into contact with ballistae a month or two ago, and at that time the Arabs had not yet formed an alliance with the Western Turks. In addition, the three-way alliance has only just been formed, and each side has its own ulterior motives. In the current situation, the alliance is far from deep enough to work together to forge a ballista. Moreover, given Abu Muslim's style of doing things, he probably wants to see Dewussili lead an army to attack us together with the Arabs, not a trifling ballista blueprint. Thus, this situation is impossible. At the very least, Dewussili's actions have nothing to do with Abu Muslim. But if the Western Turkic Khaganate can't forge a ballista and Dewussili has no intention of working with the Arabs, then why did he kidnap Qin Bin? Xue Qianjun muttered to himself. His words caused everyone to fall silent. Qin Bin was the commander of the ballista army. If Dewussili wasn't here for the ballistae, what else could he be here for? No one could think of an answer to this question. There's no need to think about it. If Dewussili isn't here for the ballistae, then there's only one thing left. The Wushan cavalry. As everyone looked on, Wang Chong said the last four words. In all of Talas, the Tang dynasty's strongest forces were the ballista army and the Wushan cavalry, armed to the teeth. If it wasn't the ballista army, then the rest was obvious. But Wang Chong, isn't Qin Bin the commander of the ballista army? If Dewussili wants to move against the Wushan cavalry, why would he kidnap him? Gao Xinji slightly creased his brow in confusion. The mighty celestial wolf, great general, who had dominated the steppe and the borders, would never make such a low-level mistake. At this moment, even Gao Xinji was somewhat confused. Moreover, if Dewussili wanted to move against the Wushan cavalry, he could have done so directly. Even if he coveted the meteoric metal armor and woozy steel swords of the Wushan cavalry, there was no need to kidnap a person. The Wushan cavalry were unimaginably powerful, and as the commander of the army, Gao Xinji could not have failed to notice them. Moreover, Wang Chong had never intended to conceal the secret of the meteoric metal and woozy steel swords from him. I'm afraid that the problem lies with the armor. An almost imperceptible bitter smile appeared on Wang Chong's lips. All the commanders under my command are equipped with meteoric metal armor and woozy steel swords, and the commanders in particular are even better equipped. Dewussili isn't familiar with the composition of my army, so he must have only noticed the special armor of the Wushan cavalry and not the other parts. Thus, he took Qin Bin to be a member of the Wushan cavalry. As for Dewussili's goal in kidnapping him, if I'm not mistaken, it's probably for formation phenomena. Buzz. In the beginning, everyone was still astonished, but when they heard the words formation phenomena, their expressions changed abruptly as they came to a sudden understanding. It was especially so for Gao Xinji and Cheng Qianli. Their horizons and knowledge far surpassed that of ordinary people, so they naturally understood the weight of the words formation phenomena. In a flash, Gao Xinji's heart sank. For a supreme commander like Gao Xinji, Wang Chong only needed to say a part of it for Gao Xinji to understand. This matter is a little bad. Formation phenomena is no small matter. In truth, even if you hadn't brought it up after this battle, I would have asked about it. It's no wonder that Dewussili has taken a liking to your formation phenomena. The Celestial Wolf Cavalry have dominated the world and are one of the three strongest cavalry forces of the Western Turkic Khaganate. If he were to obtain the secret of formation phenomena and raise the celestial wolf illusory formation to the highest level, he would become a major foe of our Tang dynasty, both now and in the future. In addition, I don't know much about your subordinates, but there is one thing I would like to ask. Chun Bin is the commander of the ballista army. Does he know about the formation phenomena of the Wushan cavalry? Gao Xianji sternly said. He knows. Wang Chong nodded. Before I established the ballista army, he was actually one of the commanders of the Wushan cavalry. He doesn't say that he knows all the secrets, but he knows at least 80%. Wang Chong, the Western Turks are an empire of cavalry, and they use even more formations than we do. If Dewusley obtains the secret of formation phenomena and begins to spread it throughout the Western Turkic Khaganate, you should understand what that means. So allow me to ask you one more question. Given your understanding of Qin Bin, if Dewusley wants to know the secret of formation phenomena, will he succeed? Gao Xianji spoke very tactfully, but his expression grew more and more solemn. Dewusley's schemes were no small matter. As one of the most elite great generals of the Western Turkic Khaganate and one of the most exalted Urkins, he was not just plotting to raise the strength of the celestial wolf cavalry. The gravity of this matter had already surpassed the level of Qin Bin's capture and the threat to the ballista army. It was now a strategic contest between the Tang dynasty and the Western Turkic Khaganate. Wang Chong gave a long sigh and slowly raised his head toward the east. What I'm worried about right now is not that Dewusley might obtain the secret of formation phenomena, but that he won't be able to. Chapter 1008. The 1000th chapter. Gao Xianji and Cheng Qianli were dazed for a moment, but they quickly understood and fell silent, the mood somewhat oppressive. Qin Bin had been at Wang Chong's side for a very long time. In the southwest, he had gone through life and death with Wang Chong, making illustrious achievements on the battlefield. Later on, during the construction of the City of Steel, the clash with Dusong Mangpoj on the Uzun Plateau, and now, during the Battle of Talas, Qin Bin had done his utmost to assist Wang Chong, and he had done his utmost to make the most of it. Wang Chong was not worried that Qin Bin would leak the secret. Given Qin Bin's personality, he would never do such a thing. But if Qin Bin vowed to keep his mouth shut, given Dewusley's style, he might very well be killed. Marquis, what should we do now? Xue Qinjun asked. These words were exactly what everyone was thinking. Qin Bin had a very good relationship with the soldiers. He would often lead them on the battlefield, and after the battle, they would all eat and drink together. They were all very good brothers. Now that Qin Bin had been captured, one could easily imagine what they were feeling. Someone, prepare a brush, ink, and paper for me. I want to write a letter to Dewusley. I will personally handle this matter. Wang Chong looked to the east, his eyes exuding a cold light. Time slowly passed, and as the battle came to an end, the sun began to set and the world began to darken. 60 li from the city of Talas, countless wolves were roaming the land. Behind the wolves was a massive banner of a golden wolf on a blue background, and behind this banner were countless tents. This was where the Turkic army, led by Dewusley, had set up camp. With the war essentially over, the Turkic army should have been able to relax, but reality was the complete opposite. The camp was heavily guarded, and the air was fraught with tension. How is it? In the centermost white tent, Dewusley turned his head and looked at the witch doctor beside him. My lord, his injuries are very serious. Before you captured him, he had already been seriously injured. With his physical condition, it would be very difficult for him to endure such an interrogation, not to mention extorting a confession. The emaciated Turkic shaman, dressed in a black robe and exuding a strong medicinal aroma, said. He turned his head to look at Qin Bin, who was lying on the sheepskin couch. His eyes were filled with deep worry. This Tang people's body was stained with blood, and his clothes were torn. It seemed that he was badly injured. However, the situation inside his body was much more serious than outside. More than 40% of the bones in his body were broken, His meridians were in disorder, and his internal organs were displaced. Any one of these injuries could take his life. Moreover, so many injuries were concentrated on one person. You don't have to waste your efforts. Cough, cough. No matter what you want to know, I won't tell you. Chun Bin raised half of his body from the sheepskin couch with great difficulty, a scornful smile on his face. But he had only said a few words when he began to violently cough. As he coughed, streams of blood flew out of his mouth and dripped onto his pale face, creating a ghastly sight. You've lost too much blood. If you continue to get so agitated, you'll die. The emaciated Turkic shaman slowly walked over and spoke in an extremely indifferent tone. War was a matter for warriors. To the shaman, he only saw the sick and the non-sick. The shaman had no qualms about this Han, treating him like an ordinary person. Haha, so what if I die? If I were afraid of death, how could I step onto the battlefield? Dewussily, you don't have to waste your efforts. I won't tell you any secrets about the formation phenomena. Just hurry up and kill me. Chun Bin faintly smiled, his expression exuding the bearing of someone who had placed his life on the line. Even the shaman couldn't help but admire this bearing. Humph, you want to die? It won't be that easy. Before I get what I want, it'll be hard for you to die, even if you want to. Dewussili's eyes chilled as he strode forward and grabbed Chun Bin's numb right hand. Boom! In a flash of golden light, a majestic energy brimming with boundless vitality surged into Chun Bin's body. Ah! Chun Bin let out a loud roar as he straightened his back. The enormous life force flowed through his 7 meridians and 8 meridians and poured into his entire body. Under the effect of this energy, the wounds on Chun Bin's body began to heal with astonishing speed. At some point, a surging golden light had become almost tangible, enveloping the entire tent like a tide. When I, Dewussily, want to save a person, no one can stop me from doing what I want to do. You'd better obediently tell me the secret of the formation phenomena. Dewussili's voice thundered through the tent. After a long, long time, as night fell, Dewussily finally walked out of the tent. His face was slightly pale, but his expression was one of extreme joy. Consuming so much energy for the sake of a single Tang people would have been extremely wasteful, but Dewussily believed it to be extremely worth it. In his eyes, this was no longer a single Tang people. In him, Dewussily saw limitless possibilities for the Western Turkic Khaganate. If he could obtain the secret of formation phenomena from the Tang people and then spread it throughout the Western Turkic Khaganate, the Western Turkic Khaganate might become an existence even stronger than the Arabs. After all, while the Arabs had unparalleled war horses, the Western Turkic Khaganate had far more war horses than they did. A trifling talaz is no longer important. As long as I can obtain that thing, I will become the war god of the Western Turkic Khaganate. Even one step further, replacing it is entirely possible. Dewussili's mind thought of that taboo word, but he did not say it. Until he truly succeeded, Dewussili did not want to reveal the slightest clue. As the winds howled past him, Dewussili suddenly felt much more relaxed as he gazed at the darkening sky and the stars dotting the sky. Reporting. At this moment he heard a voice. Dewussili's brow furrowed as he subconsciously turned his head and saw a Western Turkic messenger hurrying toward him. What's all the fuss about? Dewussili unhappily said with a wave of his sleeve. Reporting. Great General, a Tang Dynasty scout has arrived. Our men went to intercept him, but then they discovered that he had fired an arrow at our gate. This was tied to the arrow. As the messenger spoke, he hurried forward, knelt on one knee, and handed over the arrow and the letter on it with both hands. What? Dewussili's eyebrows rose as he lightly flicked the arrow with his right index finger. The messenger felt his hands loosen as the arrow and letter flew into Dewussili's hands. The great general's seal. Dewussili's pupils constricted and his face paled when he saw the words on the back of the letter. This was not the first time Dewussili had interacted with the Tang Dynasty. and the one he had fought with the most was biting Protector General and Sishan. De Wussely was no stranger to this seal. Only the great generals of the Tang dynasty of the Central Plains could use this seal. In the entire Talas region, only Wang Chong or Gao Xianji could use the seal. They came so quickly. De Wussely's mind reeled in shock. He had believed that he would have at least a few more hours after capturing Qinbin, but he hadn't expected them to arrive so quickly. These fellows are truly difficult to deal with. A hint of apprehension flashed through de Wussely's eyes as he quickly opened the letter. Night had fallen, but the city of Talas was still brightly illuminated. Wang Chong, Li Sai, Huang Batian, Kong Zian, Xue Qianjun, and the generals of the Qixi Protectorate were all present. Although Gao Xianji and Cheng Qianli of the Anqi Protectorate Army had chosen to stay away, they had still sent the third-ranked officer of the Anqi Protectorate Army, Shi Yuanqing, to listen. Gao Xianji and Cheng Qianli were in a very awkward position. Qinbin's capture had everything to do with the formation phenomena. They couldn't agree or disagree, but the fact that they had sent Shi Yuanqing, whose status was second only to Cheng Qianli, was enough to show just how concerned Gao Xianji and the others were. "How is it? Is there any news?" As the travel-worn scout entered the hall, Li Sai, Kong Zian, Huang Batian, Sun Jiming, and the others all stood up. Although Wang Chong did not stand, the urgency in his eyes was enough to show that he was no less concerned about this matter than anyone else present. "Marquis." The messenger paid no attention to the others, walking straight up to Wang Chong and getting down on one knee. "The letter has been successfully delivered. I personally shot the letter into the Turkic camp and watched as they took it away. But even after waiting outside for a long time, I still haven't received a reply." "What?" The scout's words made everyone's hearts clench. "Are you sure that the letter was delivered? Is it possible that they didn't even notice the letter on the arrow? How long did you wait there? Is it possible that de Wussely was in the middle of replying to the letter and you just happened to miss it when you returned?" Everyone began to speak, their expressions filled with worry. "Impossible." The scout shook his head and respectfully said, "I personally saw them pull out the arrow from the gate and remove the letter. I saw them pull out the arrow from the gate with my own eyes. They took down the letter on it, and someone ran all the way to the commander's camp." "Enough!" Seeing that everyone in the hall still wanted to ask more questions, Wang Chong finally spoke up to interrupt them. The hall fell silent as everyone turned to Wang Chong. "I know that all of you are very concerned about Qinbin's safety, but I hope that all of you can calm down. Since the scout has definitely delivered the letter must have arrived. The scouts of the Tang dynasty don't even fear death. So how could they not even deliver a letter?" As he spoke, Wang Chong's eyes turned sharp and fierce as they swept over the people in the hall. In an instant, everyone could not help but lower their heads in shame. The scout also gave a long sigh as he gazed at Wang Chong with gratitude. The scouts of the Tang dynasty were undoubtedly the best in the world, whether it was in strength, experience, loyalty, or sense of duty. All of them knew this. But just as Wang Chong had said, their concern for Qinbin's safety had caused them to lose their composure. "Let me ask you, what did you see in the western Turkic camp? Tell me everything, no matter how big or small." Chapter 1009. "Yes, Marquis." The scout did not conceal anything, recounting everything he had seen in the western Turkic camp. As he spoke, the hall was so quiet that one could hear a pin drop. Wang Chong never spoke without thinking, so no one dared to disturb him. "Let me ask you again, what was the reaction of the Western Turks before you delivered the letter, and what was their reaction after you delivered the letter?" Wang Chong asked. When I first appeared, the entire Turkic camp seemed extremely vigilant. When I appeared on the perimeter of their camp, people immediately came out to stop me. This was no different from when we spied on the camps of other factions. But after I delivered the letter, around 2 hours later, a large number of cavalry suddenly charged out of the Turkic camp and began to drive me away. Their attitude was completely different from before. Wang Chang's eyebrows rose at this point, but he said nothing. I understand. You are dismissed. Yes, Marquis. The scout quickly withdrew, leaving the room even quieter than before. All eyes were on Wang Chong, brimming with anticipation. Marquis, have you discovered anything? Shui Qianjun cautiously asked. We can now confirm that Qin Bin is still alive and in the western Turkic camp. Wang Chang's gaze swept over the crowd as he finally said the words they had all been waiting to hear. Whoosh! In an instant, a long sigh could be heard in the hall. Everyone's hearts, which had been hanging high in the air, finally calmed down at this moment. They felt much more relaxed. Wonderful. Qin Bin is fine. This is the greatest fortune amidst the misfortune. All we need to do now is think of a way to save Qin Bin. Marquis, what do you think we should do? The crowd looked at Wang Chong in high spirits. Although no one knew how Wang Chong had determined that Qin Bin was alive and well, none of them doubted Wang Chong's judgment. Sit down. Wang Chong spread his arms and gestured to everyone. Even though he had confirmed that Qin Bin was still alive, Wang Chong was not as relaxed as everyone thought he was. This matter is far from that simple. Although Qin Bin is still alive, de Wusely has made it clear that he doesn't want to negotiate with us. If I'm not mistaken, he's still trying to buy time, hoping to get an answer from Qin Bin. I'm afraid Qin Bin is going to suffer now. After saying this, Wang Chong could not help but reveal a trace of worry in his eyes. In the main hall, everyone's faces were filled with joy, but when they heard those words, it was as if a bucket of cold water had been poured over them, and their hearts sank. Those who fought on the battlefield were all extremely ruthless. The armies of the various factions also had their own methods of torturing and interrogating prisoners to obtain information. If de Wusely wanted to obtain the secret of formation phenomena, he would undoubtedly be torturing Qin Bin. The thought of this made everyone's hearts clench. Marquis Lord Protector General said that, if necessary, we can send people to work with Marquis to infiltrate the Turkic camp and rescue Qin Bin. At this moment, Shi Yuanqing, who had been silently observing the proceedings, suddenly spoke up, walking forward. As long as we use the right method, we have a chance of success. In short, no matter what, we can't let the secret of formation phenomena fall into the hands of the Western Turks. Marquis, let me go. I'll lead the Wushang cavalry, and we should be able to rescue Qin Bin. Li Sai, who had been silent all this while, finally spoke. His voice was loud and clear like a great bell. Marquis, me too. Me too. The others also began to volunteer at Li Sai's words. There's no need. Wang Chong shook his head, rejecting their suggestions. As he spoke, he turned to Shi Yuanqing. General Shi, I appreciate your good intentions, but this matter should be discussed in the long run. De Wusely is no weakling. Since he has schemed for so long, he must have made thorough preparations. Moreover, we still don't know what's going on with Huishu Wuzong and Dusong Mangpoj. If we rashly send soldiers over, we might fall into their trap and end up making a fool of ourselves. Marquis, I know that you care for your subordinates and don't want to sacrifice more people, but if de Wusely asks for the secret of formation phenomena, the consequences will be far greater than the 10 some of us can make up for. Shi Yuanqing solemnly said, Righteousness does not control wealth. Benevolence does not command soldiers. There were times when a commander had to make some sacrifices. Haha, General Shi, you misunderstand. To his surprise, Wang Chong chuckled at Shi Yuanqing's words. Qin Bin must be saved, but not in this manner. I've already arranged everything. Qin Bin's side will definitely not leak the secret. And the more de Wusely can't get what he wants, the more he won't let him die. But if we take action, sneak in, and forcefully rescue him, de Wusely might be forced to do something that might endanger Qin Bin's safety. That would be the exact opposite of what we want. Ah. Even Shi Yuanqing was dumbfounded by Wang Chong's words. For a moment, he didn't know how to respond. Relax. It won't be long before Dewussely comes looking for me if he can't get what he wants. Wang Chong lightly tapped the table with the index and middle fingers of his right hand. After sending off Shi Yuanqing, the only people left in the room were the Qixi protectorate, and Wang Chong's expression instantly turned gloomy. In front of Shi Yuanqing, Wang Chong appeared confident, but only he knew just how anxious he was. "Li Sai, get ready. We can't wait for Qin Bin. Gather all the Wushang cavalry and follow me to see Dewussely," Wang Chong suddenly said, raising his head. "Yes, Marquis." Li Sai was at first dazed, but he quickly lowered his head and respectfully replied, "Rumble." A few moments later, Wang Chong's army gathered and led the 5,000 Wushang cavalry toward the western Turkic Camp 60 li away. Wang Chong's judgment had been correct. Qin Bin truly was in a bad situation. Although Dewussely would not kill him for the sake of the formation phenomena, as long as he did not die, Dewussely did not mind using a few cruel methods. Bastard! Several hours later, Dewussely finally emerged from the tent, cursing and swearing as he flung the blood off his fists. "Do you really think that I don't dare to kill you? If you don't speak, I'll just kill you and capture someone else. I'll still be able to get the secret of formation phenomena out of you." Dewussely's eyes burned with rage. As one of the Western Turkic great generals, there were few enemies that Dewussely could not deal with. Even in Sishan had been defeated by him, let alone anyone else. But this Tang people called Qin Bin, despite using all the torture methods he could muster, had still not been able to make him talk or pry out the secret he wanted. This infuriated Dewussely, and he felt a deep sense of defeat. He was just a nameless soldier. Dewussely truly could not understand how someone could be so stubborn that he would rather endure torture than speak his secret. Think of a way to treat him. Not a single wound can be left on him. At daybreak, I need him unharmed so that I can continue my interrogation. Dewussely called over the emaciated shaman doctor and said, suppressing his anger, "Yes, my lord." The which doctor indifferently replied, neither nodding nor shaking his head as he silently walked back into the tent. "Ha, Dewussely come. No matter how many times you torture me, if I say a single word, I'm not fit to be a Han, much less a subordinate of Marquis. Let me tell you, if you want to obtain the secret of formation phenomena, you're delusional." As Dewussely was walking out, he heard a burst of laughter from the tent, one brimming with derision and a will to die. "Bastard!" Dewussely's gaze was vicious as he clenched his fists tightly. A thick, killing intent flashed across his eyes, but Dewussely held it in. Blue veins popped out on his iron fists. After a long time, he finally loosened them. "I'll kill you after some time." With that thought in mind, Dewussely quickly left. "Great General, bad news." Just as Dewussely was about to leave, a warhorse suddenly galloped over, kicking up a cloud of dust. Before the warhorse could even land, the rider immediately jumped off, panting. He quickly strode forward and knelt in front of Dewussely. "Scouts from the front have reported that a large number of enemy troops are heading in our direction at high speed. There are at least 5,000 of them, and they look very much like the Wushang cavalry of the Tang dynasty. Scouts are currently scouting the front line, and General Hulangi has come to report. Great General, please make a decision." "What?" Dewussely instantly paled at these words. Dewussely had not expected Wang Chong to respond so quickly, and now he was leading an army right after the letter had arrived. And for a single subordinate to make such a big fuss over such a small army? "Pass on my order. Gather the army and stand guard. In addition, gather the Celestial Wolf cavalry. Everyone follow me." Dewussely harshly said. In a flash, the Western Turkic camp became solemn, all of them acting as if they were facing a powerful foe. The Wushang cavalry. 2 days ago, none of them had heard of this name, but now there was not a single person who did not know of this formidable force. Even the Celestial Wolf cavalry and the Mutri great cavalry of the Uzun had been defeated by them, so one could easily imagine their strength. Although no one spoke of it in private, everyone had long ago come to the conclusion that the Tang dynasty cavalry were the strongest force in the continent. Whoosh! Chapter 1010. At this moment, all the Celestial Wolf cavalry and Turkic cavalry, including Dewussili, were looking in the same direction. The darkness was quiet as if nothing had happened, but an air of unease pervaded the air. Everyone knew that in that direction, at the limits of their vision, the illustrious and dreadful Tang dynasty cavalry were galloping toward them. Rumble! A faint tremor could be heard in the distance, and then it grew stronger and stronger. In the blink of an eye, a tsunami of tremors had arrived. Even the ground beneath Dewussili's feet began to hum and tremble. "They're here!" A Western Turkic general suddenly called out. There was no need for him to say anything more. On the horizon in the direction of the city of Talas, a black flood of steel was galloping toward them. At the very front of this army was a massive dragon banner of the Tang dynasty, an awe-inspiring sight to behold. The Tang dynasty of the Central Plains. This was not the first time the Western Turks had heard of this name, nor was it the first time they had fought it. Before today, they had viewed this name with some disdain. But after witnessing the Tang dynasty's reversal in the Battle of Talas and sweeping away Abu Muslim and the Arab army, all of them felt a deep apprehension and shock. In everyone's hearts, these 4 words had a completely different weight compared to before. Shamshak, Chekin Benba, hear my order. Prepare for battle. Dewussili suddenly said as he looked into the distance. Yes, my lord. The 2 of them bowed and replied. Shamshak's eyes were bursting with an intense desire to fight. My lord, be at ease. This general will do his utmost. Shamshak said. Shamshak had lost all faith in his battle with the Wushang cavalry. Although the matter was over, Shamshak still felt an extraordinary humiliation, and he was constantly thinking about how to wipe away this disgrace. Time passed slowly, and the atmosphere became more and more solemn. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Wang Chong and the 5,000 Wushang cavalry approached at an astonishing speed. 8,000 zhang, 6,000 zhang, 4,000 zhang, 2,000 zhang. Wang Chong finally stopped. The 2 armies stared at each other from a distance, the air extremely tense. In the Turkic camp, countless green wolves bared their teeth and assumed offensive stances. But the Western Turkic elites were even more nervous. All of them were focused, their bodies tense, and even their hands that tightly gripped their weapons were drenched in cold sweat. After seeing the Tang dynasty sweep through the Arabs with ease, all of them felt a deep fear of the Tang people of Talas. In contrast, the 5,000 Wushang cavalry, led by Wang Chong, appeared much calmer. Great General, have you considered my proposal? Still 10,000 samjang away, Wang Chong rode forward on his white hoof shadow and got straight to the point. His sharp voice cut through the darkness like a sharp blade, shattering the silence between the 2 armies. Humph! Dewussili angrily glared at the distant Wang Chong and raised his halberd as he rode forward. Brat, I have no idea what you're talking about, but I do know one thing. For you to dare to personally come to my door, you truly don't know the meaning of death. You managed to escape last time, but this time I'd like to see just who will come to your rescue. As he spoke, Dewussili's eyes exploded with killing intent. Wang Chong wasn't strong enough, but he was full of schemes and schemes. His god King Yama was only at the early great general level, but it was actually able to block the attack of a peak great general. If word of this got out, he would lose all face. Although he was going for the formation phenomena, Dewussili didn't mind killing Wang Chong. Ha ha ha! When he heard Dewussili's words, Wang Chong grinned. Not only was he not afraid, he even took a few steps forward. Since that's the case, why don't you give it a try, great general? Impudence! Dewussili's pupils constricted as he flew into a rage. Boom! There was a flash of light, And just when everyone was still immersed in the pleasantries between the two commanders, subconsciously thinking that the two would not fight, there was an earth-shattering boom as Dewussely suddenly became one with his horse, instantly using the celestial wolf's divine procession. With an earth-shattering boom, he suddenly transformed into a black rainbow that collided with Wang Chong. The power of this attack was extremely terrifying. Where Dewussely sat on his horse, the black halberd sliced through the air like water. An enormous power even caused the air within a radius of several dozen zhang to distort, as if it was connected to the abyss of hell appeared. And even more shocking was that because the destructive power contained in the halberd was too terrifying, everywhere Dewussely passed, the earth seemed to be plowed apart by an invisible iron plow. Countless rocks and soil fragments shot in all directions, leaving deep dents in the ground. Great General, this halberd attack was so sudden that even Shamshak and Chekenbenba, who were in the rear, jumped in fright. By the time they reacted, Dewussely had already charged in front of the Tang people's army, and that earth-shattering attack was already smashing towards Wang Chong. Marquis, not good. The Wushang cavalry behind Wang Chong were also stunned. No one had expected Dewussely to use this sort of method to launch an attack. But at this moment, the least surprised was Wang Chong. Wang Chong faintly smiled as he swiftly attacked. Boom! The earth quaked and winds howled as Wang Chong activated the God King Yama formation and slammed it against Dewussely. In a flash, the entire world seemed to have been torn asunder, the massive boom causing the tens of thousands of Western Turks and Wushang cavalry to cover their ears and retreat. A fierce sandstorm swept through the world, and with a cold snort, Wang Chong's God King Yama firmly stood his ground. As for Dewussely, he slid back some distance, but he quickly steadied himself in the air. Silence! The entire battlefield was eerily still. Everyone's hearts were in their throats. Everything had happened too quickly, and before anyone could react, the battle was over. Once one reached the level of Wang Chong and Dewussely, many warriors could only look up to them. As for the specifics, no one except Wang Chong and Dewussely knew. This foul brat, Dewussely, seated on his black steed, floated in the air, a vicious killing intent in his eyes. He appeared calm on the surface, but his mind was in turmoil. Only he knew what had just happened. There was no doubt that Dewussely was one of the strongest imperial great generals in the world. Although he was still lacking compared to the governor of Iron and Blood, there was no question that he was far superior to Wang Chong. But Dewussely's full-strength attack had been forcibly blocked by Wang Chong, and he had done it without using any technique. It was the same God King Yama, but in just a single day, the difference in power was like the difference between the heavens and the earth. Just what happened? How did this brat get so strong in such a short time? Dewussely's knuckles cracked, not daring to believe it. In that attack, just now, he had used the celestial wolf's divine procession, allowing his body to float in the air. Unlike Wang Chong, he had been at a disadvantage. But there was no doubt that Wang Chong's strength had increased so much that he could stand on equal footing with him. To Dewussely, this was unacceptable. He could not accept being on equal footing with a nobody of the younger generation. How about it? Dewussely, do you want to do it again? While Dewussely was feeling apprehensive, Wang Chong spoke. His expression was carefree and natural, showing no fear even in the face of a top-class imperial great general like Dewussely. After absorbing all the energy of Garib Hassam, Wang Chong's strength had soared to an astonishing level. He had truly reached the brigadier general level and was only a thin line away from the great general level. With Wang Chong's current strength, one could easily imagine the power of the God King Yama formation. Bastard thing, do you really think that I can't kill you? Dewussely swung his black halberd horizontally, and a powerful killing intent surged out of him like a tide, twisting the space in a radius of several dozen zhang. From a distance, it was a sight to behold. Dewussely, I know that you kidnapped my people, so hand them over. If he loses a single hair, you know what I'll do. Wang Chong pretended not to hear. He looked at Dewussely and spoke in a flat tone, but his voice was suffused with a thick threat. In any negotiation, strength was the most fundamental cornerstone. At the start, Wang Chong did not have the right to negotiate in Dewussely's eyes. But after this clash, Wang Chong had amply displayed his strength, giving him the right to negotiate with Dewussely on equal footing. In the howling winds, both the Western Turks and the Wushang cavalry were looking at their commander. All of them understood that whether this was war or peace depended entirely on this conversation. Even though this moment was calm and tranquil, the next moment could be an extremely bitter battle. The atmosphere was tense. Watch my gesture. If the situation looks bad, my lord will give us a signal to attack. Shamshak suddenly whispered. Chek and Benba also nodded, both of them staring at Dewussely's right palm. After following Dewussely for so long, the two of them had come to understand that Dewussely had some special habits. He would never give an obvious order to attack, but would make a special gesture before the attack. When the Celestial Wolf cavalry attacked, they would definitely catch the enemy off guard. Chapter 10:11. After some time, Dewussely suddenly chuckled, his voice tinged with a sinister and ruthless tone. Brat, you're too arrogant. Yes, the person you want is in my hands. But what makes you think that I'll hand him over to you? You've only brought 5,000 soldiers with you, and yet you want someone from my hands? Aren't you being a little too simple? Aren't you afraid that I'll join forces with the Uzin to kill you and your Wushang cavalry? With these last words, Dewussely's surging killing intent swelled to a whole new level. This almost tangible killing intent engulfed the air, and even the surrounding temperature dropped. Ha ha ha! Not only did Wang Chong show no fear at Dewussely's words, he even began to laugh. If it really was, as you say, Daluin Ruozin, Hushu Wizong, and Dusong Mangpoj would have come out long ago. They wouldn't have waited until now. If my guess is correct, your scheme for formation phenomena behind their backs has already caused a crack in your alliance. Otherwise, why would you have set up camp here alone with your army? Buzz! These words made Dewussely feel like he had been stabbed by a needle, his entire body fiercely trembling. Although Wang Chong had only said these words casually, they had struck at the crux of the matter. For his own selfishness, Dewussely had hidden his true goal and gone alone to the battlefield to plot formation phenomena. This matter had been exposed, and Daluin Ruozin had seen through it. Although the Uzin had not directly pointed it out, the relationship between the two sides was clearly very awkward. The fact that the two sides had set up camp in different directions was enough to show the problem. This brat, what a vicious gaze! Dewussely unconsciously clenched his fists, his joints cracking as his desire to kill Wang Chong intensified. Wang Chong's gaze was far too sharp. In the current situation, he couldn't hide it even if he wanted to. Kid, you're too conceited, Dewussely said fiercely. No matter what Wang Chong guessed, he would never admit it. No matter what happened between me and the people of Uzin. Don't forget that the Prime Minister of Uzin is the one who wants to kill you the most. What do you think he would do if he knew that you only brought 5,000 men here? Behind Wang Chong, Li Sai, Kong Zian, Huang Batian, and the others all paled upon hearing this. Although the Wushang cavalry were peerless in the world and feared no one, if Dewussely, Hushu Wizong Dusong Mangpoj, and the wise minister Daluin Ruozin worked together, not even the Wushang cavalry would be able to stop them. Interesting. War is the path of deception. Great General, you are correct. There is a high chance that Daluin Ruozin will appear here. But how do you know that I only brought 5,000 Wushang cavalry? Wang Chong faintly smiled, his expression naturally suffused with confidence. Bzzz. Dewussely paled at these words, his gaze involuntarily looking past Wang Chong into the darkness behind him. He had always believed that Wang Chong had only brought 5,000 men with him. But if Gao Xianji and Cheng Qianli had come as well, everything would be different. He had to reconsider. But when he saw the merciless ridicule in Wang Chong's eyes, Dewusley suddenly understood and flew into a rage. Bastard! Do you really think that I can't do anything to you? Don't you value that subordinate of yours? Do you believe that I won't kill him right now and leave you with nothing? You dare! Wang Chong's expression chilled, his eyes exploding with killing intent. Even before a top-class imperial great general like Dewusley, he made no attempt to hide his killing intent. Behind Wang Chong, clang, 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 countless Wushang cavalry took out their weapons and aimed them at Dewusley. Haha, just a nameless soldier. I, Dewusley, have killed countless people. There is no one in this world that I don't dare to kill. Dewusley heartily laughed. At his level of cultivation and status, there was truly nothing he didn't dare to do. He might even be willing to part with the formation phenomena. In any case, it was just a matter of capturing one more person. Bastard! Behind Wang Chong, Li Sai, Kong Xian, Cheng Sanyuan, Su Shixian, and the others all angrily roared, their eyes red. Wang Chong's eyes were also surging with killing intent. He had never imagined that Dewusley would say such a thing, but Wang Chong quickly calmed down. Very good. Wang Chong looked at Dewusley and sneered. It seems like there's no need for further discussion. Since you've already made your decision, we'll do as you say. But in the future, you will never be able to obtain the formation phenomena again. In addition, I forgot to tell you that I seem to have left some soldiers in the City of Steel. Starting from now, for every Qinbin you kill, I'll have 10,000 shepherds of the Turkic steppe buried with him. If you kill 2, I'll have 20,000 Turkic shepherds buried with them. Li Sai, let's go. With these words, Wang Chong immediately ordered his army to retreat. Across from him, Dewusley instantly paled. The Western Turkic Khaganate was connected to the Tang dynasty's Qixi, and many shepherds lived on the steppe along the border, with many tribes herding cattle and sheep. Ishbara Khagan had once ordered the shepherds to retreat so that they wouldn't be caught up in the war with the Tang dynasty. But because there were several extremely precious underground rivers and oases with lush water and grass, the Western Turkic Khaganate shepherds would often graze their cattle and herd their sheep there. No matter how much they tried to forbid it, it was useless. Dewusley had never been a soft-hearted general, and he didn't care how many people Wang Chong killed. But these were still the shepherds of the Western Turks. Dewusley didn't care about Wang Chong's actions, but Ishbara Khagan couldn't. When the fourth prince was captured, he had strenuously opposed the exchange of 200,000 war horses. But when Wang Chong led his soldiers into the steppe and began a massacre, Ishbara Khagan immediately agreed. Not only that, a large part of the reason he had sent soldiers to Talas to join with Dalu and Ruozin and the Uzin in dealing with the Tang dynasty was that Ishbara Khagan was furious at the Qixi Protectorate's actions of expelling and slaughtering the shepherds. If Wang Chong were to send soldiers to the northwest at this time, enter the Turkic steppe and start another massacre, and then claim that it was because of him, Ishbara Khagan would assuredly vent his anger on Wang Chong. Bastard! Too despicable! Dewusley's eyes burned with rage. It had to be said that Wang Chong had struck his weak point. In this clash, he had not gained the slightest advantage. Wait a moment. Dewusley immediately called out to Wang Chong. Killing Qinbin was just an empty threat. How could he be so impulsive about something as important as formation phenomena? But right at this moment, a sudden change occurred. Dalu and Ruozin, come out! Wang Chong had only taken a few steps when he suddenly stopped, looked around, and harshly called out. All was quiet, and Dewusley's expression froze as he swallowed back the words he had been about to say. Behind him, Shamshak, Chek and Benba, and the tens of thousands of Western Turkic soldiers all had dumbfounded looks on their faces. Dalu and Ruozin? When had he come? Why didn't they know? Moreover, weren't Dalu and Ruozin and Uzin's armies stationed 20 li to the rear? How had he appeared here? In the thick darkness, the earth and sky seemed to merge into one, leaving behind only a few protruding shadows. Just when everyone thought that Wang Chong had made a mistake, they all heard a familiar voice in their ears. "Ha ha, young Marquis, since you've come, why are you in such a rush to leave?" Soft laughter came out of the darkness, not from behind de Wusely, but from behind the 5,000 Wushang cavalry. As the laughter faded away, a graceful figure emerged from the crowd, walking out from a place several thousand zhang behind the Wushang cavalry. Behind him was a stalwart and domineering figure, his hand on his saber like a guardian deity. In another direction, another figure exuding a storm of energy was walking over, accompanied by Tibetan generals. The two sides, one on the left and one on the right, cut off the path of retreat for Wang Chong and the 5,000 Wushang cavalry. If de Wusely and the Western Turks were added to the mix, the three sides would form an encirclement around Wang Chong. Daluan Ruozhen, Huishu Wizong, Dusong Mangpoj. The sight of these three familiar figures left all the Western Turkic soldiers dumbfounded, and even de Wusely couldn't help but widen his eyes. "Great General, I heard that you had a guest, so I brought some people over to take a look. Great General won't mind, right?" Daluan Ruozhen faintly smiled as he walked forward, accompanied by Huishu Wizong. "Of course not when the Prime Minister is here." De Wusely's face was stiff as he spoke. When he had looked around earlier, he had not noticed any great general-level characters in the vicinity. Now that he thought about it, Daluan Ruozhen, Huishu Wizong, and Dusong Mangpoj must have taken advantage of his battle with Wang Chong to sneak over while his attention was focused on Wang Chong. At a time like this, the person de Wusely least wanted to see was undoubtedly Daluan Ruozhen. "Ha ha! Great General's magnanimity is worthy of Daluan Ruozhen's admiration." Daluan Ruozhen faintly smiled as he turned to Wang Chong. "Daluan Ruozhen, you really did come." Wang Chong's enormous God King Yama did not wait for Daluan Ruozhen to speak. "Haha, I've been waiting for Marquis for quite some time." Chapter 1012. The Mutri Great Cavalry. Wang Chong's pupils constricted at the sight of these elite cavalry, and he instantly recognized them. He had never imagined that Daluan Ruozhen would bring out his most elite cavalry at a time like this. The Uzun Mutri Great Cavalry, the Western Turks' Celestial Wolf Cavalry, and 3 elite great generals were enough to destroy Wang Chong and his 5,000 Wushang cavalry. In truth, Daluan Ruozhen had made no attempt to hide his intentions. As he spoke, the encirclement formed by the elite forces of the two empires rapidly shrank. At the same time, Bizizi, 2 enormous energies, as heavy as steel, flew through the air and locked onto Wang Chong. Wang Chong felt his body sink, and he grimaced. And this was not the end. At almost the same time, a third great general-level energy shot out from behind him and locked onto Wang Chong. De Wusely had also taken action at this moment. Although he was unwilling to see Daluan Ruozhen and Huishu Wizong at a time like this, de Wusely had chosen to cooperate with them. As an imperial great general, he always placed the overall situation above all else. His strategic goal was always to surpass his personal grudges and interests. "Brat, you can't blame anyone else. I said before, you're too conceited." De Wusely growled. He had originally planned to make a private deal with Wang Chong, but Daluan Ruozhen's appearance had thrown all this into disarray. Not even he could do anything now. Rather than allowing him to leave, it was better to completely wipe out this force. If he could capture Wang Chong, that would be the best result. At the very least, it would be much more useful than interrogating Qinbin. The situation rapidly reversed, and the 5,000 Wushang cavalry were plunged into an unprecedented crisis. The 3 great generals, Li Sai, Huang Batian, Kong Ziyan, and the other Wushang cavalry, all paled at the sight of the approaching force. At this moment, all of them sensed an unprecedented aura of death. "Ha ha ha!" Just when Daluan Ruozhen had finished his preparations and the two sides had surrounded the 5,000 Wushang cavalry, Wang Chong suddenly laughed, his expression devoid of any nervousness. This abnormal action left everyone dumbfounded, and even Daluin Ruozin subconsciously stopped. Daluin Ruozin, do you really think that you can keep me here? Wang Chang's voice was brimming with confidence. His eyes swept over Daluin Ruozin, Huishu Wuzong, and Dusong Mangpoj, and an enormous wave of energy erupted from his body. Even though he was surrounded by 3 great generals, he showed no fear, as if he had something to rely on. In the darkness, the sight of Wang Chang's expression caused Daluin Ruozin's heart to thump. This was not his first time fighting with Wang Chang, and no one understood more than him that this youth was more crafty and difficult to deal with than any opponent he had ever faced. His every step had been meticulously calculated. While it seemed careless, it was actually a trap. The moment one was most pleased with oneself was precisely the moment one failed. Daluin Ruozin had learned this lesson in the War of the Southwest. Almost subconsciously, Daluin Ruozin turned his head to look behind him, but the darkness was quiet and there was nothing there. Haha, Wang Chong, I know that you're as crafty as a fox, but I'd like to see just how you'll escape this time. If you can still escape from 3 great generals and countless elite cavalry, then you really can be called the war god of the Tang dynasty. Even Gao Xianji would have to admit defeat. Daluin Ruozin grinned. Without the slightest hesitation, Daluin Ruozin shot a glance at Huishu Wuzong. Speed was of the essence in war, and a long night was fraught with many dreams. No matter how many tricks Wang Chong had up his sleeves, they were all too far away. As long as he could kill Wang Chong as quickly as possible, then everything would be over. Without Wang Chong, the Tang dynasty might still be the powerful Tang dynasty, but in Daluin Ruozin's eyes, it was no longer worth fearing. Wang Chong, I'm sorry. Even though I wanted to have a contest of wits with you, whether it's wits or martial strength, the ultimate goal is still victory. I believe that if you were me, you would do the same. Daluin Ruozin said to himself as he gazed at the massive God King Yama. No matter how regretful Daluin Ruozin was, Huishu Wuzong had far fewer distracting thoughts. It was the duty of a soldier to follow orders, and he had never doubted Daluin Ruozin's orders. Clang! A dazzling golden-red saber energy flashed through the air as Huishu Wuzong passed Daluin Ruozin and shot into the air like a shooting star toward the massive God King Yama. At the same time, a vast golden light exploded from Huishu Wuzong's body. At the same time, this great general of the Uzun Empire's Ngari royal lineage began to rapidly transform. In the blink of an eye, he had transformed into a massive golden Buddha. This powerful energy was like a storm that assaulted everyone's senses. Bang! Before Huishu Wuzong could reach him, a massive Vajra pestle appeared in a flash of light, colliding with the heaven-shaking saber energy that Huishu Wuzong had unleashed. Rumble! Golden light illuminated the world. After reaching the brigadier general level, Wang Chang's stellar energy had turned completely golden. The clash of stellar energy seemed to tear apart the night sky. Huishu Wuzong's attack was like a signal, opening the trap that the 3 great generals had set up to kill Wang Chong, the star of the Tang dynasty. Boom! Without the slightest hesitation, Dusong Mangpoj's eyes flashed with cold light as he pulled out his saber and followed Huishu Wuzong. Like a blazing comet, he slashed at Wang Chong with astonishing power. At the same time, Dewusili hesitated. He still hadn't obtained the formation phenomena, so he didn't want to kill Wang Chong so quickly. But even so, Dewusili still made the wise decision to cooperate with Huishu Wuzong and Dusong Mangpoj in an attack. Rumble! A wave of energy weighing 100,000 tons exploded as Dewusili became one with his halberd and used the celestial wolf's divine procession to shoot toward Wang Chong like an arrow. The moment the 3 great generals attacked, the world seemed to dim in comparison, their dreadful momentum leaving everyone dumbfounded. "My lord!" "Marquis!" On the ground, Li Sai, Kong Xian, and the others couldn't help but call out at this sight, their faces turning ghastly pale. On the other side, Shamshak and Chekenbenba gave faint smiles. But the development of events was completely different from what they had imagined. Boom! As Dusong Mangpoj flew through the air toward Wang Chong, there was a massive boom behind him. The earth split open as a massive black ape arm emerged from the ground and swatted at Dusong Mangpoj like he was swatting a fly. Roar! The giant ape roared and the earth rumbled. Under the shocked gazes of countless people, a gigantic creature leaped into the air, appearing in front of everyone. Swoosh! All of the Mutri great cavalry were horrified at the sudden appearance of this colossus. As if greatly frightened, they scattered in all directions. On the other side, the tens of thousands of Western Turkic soldiers, including the Celestial Wolf Cavalry, seemed to be greatly alarmed and began to retreat. As for the Celestial Wolf Great General Dewussili, who had been charging at Wang Chong, his eyes went wide as if he had seen a ghost, and he began to retreat. The consecrated. At this moment, Dewussili felt like he had been struck by a bolt of lightning, his mind in turmoil and at a complete loss for what to do. He had never imagined that the giant ape would appear before him in this manner. The giant ape's offense and defense far surpassed that of an imperial great general. It was not something he could deal with. A single behemoth was enough to change the course of the battle. And what left Dewussili the most confused was that he had clearly observed Wang Chong's 5,000 Wushan cavalry, but not that giant ape. And if Wang Chong wanted to hide this from him, he would have to. Damn it! As if understanding something, Dewussili clenched his fists in fury. Even though he was angry and unwilling, Dewussili had no choice but to avoid the behemoth that had suddenly appeared. Without Dusong Mangpoj's cooperation, he and Huishu Wuzong would not be able to kill Wang Chong in a short time. But if the behemoth arrived, not only would his Western Turkic army suffer grievous losses, he and Huishu Wuzong would also be hard-pressed to protect themselves, and there was a high chance that they would die here. Rumble! In the distance, the giant ape's massive foot descended. Aya! Miserable screams rang out from the billowing dust as several dozen Mutri great cavalry were crushed into meat paste by the giant ape before they could even dodge. Even their armor was crushed into round iron pancakes. Retreat, retreat, retreat! All soldiers retreat! Dewussili became even more anxious at this sight, his voice harsh and harsh. Ha ha ha, Dewussili, what's the rush? Didn't you want to attack us just a moment ago? Why are you in such a rush to leave now? Wang Chong heartily laughed. Rumble! As Wang Chong spoke, the giant ape's fist smashed down, causing the earth to crack open. Several dozen Mutri great cavalry were pulverized. An enormous power of the giant ape sent even more Mutri great cavalry flying like ragdolls. Plush, plush! The chests of these Mutri great cavalry trembled, and while still in the air, they vomited blood, their bodies heavily injured. Although the Mutri great cavalry had formidable defenses, they were far from being a match for a consecrated that could wound even great generals. Roar! Chapter 1013. Retreat! Hurry and retreat! Daluin Ruozin's eyes widened and his expression paled, all traces of his previous composure gone. He instantly understood that he had fallen into Wang Chong's trap. A giant ape of this size could not possibly be hidden, and Daluin Ruozin had never imagined that Wang Chong would have placed this Arabian behemoth in an ambush some distance away from the Turkic camp. And he had only arrived with the Wushan cavalry after making all the necessary preparations. Daluin Ruozin had been so focused on dealing with Wang Chong that he had forgotten about Wang Chong's other tricks. I was still too careless. As expected, I can't rely on any luck when fighting with him. Daluin Ruozin clenched his fists, his brow furrowed in rage. He had originally thought that this operation would be a little too easy, but his desire to kill Wang Chong had still taken the upper hand. If the plan was right and he killed Wang Chong, it would be a massive transformation for the Battle of Talas, and even for Uzin, the Western Turkic Khaganate, and all the other countries bordering the Tang dynasty. All the countries would have one less major threat in the future. Given how Wang Chong was developing, no one would be able to stop him in the future. But this momentary greed had ultimately been used by Wang Chong. Everyone retreat! Daluan Ruozen's eyes were filled with panic. The attack power of the giant ape was simply too astonishing. The several thousand Mutri great cavalry were completely useless before it. Not only that, this time, even Daluan Ruozen was within its attack range. Roar! With a heaven-shaking roar, a massive fist rapidly appeared over Daluan Ruozen's head and smashed down. Prime Minister! Cries of alarm rang out, and Daluan Ruozen grimaced. Although he was intelligent and knew a few martial arts, only his control over stellar energy and precision surpassed that of an ordinary person. His true level of cultivation was simply not high. At the very least, he was far from the level of Huishu Wuzong and Dusong Mangpoj. Beast, stop! A roar came from the distance, and a scimitar shot forward like a bolt of lightning, slamming into the giant ape's fist with the force of a thunderbolt. The immense power of this scimitar actually managed to push the giant ape's fist back several zhang. In the distance, Dusong Mangpoj had a nervous expression on his face as he threw out his scimitar. But Dusong Mangpoj had still underestimated the strength of the giant ape in Wang Chong's hand. Boom! The moment the right hand was pushed aside, the giant ape's left arm swung up with an astonishing momentum and down at Daluan Ruozen. Buzz! The earth quaked, sending a plume of dust several dozen zhang into the air. Wherever the giant ape's iron fist landed, the ground cracked and caved in, tearing open countless cracks. What a pity! As the giant ape's fist descended, Wang Chong's God King Yama couldn't help but sigh. Dewusili, Huishu Wuzong, and Dusong Mangpoj might be powerful, but the true leader, Daluan Ruozen, was the greatest threat. He was like the brains of the three, using the most precise method to maximize their strength. In this operation, Daluan Ruozen had been scheming against him. But how could Wang Chong not be scheming against Daluan Ruozen? Prime Minister, how are you? At almost the same time, in the distance, Huishu Wuzong let go of his fist, his stellar energy shaking off the dust on his body. As he looked at Daluan Ruozen, Huishu Wuzong showed a hint of deep worry and concern. In that moment just now, Huishu Wuzong had sensed that Daluan Ruozen was in danger and had suddenly intervened to save him from the giant ape. Huishu Wuzong had followed Daluan Ruozen in managing the Ngari royal lineage for more than 20 years. The two had braved life and death and faced countless difficulties, forming an extremely deep friendship. From a certain perspective, their relationship had even surpassed that of a superior and subordinate. They were lifelong friends. I'm fine. Daluan Ruozen shook his head, his gaze going past Huishu Wuzong to the distant Wang Chong. At this moment, many thoughts flitted through his mind. Daluan Ruozen was not someone who did not care about his own safety. But from the moment Huishu Wuzong had appeared, Daluan Ruozen knew that he was safe. He was more concerned about Wang Chong. Although the giant ape was invincible, Wang Chong was not. If he gathered the strength of Huishu Wuzong, Dusong Mangpoj, and Duusi, he would still be able to kill Wang Chong. But this thought only flashed through Daluan Ruozen's mind for a moment before it was obliterated by a voice. Ha ha ha, Daluan Ruozen, Dewusili Huishu Wuzong, and to think that you're imperial great generals, yet you're using numbers to bully him. 3 against 1 young man, and you're not ashamed at all. Come, Gao Xianji will also accompany you. A resounding voice came from the distance. At first, it seemed to come from several hundred li away, but in the blink of an eye, it had appeared in everyone's perception with astonishing speed. When everyone turned their heads to look, the figure that could destroy heaven and earth like a storm was less than 10,000 meters away from them. In the dim starlight, they could clearly see several figures approaching with astonishing speed. As for the person in the lead, he had a tall stature, and he exuded an imposing manner. His aura, which was as sharp as an unsheathed sword, was enough to make anyone who saw him feel small and in awe. Gao Xianji, Daluan Ruozhen, Huishu Wuzong, and Dewussili immediately paled at the sight of this slender figure. Wang Chong and the giant ape were already extremely difficult to deal with, and now that the western region's war god Gao Xianji had joined the fray, the situation was getting worse and worse. Too powerful. He was clearly heavily injured by Abu Muslim, so how could he have recovered so quickly? Dewussili's face contorted in shock. Even Daluan Ruozhen had a look of fear on his face. From the speed and momentum of Daluan Ruozhen's appearance, he had mostly recovered from his injuries. The Anqi war god was even more terrifying than Wang Chong, and with the appearance of Gao Xianji, the other top-class generals of the Tang dynasty were probably not far away. If they didn't retreat now, they really would be left here. Let's go. Daluan Ruozhen's last sliver of thought about dealing with Wang Chong vanished. All the Uzun Mutri, great cavalry, swiftly retreated. But a moment later, a massive Vajra pestle flew through the air and smashed into the ground in front of the retreating Mutri, great cavalry. The enormous force of the impact caused this Vajra pestle condensed from stellar energy to plunge deeply into the earth. Roar! Roar! Almost at the same time, the giant ape roared savagely and leaped into the air, landing in another direction where the Mutri great cavalry were fleeing. Rumble! The giant fist smashed into the ground, shattering rocks and sending dust into the air. The dozen or so Mutri great cavalry at the very front were instantly ripped to shreds. The giant ape showed no hesitation and immediately began to fiercely attack the fleeing Mutri great cavalry. Even though he was not confident that he could stop great generals like Huishu, Wuzong, and Dusong Mangpoj, he was more than enough to deal with the Mutri great cavalry. Even if the Mutri great cavalry could escape, they would have to pay a heavy price. Ah! Miserable screams rang out as the famed Mutri great cavalry were thrown into the air by the giant ape's attacks like straw, falling to the ground like weeds. In just a few short moments, 200 to 300 of these precious Mutri great cavalry had been killed. Kill! This was not the only danger the Mutri great cavalry faced. At almost the same time, Li Sai unsheathed his sword, instinctively grasping this opportunity to gather his army and charge at the fleeing Mutri great cavalry. Stop! A thunderous roar resounded through the night sky, attracting everyone's attention. Brat, do you still not want to take that Chinbin's life? If you don't stop, I'll kill him right now, and then we'll have another battle. Dewussili floated in the air, both shocked and furious. The giant ape had appeared far too abruptly, and now even Gao Xianji had appeared. It was hard to say who would win this battle, but if he did not stop Wang Chong and the giant ape, the soldiers he had brought with him would suffer grievous losses. Buzz! In just an instant, the huge battlefield immediately quietened down. The giant ape that had been attacking like a killing machine in the eyes of the Uzun and Western Turks suddenly stopped, its scarlet eyes fixed on the distant Dewussili. Dewussili, so you still choose to make a deal? Wang Chong indifferently said. In the blink of an eye, the entire battlefield fell silent. Even Li Sai, Kong Xian, and the others who had already rushed out turned their heads, their attention focused on the two commanders. Even Daluan Ruozhen, Huishu Wuzong, and Dusong Mangpoj looked over. Wang Chong had long ago prepared himself for this battle. The only people who could stop this battle were Dewussili and his Chinbin. I said nothing of the sort. Dewussili's pupils constricted, but he quickly regained his composure. He would never admit to such a thing in front of so many people. Wang Chong only smiled and gave Dewussili a profound glance. Wang Chong, this is an extremely rare opportunity. No one knows when the giant ape will die. If you want to use his strength to kill the Western Turks and Uzun's men, this is your best chance. A voice as soft as a mosquito suddenly came from next to his ear. Chang Qianli and Gao Xianji were rushing over from the distance. The Mutri great cavalry on the left and right saw these two, their eyes brimming with fear as they began to retreat. A man's name was like a tree's shadow. There was no one who did not know the names of the two commanders of the Anxi Protectorate Army, and even the Mutri great cavalry felt some apprehension. There's no rush. The giant ape has already killed some of the Mutri great cavalry. Now that they're all prepared, it's impossible to completely wipe them out. The only ones who can move are Dewussali's Turkic cavalry. But if we want to deal with the ordinary soldiers of the Western Turks, we don't need the giant ape. Once we save Chinbin, we can still wipe them out. Chapter 1014. This truly was an excellent opportunity to deal with the Western Turks and Uzun soldiers and reduce the strength of their armies. But the giant ape could only kill for a short time. It would only take 2 or 3 days at most before it died. But Chen Bin's influence on the army would last for a long time. Under his command, the ballista army would be able to kill far more enemies than the giant ape. This is fine. Cheng Qianli hesitated for a moment before nodding. Dewussali, as you wish, I can withdraw my soldiers. But remember, 3/4 to the afternoon tomorrow is the deadline for our transaction. Bring Chan Bin back unscathed, and you will have one last chance to obtain the formation phenomena for me. After 3/4 to the afternoon, all transactions will be null and void. I will never agree to any transaction related to formation phenomena. In addition, if Chen Bin has not returned to my camp by then it will be time for our vengeance. Dewussali, you will pay 100 times the price. Let's go. With a cold snort, Wang Chong turned his head and led his army into the distance. This time, Dewussali, Daluan Ruozhen, and Huishu Wizong did not try to stop them. All the Mutri great cavalry had long ago scattered, naturally creating a path for them. In the end, even after Wang Chong had led his army into the darkness, neither side moved. Great General! Once Wang Chong had left, Daluan Ruozhen faintly smiled and turned to Dewussali. This simple smile caused Dewussali's heart to thump, and he suddenly had an ill foreboding. The people he had wanted to hide the fact that he had secretly kidnapped Chinbin from Daluan Ruozhen and Huishu Wizong. Otherwise, there would have been no need for him to put on such a show. But man proposes, heaven disposes. When dealing with a person like Daluan Ruozhen, one could not rely on luck. Not only had Daluan Ruozhen seen through him, he had even placed him in an extremely passive position. Prime Minister! Dewussali called out, but he could only brace himself and step forward. Ha! I seem to have heard that Chishi Protector General mentioned the words formation phenomena. If the great general had told us in advance, perhaps Huishu and I could have given the great general some advice, and we would have gotten the formation phenomena a long time ago. Daluan Ruozhen gestured to Huishu Wizong and Dusong Mangpoj, and then led the Mutri great cavalry forward, stopping in front of Dewussali. Dewussali instantly paled at Daluan Ruozhen's words. Daluan Ruozhen's words were very subtle, but his meaning was obvious. I also want to share a formation phenomena, and this was precisely what Dewussali was doing his utmost to avoid. Although the Western Turks and the Uzun had different topographies and altitudes, they were both steppe countries that primarily relied on grazing. Both countries were also renowned for their cavalry. If Dewussali could turn the Western Turkic Khaganate upside down and forge an even stronger Turkic empire with the formation phenomena, there was no doubt that Daluan Ruozhen and the Uzun could do the same. Prime Minister truly has a good eye. As expected, nothing can be hidden from Prime Minister. Even if Prime Minister didn't say anything, I was prepared to tell Prime Minister in a little while. Alas, this brat is still too crafty. Although he was extremely unwilling, Dewussali could only brace himself and speak. Although Daluan Ruozhen's martial arts were negligible, in terms of intelligence, not even Dewussali could gain the upper hand. Rather than being discovered by Daluin Ruozin and forced into a passive position, it was better to be honest. Great General speaks the truth. After all, he is the son of Heaven's disciple that Emperor Tang personally conferred. He truly isn't that easy to deal with. Daluin Ruozin faintly smiled, exuding an extraordinary bearing. Duwusilli was prepared to tell him of his own volition, but Daluin Ruozin would not believe a single word. But whether it was Daluin Ruozin or Duwusilli, both of them were smart enough to ignore this point. As long as Duwusilli was willing to share a piece of the pie, for Daluin Ruozin, nothing else mattered. After exchanging pleasantries with Duwusilli, Daluin Ruozin quickly left with his troops. "Sir," Daluin Ruozin said that Wang Chong is cunning, but I'm afraid he himself is the most cunning. We were planting trees in front of him, but he didn't do anything. Instead, he came to pick the fruit. This is too despicable. When Daluin Ruozin and the others left, Chechen Benba finally couldn't help but say angrily, "Yes, these Uzin people are really going too far. Do they really think they can eat us?" Shamshak echoed, his face seething with rage. But Shamask had barely finished speaking when a slap slammed into his face, the immense force of the slap causing Shamask to stagger. Shamshak covered his face in shock. "Bastard thing!" Duwusilli glared at Shamshak, his expression icy. "If you hadn't failed to live up to expectations and lost to an Imperial Marshal Tang people, making a joke of yourself in front of the Uzin, they would never have become so impudent." Shamshak's face was red, his mouth opened and closed, but not a single word came out. Duwusilli paid no attention to Shamshak. With a flick of his sleeve, he strode toward the center of the camp. At the same time, 10 some li from the western Turkic camp, Daluin Ruozin and Hushu Huaitsang were leading a group of Mutri, great cavalry, toward the camp of the main army. Duwusilli seems to be very unwilling. Halfway there, Hushu Huaitsang suddenly said, "It would be strange if he was willing. He was guarding against us in this deal with formation phenomena." Daluin Ruozin faintly smiled. "But even if he's unwilling, it's no longer up to him." Dusong Mangpoj suddenly interjected. Daluin Ruozin's schemes had always been closely linked. If they succeeded in tonight's operation, they could kill Wang Chong, and even if they failed, they could still extract benefits from Duwusilli. Even if Duwusilli was extremely unwilling, he would still have to agree. Dusong Mangpoj had no choice but to admire this. But formation phenomena are no small matter, and our two empires are far too similar. One mountain cannot hold 2 tigers. Given Duwusilli's style, will he really be willing to give it to us? Dusong Mangpoj suddenly thought of something and spoke. The entire army fell silent, and Daluin Ruozin suddenly stopped on his horse. This sudden movement immediately attracted the attention of the army. Hushu Wizang, Dusong Mangpoj, and all the Mutri great cavalry stopped. All eyes focused on Daluin Ruozin. "Haha, won't we know when the time comes if he's willing?" Daluin Ruozin faintly smiled, and then he urged his horse to gallop into the distance. Behind him, Hushu Wizang and Dusong Mangpoj glanced at each other and quickly followed. It was high noon, and the scorching sun scorched the earth. A massive dragon banner was thrust into the east side of the city of Talas, atop the high hills. Wang Chong stood beneath the dragon banner. Gao Xianji, Chang Qianli, the other Tang dynasty generals, and the Wushang cavalry at his side. All of them stood motionless, silently gazing to the east as they waited. "Marquis, will Duwusilli and the others not come?" After some time, Shuet Qianjun suddenly broke the silence. He slowly raised his head to the sky, a hint of worry in his eyes. The blazing sun hung high in the sky, and it was already close to 1/4 to the noon hour. This was the time that Wang Chong had said would be the final transaction, but there was still no sign of Duwusilli or Qinbin. "Relax, he will come," Wang Chong indifferently said. His calm tone caused Shuet, Qianjun, and the surrounding generals to calm down. the anxiety in their hearts lessening. Wang Chong was not blindly confident, nor was he overly trusting of Duwusilly. Instead, he had come to this conclusion after careful consideration. After fighting alongside Qinbin for so long, Wang Chong knew that Qinbin would rather die than open his mouth. Duwusilly was far too greedy. If he could not get what he wanted from Qinbin, he would definitely take the initiative to make a deal with Wang Chong. Look! Just as everyone was waiting, someone suddenly pointed into the distance and shouted. A moment later, the earth began to quake and dust began to churn. On the distant horizon, one could see a vast army surging toward them like a surging tide. It's the Western Turks. No, there's also Uzin's men. Everyone looked into the distance and suddenly exclaimed. In the distance, they could see two large banners flapping in the wind amidst the roiling dust. One was the banner of a golden wolf with a blue background, while the other was the sacred banner of a white yak with a black background. The mood instantly turned grave. After fighting with the Uzin and the Western Turks for so many days, they were all extremely familiar with the tactics of both sides. Uzin's Mutri great cavalry rode side by side, their armor gleaming with a cold metallic light. Around 2,000 zhang from Wang Chong's group, Duwusilly and Daluin Ruozhen stopped. Everyone swept their gazes over Wang Chong's group, quickly passing over the hill to look at the giant ape in the back. What's going on? Why isn't this beast dead yet? Duwusilly's face was filled with viciousness and deep apprehension. The Arabs had a total of 4 behemoths, but the first 3 had been killed. For some reason, the last giant ape was still alive. In terms of pure strength, no one on the battlefield, not even Duwusilly, was a match for this beast. Duwusilly did not dare to get his army too close, and he had to be prepared to retreat at a moment's notice to avoid being ambushed by this beast. Great General, let's go! Daluin Ruozhen said with a smirk on his face. Duwusilly hesitated for a moment, but despite his reluctance he still nodded. Hiya! Chapter 10:15. Marquis, they've brought Qinbin here. Almost at the same time, Li Sai, who was on the high hill, also spoke. His eyes immediately fell on Qinbin, who was standing beside Duwusilly. Although Qinbin's hands and feet were bound, and even his eyes were blindfolded, Li Sai could still recognize Qinbin, who was sitting on Duwusilly's horse at a glance. He looks fine. Although he's suffered some superficial wounds, he's generally fine. Gao Xinji also spoke after a moment of silence. From the moment Duwusilly appeared, he had been observing Qinbin, who was standing beside Duwusilly. With Gao Xinji's level of cultivation, he could tell at a glance whether Qinbin was seriously injured or not. Wang Chong nodded. He patted the horse's back and galloped forward at high speed. Let's go. It's time to switch back to Qinbin. Under the blazing sun, plumes of smoke and dust rose into the air. Just 1,000 zhang away from the 2 camps, Wang Chong and Duwusilly met. In an instant, the atmosphere was tense. Everyone's eyes were focused on Wang Chong and Duwusilly. They all held their breaths, not daring to breathe too loudly. Kid, I've brought him here. Where's the formation phenomena I wanted? Duwusilly said coldly, looking at Wang Chong, who was 10 steps away. Although he looked normal on the surface, Duwusilly's brows revealed a hint of irritation and anger that could not be concealed. Ever since he had kidnapped Qinbin, Duwusilly had tried everything he could think of, hoping to pry the secrets of formation phenomena from Qinbin's mouth. However, no matter what Duwusilly did, he could not get a single word out of Qinbin. The most he got was Qinbin's laughter and mockery. Given Duwusilly's temperament, he simply wanted to hack Qinbin into pieces to vent his anger. However, Wang Chong's words before he left had caused Duwusilly to have many misgivings. Every time he interrogated Qinbin, he had no choice but to expend a great deal of energy to treat Qinbin's injuries and help him recover. Duwusilly had spent more than 20 years pursuing the secret of formation phenomena. This secret was far too important to him, so much so that Duwusilly could not tolerate any mistakes. Marquis, do not give him the formation phenomena. My life is not important, but please do not let him have his way no matter what." Just then, Chinbin suddenly shouted. His eyes were blindfolded, and he couldn't see what was happening outside. But Chinbin kept his ears open and listened carefully. Chinbin had persevered for so many days and endured the torture to prevent Dewussili from succeeding. If Wang Chong agreed to the deal with Dewussili, wouldn't all his previous efforts be in vain? "Shut your mouth!" Dewussili jabbed out with his finger, instantly sealing off Chinbin's limbs and mute acupuncture points. "Wang Chong, I've already brought him to you. You won't go back on your word, right?" Dewussili wanted to kill Chinbin, but what he feared the most was that Wang Chong would suddenly change his mind and cancel the deal. "Dewussili, I naturally keep my word, but do you still remember what I said last night?" "I said finish." "Good. Nothing. Damage." Wang Chong coldly said. "Kid, don't try to act innocent after getting what you want. When I brought your subordinate back from the battlefield, he was already on his last breath, not far from death. This happened while you were fighting the skyquaking giants, and it had nothing to do with me. I spent a great deal of energy to treat your subordinate, so he deserves a word of thanks from you." Dewussili said. Wang Chong's eyebrows rose as he subconsciously glanced at Chinbin. The skyquaking army was descending from the sky, launching long-range attacks, and the giant ballistae guarded by Chinbin and Suki were the main targets of the skyquaking giants. Wang Chong was well aware of this. Wang Chong only needed a glance to know that Dewussili was not lying, and his expression relaxed. "Very good. Dewussili, I always keep my word. The secret of formation phenomena is here, so hand over my subordinate." Wang Chong faintly smiled as he reached into his bosom and took out a thin sheet of snow paper. Holding it between his index and middle fingers, he raised it high into the air. The mood instantly changed. Dewussili stared at the folded sheet of paper, his eyes blazing. Even Daluin Ruozin slightly raised his head, a serious expression on his face. Although Daluin Ruozin had maintained his composure this entire time, if Uzin could obtain the true secret of formation phenomena, it would be an irresistible temptation for Uzin. Time seemed to stop, and even breathing became ragged. The ordinary sheet of paper in Wang Chong's hand instantly became the undisputed center of attention. On the other side, even though Chinbin's mute acupoint was sealed and his body was under Wang Chong's control, his hearing wasn't affected. Even though Chinbin couldn't speak, his body was clearly trembling. "Dewussili, you only have one chance. Have you still not thought it through?" Wang Chong waved the sheet of paper in his hand. In an instant, as if awakening from a dream, everyone turned their heads around. The secret of formation phenomena, the thing that Dewussili had dreamed of the most in his life, was now within reach. At this moment, Dewussili found it hard to remain calm. As he gazed at the thin, snow-white paper, a hint of desire appeared in his eyes. Without hesitation, Dewussili shook his wrist and instinctively reached for Chinbin on horseback. Wait! Just as he was about to hand Chinbin over, Dewussili's heart skipped a beat and he snapped out of his daze. "Kid, how do I know if what you're giving me is real?" The atmosphere froze in an instant, and the initial frenzy dissipated. Everyone's eyes became calm. That's right. Only Wang Chong could master the secret of formation phenomena. No one knew if it was real or not. If Wang Chong used a fake one to fool them, no one would be able to tell the difference. Dewussili was no fool. He had to be on his guard. "Ha!" Wang Chong faintly smiled, and under the reluctant gazes of the crowd, he slowly put away the snowy paper. His expression was calm and unruffled, as if he had already predicted this development. Dewussili had a suspicious personality, and an imperial great general of this level was not easy to fool. "I just knew that Lord Protector General wouldn't trust me so easily." With a flick of his wrist, Wang Chong tossed out another sheet of paper, strengthened by his stellar energy. This thin sheet of paper was no different from steel. Swish! The paper whistled through the air as it shot toward DeWissely's face. Confused, DeWissely extended a finger and caught the paper that Wang Chong had thrown at him. "What's this?" DeWissely asked, a look of confusion on his face. Around him, Dalu and Ruozhen, Huishu Wizong, and the others also looked over. No one knew what Wang Chong was up to with the two letters, one at the front and one at the back. This sheet of paper records part of the secret of formation phenomena. DeWissely, you have 7,000 Celestial Wolf cavalry under your command. Pick 60 of them and have them cultivate according to the method written here. You'll soon know if it's real or fake. These words took everyone by surprise. Not even DeWissely had expected such a move. "Prime Minister, what's going on?" On the other side, Dusong Mangpoj frowned and subconsciously lowered his voice. "I don't know. Let's wait and see," Dalu and Ruozhen said, his brow creasing. This matter was somewhat different from what he had expected. Not even he could understand Wang Chong's actions. Up ahead, DeWissely did not think so much. He gave Wang Chong a profound glance and waved his hand behind him. Soon, 60 fully armored Celestial Wolf cavalry galloped out from the rear, brimming with energy. Cultivate according to the method written here. DeWissely only glanced at the paper before handing it over to a Celestial Wolf cavalry officer in the rear. "Yes, my lord." The 60 Celestial Wolf cavalry received the order and galloped away. They took up formation and began to cultivate according to the method written on the paper. All was quiet as everyone focused their attention on the 60 Celestial Wolf cavalry. Daluin, Ruozhen, Huishu, Wizong, DeWissely, everyone was paying attention to the development of this matter. Only Wang Chong silently smiled at the distant Celestial Wolf cavalry. As an elite force of cavalry that could dominate the world, the Celestial Wolf cavalry were the cream of the crop in terms of strength, experience, and comprehension. By using Wang Chong's formation phenomena on them, they could be used to their greatest potential in the shortest amount of time. Time passed by, and soon enough, the 60 Celestial Wolf cavalry finished their cultivation, each of them undergoing a subtle transformation. "My lord, we're ready." The Celestial Wolf cavalry officer rode over and respectfully reported to DeWissely. DeWissely's eyes flashed like lightning as he swept them over. At this moment, his eyes were filled with bewilderment. When Wang Chong had first tossed the paper over, DeWissely hadn't paid it much attention. But when he saw the transformation of the 60 Celestial Wolf cavalry, DeWissely couldn't help but begin to doubt it. He could clearly sense that after cultivating the contents of Wang Chong's paper, everyone's aura had clearly grown thicker and more profound. Even with DeWissely's experience and knowledge, he had never seen any technique that could cause such a massive transformation in the Celestial Wolf cavalry in such a short time. "Begin." DeWissely waved his hand. At this moment, not even he realized that he had unwittingly developed a hint of anticipation. Boom! A moment later, the 60 Celestial Wolf cavalry formed into a formation and began to gallop off into the distance. After traveling 100 meters, the Celestial Wolf cavalry let out a fierce roar. In a flash, a powerful energy of the world surged through the air, connecting the officer and the 60 Celestial Wolf cavalry together. Clang! The 60 Celestial Wolf cavalry pulled out their weapons and pointed them at the sky. Rumble! A moment later, something that left everyone stunned occurred. There was a thunderous boom. 30 meters above the Celestial Wolf cavalry, black clouds began to gather from all directions, gathering above the Celestial Wolf cavalry. This phenomenon immediately vanished, but everyone present, whether it was DeWissely or Daluin Ruozhen, was stunned. Formation Phenomena, Chapter 1016. Shock. Everyone was shocked speechless by this sight, and the dignified atmosphere instantly became subtle. Even the look in Daluin Ruozhen's eyes had changed. "DeWissely, what do you think?" Wang Chong withdrew his gaze from the distance and looked at DeWissely with a grin. DeWissely gave Wang Chong a deep look, then suddenly smiled. "Kid, You're quite lucky that someone is willing to trade something like formation phenomena for your life. With a tug of his right hand, Dewusley instantly tore off the black cloth covering Chin Bin's eyes. At the same time, he reached out and unsealed Chin Bin's mute acupoint, then released him. Marquis, no, you can't give him the formation phenomena. As soon as he opened his eyes, Chin Bin shouted angrily and anxiously. The matter of formation phenomena was extremely important. He had endured the pain and torture, refusing to reveal it, all to prevent the secret of formation phenomena from falling into Dewusley's hands. If Wang Chong gave the secret of formation phenomena to Dewusley, then all his previous efforts would be wasted. Dewusley, I definitely won't let you have your way. Seeing that the deal was about to be completed, Chin Bin's eyes flashed with determination. With a thought, he suddenly bit down on the root of his tongue. But in the next moment, before Chin Bin could bite his tongue to commit suicide, a hand like an iron clamp clamped down on Chin Bin's lower jaw. You want to commit suicide in front of me? A voice resounded in his ear. Dewusley smiled coldly, and Chin Bin's heart instantly sank. Wang Chong, you have guts. As long as you give me the real formation phenomena, I'll return your subordinates to you. How about it? Dewusley turned his head and looked at Wang Chong, said, All right. Wang Chong smiled calmly. Even in front of Dewusley, the Heavenly Wolf General, his aura was not inferior in the slightest. I'll give you the first half of the mystery of formation phenomena first, and I'll give you the other half after you've sent my subordinates down. As soon as he finished speaking, Wang Chong took out the letter from before. With a wave of his hand, it transformed into a streak of white light that shot toward Dewusley. Dewusley stretched out his hand and subconsciously took it. Unlike before, Dewusley opened the letter and read it carefully. A few moments later, Dewusley took the first sheet of paper from the Celestial Wolf cavalry officer and carefully compared the two sheets of paper. When Dewusley did that, everyone remained silent, waiting for his answer. Unbelievable. I thought that the art of formation phenomena was lost. I didn't think that I would be able to obtain the supreme secret of the formation in a place like Tala's. Dewusley's mind was in turmoil as he gripped the two letters. As one of the three supreme great generals of the Western Turkic Khaganate, Dewusley's vision and experience far surpassed that of an ordinary person. Gold, jade, or beautiful women would find it very difficult to move Dewusley's heart. Even the most supreme of weapons would find it very difficult to move Dewusley's heart. But as he looked at the two letters in his hand that had cost no more than one tael of silver, Dewusley's heart began to thump. Formation phenomena. Dewusley had spent more than half his life searching for it to no avail, but now he held it in his hands, and he was only missing the last part. Dewusley still had his vision and experience, so Dewusley only needed a glance to know that the first half of what Wang Chong had given him was real. The concept of these words and the mysteries of the great Tao and the principles of the world were not things that Wang Chong could fabricate in such a short time. No one could fabricate these words. The level and concept of these words clearly surpassed that of Dewusley's celestial wolf illusory formation, enough to make any formation on the continent pale in comparison. Most importantly, the concept of all the words flowed smoothly like flowing water, and they came from the same source without any flaws. If this technique had been fabricated in a single night, Dewusley would have no choice but to prostrate himself in admiration. Even if it was fake, he would accept it. This could only mean that Dewusley's eyesight was too poor. Even if he had been tricked, he deserved it. Or perhaps Wang Chong had known 3 or 4 months ago that he would come to Tala's and coveted the formation phenomena, so he had spent a great deal of time and effort to prepare this formation phenomena to deal with him. But that was far too absurd. Brat, I can give him to you. Dewusley raised his head and smiled, at the same time putting the 2 letters into his bosom. But how do I know that the second half of your book is real and that you didn't tamper with it? If it's fake, Wouldn't all my efforts have been for nothing? Dewissely, you're being too paranoid. I've already given you the first half, and you've tested the power of formation phenomena, but you still haven't released the person. How do we know that you won't release him? If you take the item but don't release him, won't we suffer even greater losses? Anchi Vice Protector General Chung Qianli couldn't bear to watch any longer and finally interjected. The Tang dynasty had already displayed sufficient sincerity, but it seemed like Dewissely wanted even more. This was simply pushing his luck. Haha, Dewissely, you didn't see it, so of course you wouldn't know. Wang Chong finally spoke. His expression was calm, as if he had known that Dewissely would ask this question. The second half might be fake, but it also might be real. Dewissely, you have a paranoid personality, and I don't intend to convince you otherwise. You can choose to end the transaction right now. I won't get the person, and you won't get the formation phenomena, leaving us with nothing. But you can also choose to believe me and take a risk. This way I can get my person back, and you can get the real formation phenomena. Make your choice. Dewissely's expression froze. He had never imagined that Wang Chong would be so calm as to say that the second half might be fake. This caught him off guard, and he didn't know how to respond. If he had heard Wang Chong say these words in the past, he would have immediately turned and left. But now that he had seen the vast concept and power contained within the 2 scrolls of formation phenomena, Dewissely found it impossible to so easily withdraw. Brat, aren't you being too arrogant? I've already obtained the contents of the 2 scrolls of formation phenomena. If you dare to speak to me like this, aren't you afraid that I'll kill him? Dewissely slowly turned his head to look at Qinbin, his eyes turning cold. At some point, his fingers had begun to clench, sending a stream of energy to his fingertips. If he tightened his grip, Qinbin's bones would shatter and he would die. Dewissely, Qinbin is my subordinate, and I value him greatly, but to you and the Western Turks, he's just an insignificant, nameless pawn. To exchange an insignificant pawn for a scroll of formation phenomena. Dewissely, you've already profited greatly. Are you willing to kill him? Wang Chong grinned, his sharp eyes stabbing into Dewissely's heart like swords. On the other side, Daluan Ruozen's eyes twitched at Wang Chong's words, a hint of interest flashing through his eyes. Dewissely still didn't understand Wang Chong at all. Argue with him. Not even Daluan Ruozen was a match for him, much less Dewissely. Okay. Just as Daluan Ruozen had predicted, Dewissely laughed and made his choice. Brat, I can make a deal with you, but we'll exchange the person and the item. I'll count to 3, and when I reach 1, I'll throw you your subordinate, and you'll throw me what I want. We'll work together, and no one is allowed to play any tricks. If I discover that what you're giving me is fake, I'll first kill Qinbin, and then I'll kill all your subordinates. Of course. If I discover that you won't release him or try to kill him midway, I'll destroy the letter and you'll never obtain the formation phenomena. This will be my first and last time making a deal with anyone. Wang Chong waved his sleeve and smiled. In the end, Dewissely had been unable to resist the temptation of the formation phenomena. But as long as he could save Qinbin, it would all be worth it. At the final moment, Wang Chong and Dewissely, the 2 supreme commanders of the Tang dynasty and the Western Turks, had finally reached an agreement. But the atmosphere had not relaxed in the slightest. On the contrary, it had reached a fever pitch. Qianli, get ready. If something goes wrong, immediately stop Dewissely and save Qinbin. While everyone's attention was focused on Wang Chong and Dewissely, no one noticed that Gao Shenji, who had been standing behind Wang Chong this entire time, had used a secret technique to whisper into Chung Qianli's ear. Wang Chong and Dewissely had reached a deal amidst the calm, but few people noticed that beneath this calm surface was boundless killing intent and turmoil. Dewissely and Wang Chong had agreed to a count of 3 before attacking. 1 hand over the person, the other hand over the item. In that brief moment, Wang Chong could only draw Dewissely's attention to the formation phenomena written on the letter and convince him that it was real. Only then could Wang Chong succeed. But if Dewussili felt that he had been tricked or that what Wang Chong had given him wasn't real, then he would definitely attack Qin Bin. In that instant, he would definitely turn around and attack Qin Bin. At that time, Qin Bin would assuredly die. Moreover, because Qin Bin was already in his hands and closest to him, not even Gao Xinji would be able to save him. Understood. Chang Qianli nodded almost imperceptibly, a grave expression on his face. 3. A voice that was as heavy as iron and resounding suddenly resounded between heaven and earth. With this voice, the deal between Wang Chong and Dewussili began. The atmosphere suddenly became heavy and somber. Kacha! Dewussili's well-defined fingers tightened around Qin Bin's neck. His expression was cold, completely different from when he had been negotiating with Wang Chong. Kacha! Chapter 1017. 2. As Dewussili called out the second number, the atmosphere grew even more somber. Everyone remained motionless, but an invisible tension began to spread through the air. Everyone's eyes sharpened, no longer showing the slightest laziness. At this moment, whoosh! Wang Chong suddenly took the third and final piece of paper from his bosom. The frosty white paper was extremely thin, and in the sunlight one could faintly make out the tiny lines of words within. Dewussili blinked, and then, as if attracted by some invisible energy, he couldn't help but look over. At the same time, the others began to look over. Formation phenomena. Only with this final scroll would the formation be complete. Formation phenomena represented a high level of formation mastery. It was not just a chant or a powerful formation. If one could comprehend its secrets, the celestial wolf illusory formation that the Western Turks were renowned for would be able to reach an even higher level and form their own formation phenomena. At that time, the celestial wolf cavalry would be even more difficult to stop. And the Uzin's great scarlet sun formation was on the same level as the celestial wolf illusory formation, but it had also not reached the highest level. If one could obtain the secret of formation phenomena, they could also reach an even higher level and form their own formation phenomena for the great scarlet sun formation. This was a temptation that no one could resist. Prime Minister. In the rear of the group, several dozen zhang away from Huishu Wizong and Dusong Mangpoj, Hoba Senji's eyes flickered and he subconsciously licked his lips, a hint of desire on his face. Although he had come to avenge and kill the Wushan cavalry to uphold the reputation of the Uzin Empire's cavalry, if he could comprehend formation phenomena and bring the great Scarlet Sun formation to an even higher level, why wouldn't he be happy? After all, the Uzin Plateau also had legends of supreme formations. 1. Finally, it was the final moment. The atmosphere instantly became tense. Wang Chong, Dewussili, Gao Xinji, and Huishu Wizong all tensed their muscles like a fully drawn bow. Boom! In the time it took for a spark to fly off a flint, the air rumbled. The first to make a move was not Dewussili but Wang Chong. Chi! In a flash of white light, the final letter flew out of Wang Chong's hand. However, this letter was not directed at Dewussili. Instead, it was directed diagonally in an empty direction. Dewussili's eyelids twitched, and he was instantly attracted by the letter. His expression seemed calm, but there was a hint of nervousness between his brows. A ball of light flickered in Wang Chong's hand as he aimed it at the letter floating in the air. It seemed like he was prepared to make a move at any moment to destroy the formation phenomena. Pung! Without any hesitation, Dewussili flicked his wrist and sent Qin Bin flying from his horse by a hair's breadth. Wang Chong, you can have your man, but give me the formation phenomena. Dewussili had thrown Qin Bin in the opposite direction of the letter Wang Chong had sent him. His voice boomed through the air as Dewussili tossed Qin Bin toward a deserted area. Moreover, there was a great distance between him and Wang Chong's letter. If Wang Chong had wanted to save Qin Bin, he would not have had the time to destroy the third letter containing the formation phenomena. Similarly, if Dewussili had wanted to obtain the formation phenomena, he would not have had the time to kill Chin Bin. On this point, both Wang Chong and Dewusley had clearly thought of the same thing. Boom! In a flash of light, the two experts, Wang Chong and Dewusley, shot through the air at the same time. One pounced on Chin Bin, the other on the third letter in the air. In a battle between experts, every second mattered. For experts of Wang Chong and Dewusley's level, far too many things could happen in a single second. Their top priority was to obtain what they wanted. Wang Chong, eat my halberd. Dewusley was overjoyed to see Wang Chong pounce on Chin Bin. Just as the two passed each other and were closest to each other, Dewusley did not hesitate to gather all the stellar energy in his body and pour it into the black halberd in his hand. In the blink of an eye, the black halberd transformed into a furious dragon, dragging a long tail of flames behind it as it ruthlessly shot towards Wang Chong. Almost at the same time, there was a heaven-shaking roar. In the instant that Dewusley leaped forward, there was a flash of light as Wang Chong rapidly transformed into God King Yama. Boom! His left palm blocked the full force strike of Dewusley's black halberd, while the huge Vajra pestle in his right hand smashed towards Dewusley. Do it! In a flash, Wang Chong and Dewusley were not the only ones to act. Behind Dewusley, Shamshak and Chekenbenba had been staring at Dewusley's left palm. Upon receiving Dewusley's signal, the two brigadier generals of the Western Turkic Khaganate immediately lunged at Chin Bin, who had been thrown into the air by Dewusley like hungry tigers. The more Wang Chong cared, the more it proved how important Chin Bin was. Most importantly, if Chin Bin was killed in front of them, it would deal a massive blow to the morale of the entire Tang Dynasty army. For this reason alone, it was worth it for the two of them to kill Chin Bin. Shameless scoundrel! You dare! Next to Wang Chong, Chen Qianli's eyes flashed with cold light as he charged at Chin Bin. The atmosphere on the battlefield instantly became tense. But the greatest variable in this transaction was the silent Gao Xianji. There are some things that don't belong to you, Dewusley. Don't get carried away by your wishful thinking. A dignified and aloof voice resounded in everyone's ears. Boom! Gao Xianji's body exploded forward, moving faster than anyone else's. The moment he lunged forward, all the experts on the battlefield instantly paled in comparison to the storm of energy unleashed by Gao Xianji. Damn it! Dewusley's face contorted. There were countless experts in the world, and every empire and faction had its own elite great generals. But of all these great generals, Gao Xianji was the most enviable. Even Abu Muslim treated Gao Xianji with utmost respect, so one could easily imagine his strength. Gao Xianji, I've already released him. Do you want to break the agreement? Dewusley's heart tightened. He had originally been a little suspicious, but Gao Xianji's reaction had dispelled any of his doubts. If this wasn't a real formation phenomena, why would a top-class great general like Gao Xianji be so nervous as to personally snatch it? Gao Xianji, don't even think about it. Dewusley's muscles tensed up and his veins bulged. He no longer dared to tangle with Wang Chong, and his body shot forward with astonishing speed toward the letter in the air. Dewusley's reaction was fast enough, but there was someone else who reacted even faster than Dewusley. Huishu Wizong's body was tense. By the time Dewusley had counted to 2, he had been ready to strike. But Gao Xianji's attack had caused Huishu Wizong to change his target from Wang Chong and Chin Bin to Gao Xianji. Rumble! The ground suddenly shook, and a golden saber chi shot out majestically, chopping at Gao Xianji in the air. Boom! 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 Amidst the violent explosions, the two's auras clashed heavily. Peerless saber chi and force chi swept out in all directions. The dust from the explosions surged and covered the sky. Damn it! My formation phenomena! Dewusley's face was fraught with anxiety. Without the slightest hesitation, golden stellar energy erupted from his body, transforming into a golden barrier that blocked the shock waves. At this moment, Dewusley had chosen to use his stellar energy to block the shock waves of the clash between the two great generals. Bzzz. Dewusley's body shot forward, his two fingers grabbing the letter in the air and then swiftly drawing it into his palm. As he felt the peculiar abrasiveness of the paper in his palm, Dewusley felt like a great burden had been lifted from his heart. Let's go! The moment the second scroll of formation phenomena was in his hand, Dewusley immediately used the celestial wolf's divine procession and shot forward like a bolt of lightning. Dewusley didn't even care about Chinbin. Of course, most importantly, Dewusley could already see a massive monster approaching the battlefield. Roar! The gigantic beast roared. Before anyone could react, a black shadow grew bigger and bigger, falling from the sky and landing heavily on the ground. The heavy body was like a meteor crashing into the ground, causing the earth to quake. Giant ape! Shamshak and Che Kuenbenba, who had been fighting with Ching Qianli, felt their hearts tremble at the sight of this mountainous figure. The fighting spirit in their hearts immediately vanished, and they immediately turned and fled. The giant ape possessed peerless strength. Not even great generals were a match for it, much less brigadier generals like them. Want to run? Aren't you going to leave anything behind? Wang Chong inwardly sneered at the sight. Shamshak and Che Kuenbenba had dared to attack Chinbin and ruin Wang Chong's chances. So how could they allow the two of them to so easily retreat? Bang! With a thought from Wang Chong, the stellar energy Vajra pestle in his hand shot like a shooting star toward Shamshak's back. Almost at the same time, the air rumbled, and another huge rock tumbled in the air with a sharp whistle, heavily crashing into Kuenbenba. At this moment, Wang Chong had controlled the giant ape to throw out a massive boulder. Boom! Boom! With miserable screams, Shamask and Kuenbenba were struck in the back at the same time. Vomiting blood, the two of them fled at top speed. Roar! The giant ape roared and leaped into the air in pursuit of the Uzun army and the Western Turks. This time, the giant ape was no longer barehanded. A massive metal cudgel, more than 10 meters long, had appeared in its hand. The cudgel stirred the air around it, stirring up an astonishing aura. Go, go, go! Let's go! In the distance, the thousands of Mutri, great cavalry, and celestial wolf cavalry had long ago been on guard against the giant ape. Throughout the entire transaction, although the giant ape had always been at the back and was a distance away, there was nothing more eye-catching than it. To these elite cavalry, the greatest threat was not Wang Chong or Gao Xinji, but this giant ape. Chapter 1018. A new WeChat post, the evil Emperor Zhang Wenfu, has been uploaded. Everyone is welcome to take a look. Search for Huang Fuqi on WeChat's official account. Carrot, boom! There was an earth-shattering crash as a giant metal cudgel slammed into the cavalry at the very back. Aya! A series of miserable screams rang out as several dozen Mutri, great cavalry, and celestial wolf cavalry were unable to dodge in time and were struck by the giant cudgels hurled by the giant ape. The immense force of the cudgels instantly killed them on the spot. Now that the deal was complete and Chinbin had been tossed over to Li Sai by Chang Qianli, there was no longer any need for the two sides to continue working together. How could Wang Chong let go of this opportunity? But right now, the one who was most anxious was not Wang Chong, but Gao Xinji. Dewusley, where do you think you're going? Leave behind the formation phenomena. Gao Xinji's speed was as fast as lightning, enough to strike fear into the hearts of any expert. The air rumbled as Gao Xinji left a long trail of white qi in his wake as he chased after Dewusley at an unbelievable speed. Boom! The air split apart like a wave as a vast stream of sword qi, more than 10 zhang long, slashed at Dewusley in the air. Gao Xinji seemed to have decided that Dewusley was the one who would chase him relentlessly. Meanwhile, a sharp aura had already locked onto Dewusley, as if he would not rest until he took back the formation phenomena. Bastard! Dewusley was both shocked and enraged. In the past, he really would not have been afraid of fighting with Gao Xianji, but now a single blow from the two of them would be enough to pulverize the letter in his hand. In a battle between experts, every second mattered. Under these circumstances, Dewusley did not even have the time to open the letter and memorize it. Dewusley also believed that Gao Xianji would never give him this chance. Huishu Wizong, help me block Gao Xianji. After this is done, I will share the formation phenomena with you. Dewusley suddenly shouted as he tightly gripped the letter in his hand. Dewusley was still skeptical about the formation phenomena in the second half of the scroll, but now he was 80% convinced. If it wasn't true, Gao Xianji wouldn't have chased after him so relentlessly and acted as if he wanted to fight him to the death. This brat is really gullible. He doesn't even understand the principle that all is fair in war. The Central Plainsmen, sure, are honest. Dewusley thought mockingly in his heart. He was now certain that Wang Chong had most likely not discussed the deal with Gao Xianji and had forcibly made the decision. If that wasn't the case, he would never have had the opportunity to take advantage of it. On the other side, Huishu Wizong had already fled a distance away. When he heard Dewusley's words, his eyes flashed, and he immediately changed his mind. Just as everyone was retreating into the distance, Huishu Wizong bent his body and abruptly charged toward Gao Xianji. Boom! The golden Vairocana Buddha suddenly appeared in the void, and then a huge saber chi that could split mountains and split seas slashed toward Gao Xianji. Boom! The shocking saber chi and sword chi collided, and the peerless sword chi swept out in all directions, stirring up the air and soil within a radius of 150 feet, triggering a series of explosions. However, this simple collision immediately won Dewusley an important opportunity to catch his breath. Nay could only hear the warhorse neighing as Dewusley suddenly accelerated, leaving a series of afterimages in the void, and quickly disappeared into the distance. On the other side, the enraged Gao Xianji was invincible, and even Huishu Wizong could not stop him. Swish! A heaven-shaking bolt of sword chi tore through the armor on Huishu Huizong's left arm, pulverizing it like a piece of paper. Even the arm beneath the armor had been cut open, blood spurting out. However, Huishu Wizong only frowned, and there was no change in his expression, as if the arm that Gao Xianji had stabbed was someone else's arm. Go! After blocking Gao Xianji with his saber, Huishu Wizong immediately shot into the distance, without hesitation. Although Huishu Wizong was not as strong as Gao Xianji, if he focused on escaping, not even Gao Xianji would be able to stop him. Lord Protector General, there's no need to worry about them. Come back. As the ashen-faced Gao Xianji was continuing his pursuit, a voice came from behind him. Wang Chong had come up from behind and called out to stop him. Daluin Ruozhen had already left, and with him present in this transaction, Gao Xianji wouldn't be able to gain much of an advantage if he continued to pursue. Being able to kill a few Mutri Great Cavalry and Celestial Wolf Cavalry was already quite good. What a pity! I was just a little bit away from catching up. Gao Xianji spitefully said as he looked into the distance. Wang Chong was going to save them, and he was going to destroy the formation phenomena. The reason Gao Xianji hadn't stopped this transaction was because he had made up his mind to destroy the letter with the formation phenomena written on it the moment the transaction was completed. This way, he would be able to help Wang Chong save Chinbin and also stop Dewusley's scheme. Alas, a single Huishu Wizong had ruined everything. Haha, Lord Protector General, there's no need to worry. Let them go. To Gao Xianji's surprise, Wang Chong faintly smiled as he looked in the direction Dewusley's forces had gone. Gao Xianji's heart trembled at Wang Chong's words, and he immediately turned his head. The smile on Wang Chong's lips caused Gao Xianji's mind to jolt. Countless thoughts flitted through his mind, and he seemed to understand something. Haha, Lord Protector General, the transaction is complete. Let's go back and talk. As if already guessing at what Gao Xianji would ask, Wang Chong smiled and spoke first. Gao Shinji nodded, gathered his army, and together with the giant ape, they set off for the distant city of Talas. In the distance, dust churned. Finally free from the pursuit of the Tang dynasty, and no longer in sight of the city of Talas, Dewusilly finally breathed a sigh of relief. Great General, congratulations. For a Tang dynasty soldier to be exchanged for a set of formation phenomena, there is no better deal than this. With this set of formation phenomena, the Western Turkic Khaganate has a chance of revitalizing itself, and the Great General will be able to reach an even higher status. Accompanied by the clattering of hooves, a voice suddenly came from behind. Daluin Ruozin, mounted on a highland steed, was catching up. As he gazed at Dewusilly, Daluin Ruozin gave a meaningful smile. Thump! This voice caused Dewusilly's heart to thump. Now that the enemy was gone, the people Dewusilly least wanted to see were the Uzun people. Prime Minister is too serious. I just want to use it to perfect my celestial wolf illusory formation. I don't have any grand ambitions. Dewusilly pretended not to understand. Haha, our Uzun's great scarlet sun formation also happens to have some flaws that require the use of formation phenomena to perfect. Why don't Great General let us take a look? Daluin Ruozin faintly smiled, but his eyes turned sharp. Before trading with the Tang dynasty, the two sides had agreed that the Tang dynasty's formation phenomena would be given to the Uzun. But Dewusilly had gotten what he wanted, and yet he was feigning ignorance at a time like this. But Daluin Ruozin was no easy fool. Buzz! Daluin Ruozin's words immediately caused the mood to turn solemn. Dewusilly said nothing, and as he sat on his black steed, his body clearly stiffened. Formation phenomena. Dewusilly had exerted himself again and again, finally managing to get Wang Chong to agree. Although he had made a promise to Daluin Ruozin and Huishu Wizang, he had only been forced by the circumstances. How could it be easy for Dewusilly to hand it over now? What? Is Great General unwilling to give it up? Daluin Ruozin's sharp eyes seemed to be able to see into Dewusilly's mind. Humph! With a cold snort, Huishu Wizang and Dewusilly next to Daluin Ruozin suddenly paled. Although the two of them did not say anything, they both placed their palms on the weapons at their waists. At that moment, their auras became extremely sharp. Dewusilly, we also put in a lot of effort in this transaction. Are you thinking of burning the bridge after crossing the river and going back on your word? Dusong Mangpoj coldly said. The mood instantly tensed. Clang, clang, clang. All the Mutri great cavalry behind Daluin Ruozin and Huishu Wizang unsheathed their sabers, their blades gleaming with cold light as they aimed at Dewusilly and the Western Turks. At almost the same moment, the Celestial Wolf cavalry grimaced and began to unsheath their swords, aiming them at the Mutri great cavalry. Just a moment ago, the two armies had been fighting side by side, but now they were pointing their sabers at each other. Ha ha ha! As the mood reached a fever pitch and seemed on the verge of a bloody clash, Dewusilly suddenly laughed. Prime Minister and generals, what are you thinking? I, Dewusilly, am not the sort of person to go back on my word. It's that crafty brat from the Tang dynasty who actually wanted to use formation phenomena to drive a wedge between us. But how could we let him do as he wished? Daluin Ruozin, these are the two pieces of paper from before. I've already read through them and memorized them. Take these two pieces of paper. Without the slightest hesitation, Dewusilly took out the first two pieces of paper that Wang Chong had given him and tossed them over without even glancing at them. Let alone Huishu, Wizang, and Dusong Mangpoj. Even Daluin Ruozin was a little surprised by this sudden action. Swish! Although he was alarmed, Dusong Mangpoj's arm twitched as he subconsciously caught the letter Dewusilly had tossed over. As he opened the paper and glanced at its contents, Dusong Mangpoj couldn't help but widen his eyes. Although Dewusilly had not allowed them to see the two pieces of paper, just from the artistic conception of the words on them, Dusong Mangpoj could tell that Dewusilly had not been hiding anything. He really had given him the 2 original copies of formation phenomena. This scoundrel, even the illustrious and experienced Dusong Mangpoj, an imperial great general on par with Dewussely, found it somewhat difficult to understand what Dewussely was thinking. A moment ago he had appeared extremely unwilling, but now he had become so straightforward. It was truly difficult to think of the 2 as the same person. Great general, very straightforward. We are all allies, so be at ease. Once we have read through these 2 pieces of paper, we will return them to great general. As Daluin Ruozen spoke, he lightly brushed his sleeve, his expression relaxed and carefree. As he spoke, Daluin Ruozen made a slight gesture. A moment later, his saber was sheathed, and the clattering of metal rang out as the Mutri great cavalry sheathed their weapons. The extremely tense atmosphere was instantly dissolved at this moment. There's no need for that. Prime Minister can keep them. Dewussely laughed, his attitude completely different from before. Chapter 1019. Third update. Thank you for MOU's reward. Thank you for your support. Carrot, my lord. Uzin's men didn't do anything in this matter. From start to finish, it was my lord's sole effort. Isn't giving it to them too easy? Once Daluin Ruozen and Huishu Wuzong had left, Shamshak couldn't help but say, "That's right. In the end, Uzin is still our enemy. Isn't giving them the formation phenomena just nurturing a tiger and inviting calamity?" Chechen Benba agreed. On this matter, Chechen Benba's attitude was strangely identical to Shamshak's. He truly couldn't understand why Dewussely would give the formation phenomena to Uzin's men. But both Chechen Benba and Shamshak had developed a habit of absolute obedience to Dewussely. Thus, when Daluin Ruozen was present, the 2 of them had said nothing. Now is not the time to fall out with Uzin. Moreover, Daluin Ruozen isn't that easy to deal with. Didn't you see? If we can't get the formation phenomena, Huishu Wuzong and Dusong Mangpoj will immediately attack. Dewussely said. Shamshak and Chechen Benba fell silent. Huishu Wuzong and Dusong Mangpoj were both extremely powerful great generals, and they also had the wise and resourceful Daluin Ruozen. Now, truly was not the time to fall out with Uzin. Moreover, Uzin had brought far more soldiers with him. If we have to give it to them sooner or later, we might as well give it to them straight away. Dewussely indifferently said. But Shamshak and Chechen Benba wanted to say something, but Dewussely quickly interrupted them. No buts. Do the 2 of you really think I'm that stupid? Would he really hand over all the formation phenomena to them so easily? Dewussely said coldly. Shamshak and Chechen Benba were stunned, but very quickly the 2 of them thought of something and felt relieved. Although he did not know how Dewussely did it in such a short time, there was no doubt that Dewussely had done something to those letters. My lord is wise. At this moment, the 2 of them were completely convinced. Dewussely just smiled and looked in the direction where Daluin Ruozen, Huishu Wuzong, and the others left. A profound light flashed in his eyes. You have your Zhongliang scheme, but I have my own ladder to climb over the wall. Although Daluin Ruozen had given the 3 sheets of formation phenomena to Daluin Ruozen, not even Daluin Ruozen had expected that Wang Chong had not touched a single word on the first 2 sheets. He had even given the 3rd sheet to the Tibetans without hiding anything. But in the instant that he handed it over, no one noticed that he had already tampered with it with his stellar energy, blurring a few key words on one of the volumes of formation phenomena at an extremely fast speed. Although only a few words had been changed, without these key words, the meaning of the entire formation phenomena was completely different. There was a reason why Dewussely had been so straightforward. Daluin Ruozen, I've already given you the things. If there's a problem, you can't come looking for me. Dewussely laughed darkly and quickly led the army back to the camp. Although Dewussely had done all he could to plan, not even he could have imagined that the situation would develop in a completely different direction. 10 some li away. Prime Minister, With these formation phenomena, no matter what, we can at least give an explanation to the Tsempo. After leaving the Western Turkic camp, Huishu Wuzong solemnly handed the 3 letters containing the ultimate secrets of the formation phenomena to Daluin Ruozin. A weight lifted from his heart. Daluin Ruozin had left the royal capital's prison with tens of thousands of elite cavalry and all the Mutri great cavalry, all without the Tsempo's consent. In the War of the Southwest, Daluin Ruozin's defeat was already a criminal, and now that he was mobilizing his own soldiers, he was even more guilty. However, with the help of something as legendary as formation phenomena, everything would be different. Although both Huishu Huaitsong and Dusong Mangpoj appeared extremely calm in front of Du Sili, as if they didn't care too much, this was only because they were imperial great generals who had concealed their cultivation very well. How could the 2 of them not understand the meaning and weight of true formation phenomena? This was something that could raise the strength of the entire Uzun Empire. To everyone's surprise, Daluin Ruozin, who had just a moment ago appeared to be very concerned about formation phenomena to Dawusili, didn't even look at the 2 volumes of formation phenomena before tossing them to his aide. It was like he was throwing away 2 pieces of insignificant paper. Don't get too optimistic. Huishu, Dusong, the contents of these 2 volumes aren't as important as you imagine them to be. Daluin Ruozin had a relaxed expression, but his first words left the 2 great generals of the Uzun Empire dumbstruck. Both of them were dumbfounded. Prime Minister, are you saying that the formation phenomena that Wang Chong gave us is fake? Huishu Wuzong asked in shock. It's fake to begin with, so how could it be real? Daluin Ruozin said decisively with a wave of his sleeve. But didn't we all see the mantra from before? Just 60 of the Celestial Wolf Cavalry were able to create the illusion of formation phenomena, even though they were just beginning to learn it. This was something that no formation could achieve. If it weren't for formation phenomena, it wouldn't have this kind of power. Dusong Mangpoj also spoke up. Although he had also wondered if these 3 sheets of paper could be fake, he couldn't have been as certain as Daluin Ruozin that the formation phenomena were fake without even looking at them. That's right. All of us saw it at the time. Huishu Wuzong also agreed. Originally, Huishu Wuzong had been rather happy to have obtained the 3 authentic sheets from Dawusili, but now all his excitement had vanished. And if these are all fake, doesn't that mean that Dawusili also got a fake? Dawusili liked to play the pig to eat the tiger, but he was only playing the pig to eat the tiger. He wasn't truly clumsy. It was very difficult to believe that Wang Chong had managed to fool 3 great generals in such a short time, and from Dawusili's reaction, it was clear that he also believed it to be real. But Daluin Ruozin never lied. If he was certain that the formation phenomena were fake, then there was an 80 to 90% chance that it was as he said. Daluin Ruozin only smiled. Dawusili doesn't understand him, so it's normal for him to be fooled by his methods. But, I understand him far too well. This isn't our first time fighting with him, and given his personality, he would never hand over something like formation phenomena to anyone. Dawusili is just being wishful thinking. But those phenomena! Dusong Mangpoj still found it somewhat difficult to believe that the contents of the 3 sheets of paper were all fake. That's where he's brilliant. If I'm not wrong, the simplified version of formation phenomena that he gave me at the beginning, including the first half of the formation phenomena, are all real. He's mixing half of it with half of it. What a good trick! Although Daluin Ruozin had been involved in this transaction, he had spent the majority of it as a bystander. In truth, he was also rather curious as to how Wang Chong had managed to fool Dawusili. But even Daluin Ruozin had to admire Wang Chong's daring. But if Prime Minister knew, why didn't he warn him? After all, we are still allies. Huishu Wuzong slightly creased his brow. It's not that I didn't want to warn him, but that even if we did, it would have been useless. Daluin Ruozin shook his head. Dawusili wants the formation phenomena far too much. If we had warned him at that time, he would have thought that we had ulterior motives. Moreover, we have no evidence, so why would de Wusely believe us? Daluin Ruozen's words left Huishuazong and Dusong Mangpoj dumbfounded. These two top-class great generals of the Uzun Empire were speechless. In the end, the Uzun Empire and the Western Turks were only temporary allies, and their friendship was not that deep. How could de Wusely possibly give up on this transaction because of a few words from them? Let's go. We'll talk after we return to camp. With these words, Daluin Ruozen quickly led his men away. Wang Chong, why did you stop me from pursuing de Wusely? Meanwhile, in the distant main hall of Talas, Gao Xianji, Chang Qianli, Wang Yan, Banahan, and all the other generals of the Tang dynasty had gathered together. Before he had even warmed his seat, Gao Xianji couldn't help but ask the question on his mind. That's right, Marquis, de Wusely is still our enemy. If he obtains the formation phenomena, he'll be even more difficult to deal with in the future. Shi Yuanqing, Banahan, and the other generals echoed his sentiments. No matter how one looked at it, de Wusely had obtained a complete victory in this transaction. More importantly, once the formation phenomena got out, it would create even more terrifying opponents. Haha, Lord Protector General, be at ease. This matter is far from simple. Even if de Wusely gets those 3 pieces of paper, he won't be able to obtain the formation phenomena. Wang Chong faintly smiled, a confident expression on his face. Wang Chong's words instantly silenced the noisy chatter in the hall. Like a stone falling to the ground, the people in the hall froze at Wang Chong's words, and then they relaxed. So you mean that what de Wusely obtained was fake? Gao Xianji said. His greatest worry in this transaction was that Wang Chong would really hand over the formation phenomena to de Wusely, allowing the Western Turkic Khaganate to grow even stronger. But from what Wang Chong had said, he was probably overthinking things. The 3 pieces of paper Wang Chong had given to de Wusely were probably fake. How could that be? With Daluin Ruozen present in this transaction, deceiving de Wusely is easy, but deceiving Daluin Ruozen is much more difficult. And besides, de Wusely isn't that easy to deceive. Wang Chong faintly smiled. He sat across from Gao Xianji, a long table between them. At the same time, he extended a finger and lightly tapped on the table. Chapter 1020. Wang Chong would never underestimate his opponents, much less a shrewd imperial great general like de Wusely or a strategist like Daluin Ruozen. If he had brought out a fake, de Wusely would have already killed Qin Bin. Gao Xianji, Cheng Qianli, and Shi Yuanqing were left confused by Wang Chong's words. They had no idea what Wang Chong was talking about. So, Wang Chong, were those 3 pieces of paper real or fake? Gao Xianji went straight to the point with a frown. The letters were real, as was the content. It's just not what de Wusely wanted. Wang Chong faintly smiled, a profound look on his face. Other than Wang Chong, no one else could explain the inside story of this transaction. The highest realm of array formations was array phenomena. However, this ancient power was not as simple as people thought. In the history of the entire continent, there was a period of time when formation phenomena were actually very common. And it was not just the Central Plains. The Western Turks and the Uzun Plateau had all had their own unique formation phenomena, all of them at the pinnacle of their power. Once one reached the level of formation phenomena, one could use the power of the world to greatly increase the power of one's soldiers, allowing them to reach an inconceivable level of power and defeat their opponents. However, due to an unforeseen event, the highest level and ultimate power of these formations had completely disappeared from the entire continent. If not for this, the celestial wolf great general would not have spent so much time and still ended up empty-handed. And he would not have been like he was now, the moment he discovered the secret of formation phenomena on Wang Chong's body. He could no longer restrain himself and began to think of a way to seize it. In the post-apocalyptic world, in order to deal with the foreign invaders, many people thought of this ultimate formation power. However, This ultimate formation power, from scratch until it finally saw the light of day, had expended countless manpower and resources, taken countless detours, and created many different versions of it. In the end, after gathering the power of the entire world, the best version of the true formation phenomena was finally selected from the countless versions. Don't worry, my lord. I have already arranged everything. Although the version that Dewussely had taken was real, I had made some minor changes to it. The more he cultivates and delves into it, the greater the harm it poses to him and the greater the weakening of his power. Furthermore, it's not even close to the true realm of formation phenomena. This is also my punishment for using such despicable methods to kidnap Qinbin. Wang Chong tapped his fingers on the table and said confidently. Wang Chong didn't explain much. Wang Chong, I believe you. Gao Xianji's eyes brightened, and he didn't ask any more questions. No matter what Wang Chong had done or how he had done it, as long as Dewussely couldn't obtain the true formation phenomena, he would be at ease. This was the only thing he was concerned about. Qianli Yuanqing, fortify the city's defenses to prevent Abu Muslim and Dalo and Ruozin from joining forces and making a comeback. In addition, let the soldiers rest. Yes, my lord, the pair respectfully replied. Congratulations to user for achieving preliminary victory in the Battle of Talas. You are rewarded with 8,000 points of destiny energy. As the meeting concluded and the group left, Wang Chong prepared to stand up. Suddenly, a familiar voice rang out in his mind. A golden light poured into his mind, and Wang Chong instantly sensed a subtle transformation in his body. His body seemed to have gotten stronger, his cells more energetic. At the same time, the light in his mind shifted. From the moment Abu Muslim had arrived at Talas to the moment Abu Muslim led the Arab army in retreat, countless sabers and swords had been flashing. Mountains of corpses and seas of blood had appeared before Wang Chong's eyes. One fierce battle after another taking place at an astonishing speed. The final scene in Wang Chong's mind was that of an enormous map of the continent slowly turning until it finally stopped at the golden number 8,000. The first phase of the battle is over. The second phase is about to begin. Warning: user has an extremely high chance of defeat. Warning: user's situation will become even more complicated. His true opponents are not limited to the Arabs. If the mission fails, user will be obliterated. User must use every method possible to survive. The reward for the second phase is 20,000 points of destiny energy. If the mission fails, 80,000 points will be deducted. User has an extremely low chance of survival. Another warning: before the Battle of Talas is won, user cannot retreat. Retreat means death. One mountain cannot hold two tigers. The two empires must decide the final victor. Almost at the same moment the rewards for the first phase of the mission were issued, a string of information flowed into Wang Chong's mind like a waterfall. Wang Chong's face froze in shock. Chun Bin had already been rescued, but the Stone of Destiny had only announced the victory of the first phase now. This was already rather strange. But what was even stranger was the string of information the Stone of Destiny had suddenly revealed. Has the battle still not been won? Wang Chong's mind was in turmoil. He had already taken control of the behemoths. More than half of the Skyquaking army had been killed, and more than half of the Arabs' elite forces had been killed. Abu Muslim and Ziyad had fled several dozen li, no longer as powerful as before. Wang Chong had originally believed that the battle had ended here, that the siege had been resolved, and that it could come to a close. But Wang Chong had never imagined that the Stone of Destiny would reveal that this was only the beginning of the war. It was far from over. His situation will become even more complicated. His true opponents are not limited to the Arabs. What does this mean? Could it be that the Arabs have other allies? But the strongest power to the west of the Tsong Mountains is the Arabian Empire. All the neighboring countries have been conquered by them. So how could they have any allies? Of all the information revealed by the Stone of Destiny, this was the most perplexing part. Wang Chong sensed that his involvement in the Battle of Talas had changed yet again, as if there was something important that he did not know. But what was it? As Wang Chong's mind was in turmoil, he quickly left the hall. Putting aside the matter of the Stone of Destiny, when the news of the victory in the Battle of Talas reached the rear, in the city of Sia closest to the Tsong Mountains, wonderful! The Arabs have retreated. The Tang people have defeated the Arabs. I just knew that the Tang dynasty would win. Protector General Gao. Protector General Gao. The originally chaotic Suya city was suddenly filled with jubilation. Countless merchants who heard the news came out to the streets. The bandits, highwaymen, and all sorts of other forces who had been looting and setting fires all over the place retreated one after another. The city slowly regained its order. The Tang dynasty had operated in the western regions for many years and still had some prestige. Now that the Tang dynasty had defeated the combined armies of the Arabs, the Western Turks, and the Yuzin, it meant that the western regions would soon return to the rule of the Tang dynasty. Using this chance to make an enemy of the Tang dynasty was no longer a wise move. Damn it, the Arabs have hundreds of thousands of soldiers, far more than those bastards from Chishi and the Anchi Protectorate Army, but they still lost. What the hell? What a bunch of useless trash. In the northwest corner of Se, on the road leading out of the city, a one-eyed and bearded who rode a large horse, a strange saber 10 feet long in his hand, a hateful expression on his face. The Tang people had ruled the western regions for many years, and they had finally found a rare opportunity to plunder and plunder. They had never expected that in such a short time, the legendary governor of iron and blood of the Arabian Empire would be forced to retreat. Leader, what do we do now? The Arabs gave us money to make trouble in the rear for at least 3 months, and it's not time yet. A thin and quick-witted who bowed and whispered. This time, the Arabs had thrown out large sums of money to bribe the tribes in the rear and have them make trouble in the rear. Where else could they find such a good deal where they could obtain both benefits and money? Thus, the tribes immediately agreed. There's nothing else to be done. Feng Changqing is not an easy fellow to deal with. Celestial Wolf Great General de Wusseli sent people to kill him, but he still managed to escape. Moreover, he's gathered a group of people, so we shouldn't continue to be enemies with him. After all, Gao Xinji doesn't eat meat. Retreat. As for the Arabs, they only have themselves to blame. The one-eyed, bearded man spitefully said. After taking one last look at the Anchi Protectorate headquarters and the banner fluttering in the air, the one-eyed man waved his hand and quickly led his group away, vanishing from Suya City. The Tang dynasty still had some power, so no matter how unwilling they were, they could only retreat. Wonderful! At this moment, countless buildings towered in the center of Se, and in the very center of these buildings was a grand and majestic residence that exuded an ancient and distant aura. Anchi Protectorate. Several large golden characters had been painted on a black background on the entrance to the residence, signifying the place of supreme authority in the western regions. At this moment, Feng Changqing was seated high above the hall. His fists were tightly clenched, his expression one of excitement. Young Marquis, I just knew that you could do it. At this moment, Feng Changqing's eyes were bloodshot and his expression was one of agitation. Ever since Wang Chong had led his army through Suya and over the Tsong Mountains toward Talas, he had been constantly paying attention to what was going on there. And now, after a long and torturous wait, Feng Changqing had finally received the news he had been waiting for. Even though Abu Muslim and the Arabs had not completely retreated, But for Feng Changqing, this stage of victory was the best news he had received so far. At the very least, the Anchi Protectorate Army had gained the initiative. It was no longer trapped in the city, in a desperate situation where it could be completely wiped out at any moment. Wang Chong, thank you. Feng Changqing's heart was filled with gratitude. Chapter 10:21. Flap flap. Several hours later, an eagle flew into Chishi. Marquis, Marquis, Marquis. All of Chishi was cheering, and the sea of people outside the Protectorate headquarters was filled with excitement. Wang Bei, Su Hanshan, and the others instantly relaxed. There had been no news of the Chishi army ever since they crossed the Tsong Mountains, but now they could finally breathe a sigh of relief. Deliver the news to Lady Su. Su Hanshan, mounted on a Turkic warhorse taller than a man, quickly delivered the news. A horseman had already taken it and galloped into the residence. Within the Chishi Protectorate headquarters, maids nervously stood by the wooden door. Some of them were holding cups of tea, some were holding food, but all of them had worried looks on their faces. Some of them were even standing on their tiptoes, trying to see through the crack in the door, but they found nothing. Cough, cough, fierce coughing came from within the room, causing the maids outside to grow even more worried. What do we do? Young lady hasn't come out for an entire day, and the coughing sounds even worse than last night. If something happens to young lady, The moment the coughing began, one of the maids could no longer hold back her tears, her eyes brimming with heartache. However, she did not dare to speak too loudly, lest she disturb Su Yichin. Around them, although the other maids didn't say anything, the expressions on their faces had already revealed the worry in their hearts. In the room, there was a dressing table, a couch, and nothing else. Su Yichin sat in front of the table, a mountain of documents piled up before her eyes. She was dressed in a thin white dress, and her face was pale and devoid of blood, but she was still focused on the documents before her. Inform the Zhang clan that the provisions sent to Talas must arrive as quickly as possible. The soldiers of the Central Plains have different habits from the people of the Western regions. Although they can eat cattle and sheep, they can't do so for long without touching rice. What happened to those 200,000 warhorses? Did the imperial court's imperial horse supervisor send someone to take them? Did the official reply arrive? In addition, pass on my order. Use the name of the Chishi Protectorate to continue recruiting craftsmen. On the other side of Talas, Senior Zhang Shoji had taken away a large number of craftsmen, and it was still unclear how many of them had died. But in the rear, Chishi could be attacked by Uzin and the Western Turks at any time. The small steel fortresses on both sides must be reinforced. I previously issued an order to recruit inscription masters, arrange for elite soldiers to protect them in Wushang's City of Steel. War did not only require craftsmen, but also inscriptionists. They would be needed in the future. Also, supervise the various aristocratic families to speed up the forging of weapons. Orders were passed down one after another, either orally or in writing. On the surface, Su Hanshan and Wang Bei were in charge of Chishi, but everyone was well aware that the true spiritual figure was this weak woman sitting in the Chishi Protectorate. Although she was a woman, it was precisely because of Su Yichin's existence that Chishi could maintain its current order. She even had the strength to reinforce Feng, Chongqing, and Anqi. But with each order, Su Yichin's complexion grew paler and paler, her body beginning to show signs of sickness. Cough, cough! Halfway through the paperwork, Su Yichin could no longer hold back her trembling body and began to violently cough. Young lady, although the war is tense, your health is equally important. If this continues, not only will your body collapse, you won't even be able to attend to the preparations in the rear. Just listen to me. Eat something and rest a little. A voice suddenly rang out. Xiao Zhu was standing behind Su Yichin, massaging her back. She was so anxious that tears were streaming down her face. Little Zhu, I don't have time to rest. There are still 100,000 Tang dynasty soldiers at Talas, and they are tied to the safety of all of Chishi and Longxi. I have to take care of everything and arrange for supplies and reinforcements. There's no need to worry. I know my own body. I can still hold on. Cough, cough, cough. As Su Yichin spoke, she unconsciously coughed again. This time, it was more serious than before. Reporting. At this moment, a messenger suddenly pushed open the door and rushed in. The moment he entered, he immediately kneeled on the ground. A letter from Talaz. Marquis defeated Abu Muslim and the Arab army at Talaz. What? Hearing this, the master and servant in the room trembled, their eyes bursting with joy. Hurry and let me see it. Su Yiqin's steps were unsteady as she hurriedly stood up from the table and walked over to the messenger. Taking the letter from a messenger, Su Yiqin read it over several times before finally confirming one thing. Talaz won, they really won. Su Yiqin's face was flushed with excitement, her face flushed with blood, and her entire body seemed to recover. Her gaze left Qixi, crossed Longxi, and finally reached the most prosperous capital of the empire. Boom! The news of Talaz's victory was like a boulder that sent ripples through the capital, stirring up waves in both the court and the public. Ha ha ha! Victory! Victory! The Tang dynasty has won! The Tang dynasty has won! The youngest son of the Wang clan has really led the Tang dynasty's army and defeated the armies of the Arabs, the Western Turks, and the Uzin. I wasn't mistaken. The youngest son of the Wang clan is truly a pillar of the empire. The Tang dynasty is mighty. His divine majesty is mighty. Ha ha ha! The entire empire was in jubilation. When the news that the Uzin and the Western Turks had mobilized their army reached the imperial court, the entire imperial court was in a tizzy. Countless gazes were focused on that strategic fortress on the Silk Road to the west of the Tsong Mountains. 2 protector generals, 2 armies, a 4-way battle. This battle had shaken the hearts of countless people. From Qixi to Anqi to the Tsong Mountains, the Tang dynasty had deployed all its soldiers to the northwest, leaving them with no more soldiers to spare. If Talaz was lost and Anqi and Qixi could not be held, then all of Longxi would be under the threat of the Arabs. A country below the Tsong Mountains had actually pushed its vanguard so close to Longxi. This was an unprecedented humiliation for the Tang dynasty. But what made the imperial court the most uneasy was the alliance between Arabia, Uzin, and the Western Turkic Khaganate. The strength of this alliance was enough to make anyone restless. But now the Tang dynasty had won. Although this was only a partial victory, it was enough to raise everyone's spirits. Wonderful! Wang Chong, this king truly did not misjudge you. In the King of Song's residence, after reading the report from Talaz, the King of Song put down the letter in his hand, his eyes brimming with unconcealable pride. The King of Song had done many things in his life, including supporting the army, supporting the border generals with all his strength, helping the Tang dynasty expand, and carrying out the strategy of defending against enemies outside the borders. In his life, he had also promoted many people and resolved many dangers in the court. During the campaign against Goguryeo and the Eastern Turkic Khaganate in the northeast, he had actively made preparations and even forgot to eat and sleep. At the crucial moment, he had delivered life-saving provisions, saving the morale of the army and saving the war. But at this moment, the proudest thing that the King of Song had ever done in his life was uncovering Wang Chong and silently supporting him from behind. To live and die for the sake of the country, how can one avoid it because of misfortune or fortune? Wang Chong, you truly are the son of a general. The Tang dynasty is fortunate to have you. The country is fortunate. The people are fortunate. The King of Song looked at the 2 rolled-up couplets next to him, his heart filled with gratitude. To live and die for the sake of the country, how can one avoid it because of misfortune or fortune? This was a couplet that Wang Chong had hung in his study. When Wang Chong was not present, the King of Song had once visited the Wang clan and entered the study. Upon seeing this couplet, he had put it away in his residence as a treasure. Whether it was in the War of the Southwest or the Battle of Talaz, Wang Chong had always lived up to his ideals and the words of this couplet. Wang Chong, go, spread your wings, and soar into the skies for the Tang dynasty. As for your back, only I will support you. No matter how many people try to stop you, I will not let a single person stand in your way. The king of Song turned his head and looked through the open window. Lightning flashed and thunder rumbled, and dark clouds gathered, a sign that a storm was coming. But the king of Song's eyes were even brighter than the lightning. Putting aside the disturbances in Anxi, Qixi, and the Tang Dynasty imperial court with the conclusion of the first major battle, the distant Talas to the west of the Tsong Mountains welcomed a rare period of peace. Whether it was the Uzin, the Turks, or the Arabs, all of them had retreated several dozenly. Using this rare chance, the Tang Dynasty army and the mercenaries of the western regions were mobilized, doing all they could to reinforce the fortifications. The terrain that had been destroyed by the giant beasts was dealt with one by one. The 2 steel defense lines were quickly repaired and changed according to the terrain. It was no longer a simple straight line. At the same time, Zhang Shouji and the other craftsmen were doing their utmost to upgrade the defenses of the city of Talas. At the same time, they were repairing the Tang Dynasty ballistae and other weapons that had been damaged in the war. Everything went according to plan, with progress being made every day. Talas was calm on the surface, but the undercurrents of war were always surging. On the west side of Talas, around 60 to 70 li away, a lush forest stretched across the land. Towering trees soared into the heavens, each one as thick as 2 men hugging their arms around it. To the west of the Tsong Mountains, where the land was increasingly barren and the precipitation was decreasing, was this place the only place with so many ancient trees. The Black Forest. Chapter 1022. How is it? Is there any news from the Empire? A voice came out of the Black Forest. Abu Muslim was seated on the remains of an unknown statue on the official road that traversed through the Black Forest. The Silk Road was a road for merchants, and the Black Forest was a place where merchants often rested. Thus, many merchants had erected statues of various gods here to protect them. The vast majority of these statues were gods of wealth related to gold and silver. Every merchant would erect one here, and over time, it had become a part of the Black Forest scenery. There were even quite a few people who came here to admire these statues, but neither Abu Muslim nor Ziad was in the mood to admire them. In the Battle of Talas, 100,000 Arab elites had died, the behemoth army had been completely wiped out, and the skyquaking army that the Empire had expended enormous resources to build had been dealt a heavy blow. Most importantly, even the Empire's favored subject, Mazel, had died there. The 2 of them felt their hearts sink. From Khorasan all the way to Samarkand, the Arab cavalry they had led had been unstoppable, destroying countless factions. But at Talas, the 2 of them had suffered an unprecedented defeat. I've already gotten in touch. Governor Qutayba of Tarsus and Governor Osman of Cairo have already responded. When they heard about what happened at Talas, they've already led their most elite forces over as quickly as possible. At most, they'll arrive in a month. They are extremely interested in the Tang Dynasty faction that they have never interacted with in the East. Ziad said, Governor Qutayba of Tarsus and Governor Osman of Cairo were 2 unfamiliar names to the kingdoms east of the Tsong Mountains. Few people knew of them, but in the Arabian Empire and the regions under their jurisdiction, their names were like a thunderclap that could stop a child from crying. In terms of status, the 2 of them were almost on the same level as the governor of Iron and Blood. Governor Qutayba of Tarsus was even known as the governor of war. Under his command, the Arab army had advanced by leaps and bounds, crossing the Mediterranean Sea and capturing Tarsus, all the way to the Black Sea. In terms of passion for war, Qutayba was probably even more fervent than Abu Muslim. Abu Muslim enjoyed conquest, conquering different empires and people, while Qutayba enjoyed war itself. Where there was war, there was Qutayba. Thus, even though he didn't have much interaction with Abu Muslim, when this dreadful governor of war heard of what had happened at Talas, he immediately responded to Abu Muslim's request for reinforcements and led his army over. As for Governor Osman of Cairo, although his status was lower than Abu Muslim's, he was still an illustrious and famous figure in the Arabian Empire. He was extremely experienced in battle, and he had always been very good friends with Abu Muslim. In the conquest of the ancient Khorasan dynasty, the two of them had fought side by side, leading an army to destroy this ancient and powerful foe. The two of them had an extremely deep friendship. In Abu Muslim's plan, Osman had always been one of his reinforcements. Once he conquered Talas and advanced into the western regions, Osman would come from the rear and join him in conquering the east. But now, after the disastrous defeat at Talas, Abu Muslim had been forced to change his plans and summon Osman ahead of time. Abu Muslim was clearly much more energized by Ziyad's words. Whether it was Qutayba or Osman, both of them had many elite soldiers under their command. With their reinforcements, Abu Muslim would be able to quickly make up for the losses he had suffered in battle. More importantly, both Qutayba and Osman were extremely powerful fighters. If the three governors worked together, they could completely destroy Talas and even complete the conquest of the East. Even so, Abu Muslim's thick brow was still slightly creased. What did Qutayba say? He's never done anything that doesn't benefit him. If he's willing to help, he must have some sort of request. Abu Muslim said, "This." Ziyad hesitated, but when he saw Abu Muslim's stern gaze, he finally spoke. Qutayba requests that Lord Governor relinquish a portion of the war zone, and if we win the war, he hopes that Lord Governor will relinquish the Caliph's quota of Eastern weapons. In addition, he has the right to choose 10,000 elite soldiers from Lord's army to follow him as his private soldiers. Ziyad said. As he spoke, he had been stealthily observing Abu Muslim's complexion. As expected, Abu Muslim's complexion grew darker and uglier upon hearing Qutayba's request. Ziyad's voice also grew fainter and fainter. The East was an undeveloped war zone, filled with endless treasures and enemies. Ever since the Empire had divided up the war zones, Qutayba had begun to covet the East. But the Empire's strict hierarchy meant that no one could defy the Caliph's orders. Moreover, Abu Muslim had always been domineering, his iron fist no less than Qutayba's, so Qutayba had never been able to interfere. But the crushing defeat at Talas had clearly given Qutayba an opportunity, and he had immediately revealed his claws and fangs. The Black Forest was so quiet that one could hear a pin drop. Ziyad didn't even need to raise his head to know that Abu Muslim's complexion was undoubtedly extremely gloomy. Everyone knew that the East was the exclusive domain of the governor of Iron and Blood Abu Muslim. Anyone who made such a request would be an insult to Abu Muslim, so there was no way he could agree to such a request. Okay, to Ziyad's surprise, just when he thought that Abu Muslim would refuse, he heard an unexpected answer. "My lord." Ziyad's heart trembled as he jerked his head up in shock. "My lord, you can agree. If you agree to Qutayba's unreasonable request, my lord will become the laughingstock of the Empire. Moreover, it will be extremely detrimental to my lord's prestige in the East." A moment later, Ziyad reacted and tried his best to dissuade him. Every governor of an empire was proud. If Abu Muslim agreed to Qutayba's request, he would forever be suppressed by Qutayba. "Ziyad, you don't understand my meaning. Now is not the time to bicker over personal gains and losses. Both I and Qutayba have underestimated the severity of this eastern campaign. In Talas, we have encountered an enemy like never before. They are far more powerful than any opponent we have faced before. We have relied on the Behemoth army and the Skyquaking army to subdue many powerful foes, including the Khorasan dynasty, but they have all failed this time. From Khorasan to Samarkand, no empire has ever been able to stop us for so long, and no one has ever been able to defeat us. But these Tang people have done it." Abu Muslim sat on the remains of the statue, his expression completely different from before. His eyes were so sharp that they seemed to be able to see through all the secrets and details of this battle. "My lord," Ziyad was struck dumb. He had never seen this side of Abu Muslim before. "Let him come. Tell Qutayba that I will agree to all of his conditions. But there is only one condition. He must bring his best soldiers with him." Before Ziyad could say anything else, Abu Muslim decisively declared, Your subordinate understands. A complicated look flickered through Ziad's eyes as he finally nodded. In addition, how is the recruitment of the militia going? Abu Muslim asked. In this war with the Tang dynasty, Arabia had suffered grievous losses, and Abu Muslim was currently severely lacking soldiers. He urgently needed to replenish them. Arabia was a country of war, and this warlike attitude had gradually spread to all the nearby conquered territories. Thus, the Arabian Empire had always had the best source of soldiers, and conscripting the militia was one of the most important methods. The Arabs were generally warlike and highly trained. As long as they were equipped with weapons, war horses, and armor and trained in formations, they would become an excellent source of soldiers. Through this method, Abu Muslim had been able to constantly gather soldiers. In the Battle of Talas, although he had been locked in a stalemate with Gao Xinji for more than 2 months and suffered massive losses, through this method, his soldiers had not only not decreased, but increased. This was also an important reason why the Arabian Empire had been able to constantly expand and conquer so many empires and civilizations, becoming the strongest empire to the west of the Tsong Mountains. The casualties in this battle are far worse than we expected. From Khorasan to Samarkand, the militia has been severely depleted. More importantly, everyone is paying attention to the war with the Tang dynasty. The moment we lost at Talas, the news immediately spread, and many people are beginning to avoid the recruitment. We've been recruiting far fewer soldiers than before, and it will be very difficult to recruit many in such a short time, Ziad sternly said. The side effects of the Battle of Talas were far more severe than they had imagined. It was not just a drop in soldiers and morale. Neither of them had imagined that they would even be unable to recruit any more soldiers. Abu Muslim said nothing, but his thick brows were deeply furrowed. However, your subordinate's greatest concern is not the militia and Qutayba, but Baghdad. Ziad was deeply concerned and did not say anything else. Arabia was an empire with a strict hierarchy. The death of Mazal was even more serious than Abu Muslim's miserable defeat at Talas. For a favored subject of the caliph to be killed right under the eyes of the governor of the East was a dereliction of duty on Abu Muslim's part and a serious display of his incompetence. Based on the news from Baghdad, His Majesty was furious, and the death of Mazal had set off massive waves in Baghdad. Countless nobles, governors, and great generals were denouncing Abu Muslim. Although Mazal did not have a very good reputation in the capital, no one would jump out and make things difficult for His Majesty now that the emperor was furious. Although Mazal was unpopular, he still represented the caliph. Chapter 10:23. There were already many nobles and ministers in the capital calling for Abu Muslim's death. This was not good news for Abu Muslim. No one knew what the caliph's order was, but the sword of Damocles would eventually fall. Ziad, is there any way to find out about the high priest? Abu Muslim suddenly asked. My lord. Ziad was stunned. He hadn't expected Abu Muslim to put aside the caliph's wrath and punishment and instead talk about the high priest. Ziad Mazal is the high priest's disciple, and His Majesty favors Mazal because of his relationship with the high priest. Thus, from start to finish, the most crucial factor in this matter has always been the high priest's stance. The caliph has yet to make his stance clear because the high priest has yet to make his stance clear. The behemoths being controlled by the Tang people and switching sides at the crucial moment is the greatest variable on this battlefield. Mazal's death is also heavily related to this. If we inform the high priest of this matter, perhaps he can help us survive this calamity and even obtain some additional assistance. The Eastern world is filled with far too many unknown mysteries. Talas is probably only the beginning. I have a feeling that if we want to conquer the Eastern world in the future, we will need to borrow the high priest's strength. Abu Muslim's words left Ziad flabbergasted. Everyone knew that Abu Muslim was facing a calamity after the disastrous defeat at Talas, but no one had connected these words to the most mysterious high priest of the empire. Moreover, The high priest was a lofty, mysterious, and revered existence that no ordinary person could interact with. But if one carefully thought about it, Abu Muslim's words were not without reason. For a moment, Ziyad's mind was in turmoil, and he couldn't help but freeze. But, my lord, the high priest is like a dragon whose head and tail are rarely seen. The place he appears the most is the temple. But not even the people of the temple know of his whereabouts, much less us. Moreover, His Majesty the Caliph has long ago decreed that no one is allowed to disturb the temple or the high priest. Anyone who disobeys will be executed. And even the third prince is like this, much less us. Ziyad said. Abu Muslim immediately furrowed his brow. He knew what Ziyad was talking about. Back then, the third prince had been extremely favored by the caliph, but because of his playfulness, he had mistakenly entered the holy temple. When the caliph found out, he had been executed. The position of a prince was high and lofty, and he had the right to inherit the throne. Even the nobles, ministers, and governors of various regions had to bow and pay their respects to him, not to mention other people. From then on, the entire empire knew of the caliph's determination, and no one dared to approach the temple. Moreover, there were 10,000 Arab soldiers guarding the area. After a long period of thought, Abu Muslim was forced to admit that it was almost impossible to get past the high priest. If the holy temple was only heavily guarded, Abu Muslim could still take the risk and force his way in. However, the key point was that even if he forced his way in, it would be difficult for him to see the high priest. The high priest was too mysterious. In the past 10 years, he had only shown his face 3 times. It was almost impossible to get help from the high priest. Let's put this matter aside for now. Let me ask you, how is the Mamelukes doing? Abramus said. But when he said those words, Abu Muslim's eyes clearly shone with a special light. My lord, the rebellion of the old nobles in Khorasan has been completely suppressed. From the information we have obtained, the Khorasan rebels have lost more than 300,000 soldiers. I believe that after this, they will find it very difficult to stir up any more trouble for a very long time. In addition, the Mamelukes have learned of what happened at Talas. Commander Aibak has already sent a letter saying that after finishing up the work at Khorasan, he will wait in the rear for Governor Qutayba and Governor Osman's armies to arrive at Talas with them. Aibak is very interested in the Eastern army that was able to defeat the Behemoth army and Skyquaking army, Ziyad sternly said. When he mentioned the Mamelukes, Ziyad's voice clearly grew louder. In this battle of Talas, the Mamelukes were supposed to appear in the east, and the caliph had promised that they would assist Abu Muslim in conquering the eastern world. But because of the turmoil in the rear and the strange movements in Khorasan, the Mamelukes had been mobilized and had not arrived on the battlefield. The Mamelukes' absence was also an important factor in the defeat at the Battle of Talas. If they had received the reinforcements of the Mamelukes, perhaps everything would have been different. At the very least, the special Wuzi steel cavalry of the Tang dynasty would not have been able to gallop unhindered on the ground. However, although the Mamelukes are powerful in terms of weapons and equipment, they can't compare to the Wuzi steel cavalry of the Tang dynasty. Those weapons are far too sharp. The god armor of the Skyquaking army is the finest equipment of the empire, the crystallization of all the craftsmen of the empire, and its toughness is rarely matched. But the Wuzi steel swords of the Tang people were actually able to cut through the god armor of the Skyquaking giants. I sense that these Wuzi steel swords are the Mamelukes' greatest weakness. If we don't resolve this weakness, the Mamelukes will find it very difficult to unleash their full power, Ziyad sternly said. Abu Muslim said nothing, but the change in his expression was enough to tell the truth. Although the battle had been intense, both Abu Muslim and Ziyad had been paying close attention to the situation on the battlefield. Although the Skyquaking army could not compare to the giant ape, it was definitely the second most powerful force in Arabia. In their plan, the power of the Skyquaking army, combined with the god armor, was completely capable of destroying the Tang dynasty's army from within. But when the 5,000 Wushang cavalry charged over, everything changed. If one had not seen it with their own eyes, they would have found it very difficult to believe that the god armor, which represented the highest level of craftsmanship in the empire, could be so vulnerable to the sabers and swords of the Tang people. Take the information we've gathered and the remains of the god armor and send them to Khorasan in the rear and hand them over to Mamluk leader Aibak. Aibak has more power and resources in the empire than we do, so he can only rely on himself to resolve this problem. I trust that once he sees these things, he will understand. Flap, flap. A black hunting falcon flapped its wings with astonishing speed, flying from the distant Samarkand all the way to the strategic fortress of Khorasan. The Arabs' advantage of being closer to Talas was now on full display. Abu Muslim's news had reached Aibak much faster than expected. Whoosh! As the black hunting falcon flew over Khorasan, one could see that this strategic fortress of the east was lined with rows upon rows of fortresses, like a forest of spears pointing into the sky. From the density and grandeur of these buildings, Khorasan was clearly an economically prosperous fortress. In truth, anyone who visited Khorasan would be stunned by its grandeur and grandeur. On the Silk Road, this city was known as the Pearl of the West Coast. Countless merchants would travel along the Silk Road from the east to the west, ultimately converging at the end of the Silk Road. But at this moment, all of Khorasan was no longer as beautiful as it had been in the past. The streets were covered in piles of corpses, burned in heaps, black smoke rising into the air. The air was thick with the stench of charred corpses, but the strongest of all was the suffocating stench of blood. In many places, even the air was red, and the blood was still spreading. Caw! Flocks of vultures and crows circled in the sky above the city, then swooped down, competing with the flames for the corpses. In many places, ownerless camels and ostriches wandered about. Khorasan, this pearl at the end of the Silk Road, had just experienced a gruesome massacre. Although the uprising had been suppressed, it would take a very long time to clean up the mess. Whoosh! In the center of Khorasan, a large banner had been raised atop a large white stone building. A black crescent moon was fluttering upon this banner, exuding an aura of extreme cruelty and somberness. Anyone who saw it would feel their heart palpitate in fear. Mamelukes. There was no one in the Arabian Empire who did not know of this banner and its name. Slaughter is eternal, conquest is king. This was the motto of the Mamelukes. At this moment, countless Mamelukes were standing around the white square stone building. These Mamelukes were all tall and muscular, their skin dark and their bulging muscles gleaming with a cold light as if they were made of steel. Their bodies were tense and brimming with explosive strength, like cheetahs ready to fight at any moment. Most frightening of all was the black armor they wore. The marks of swords and sabers were so dense that one could tell that these Mamelukes had experienced countless bitter battles. The thick blood had even dyed their black armor a dark red, fusing with the thick killing intent exuded by the Mamelukes. These warriors who were born to kill were like demons from hell. They were not like warriors of the human world at all, and their callous and emotionless eyes were enough to make anyone who saw them feel as if they had been plunged into an icy cavern. Boom! A ferocious hound passed by the corner of the street about 20 feet away from him. Suddenly, the hound seemed to sense something. Its body trembled, and it let out a low whimper. Tucking its tail between its legs, it began to flee in fright. These were the illustrious Mamelukes of the Arabian Empire. At the place where they appeared, even the bugs underground were silent, and the surroundings were deathly silent. Chapter 1024. The Mamelukes were not guards, and they would never stand guard for others. They were born to kill. The only person who could command the protection of so many Mamelukes was the highest commander of the army, Aibak. The Eastern world actually has an army like this. Putting down Abu Muslim's letter, Aibak slightly frowned. As an army born for war, the Mamelukes were sent to cruel military camps to be groomed from a young age. Hundreds of Mamluk youths would fight in these training camps, and only the last one standing would become a Mamluk. Through this cruel training and selection method, the Mamelukes had forged the reputation of being the strongest force in the Arabian Empire. In this world, there were very few opponents worthy of the Mamelukes fighting. Countless so-called elite and strongest armies had ultimately fallen at the feet of the Mamelukes. It was the deaths of countless powerful armies that gave the Mamelukes their invincible reputation. Aibak did not have much understanding of this army of the East known as the Wushang Cavalry, nor had he heard of them before. But Aibak knew of the Skyquaking army. This was an army of giants that the Empire had spent countless resources to nurture through the use of ancient techniques. Even Aibak had to admit that the Skyquaking army was extraordinary and could not be compared to ordinary armies. And this army of the East had been able to cut through the god armor of the Skyquaking army as easily as cutting through melons. This alone was enough for Aibak to treat them with a serious attitude. The Mamelukes had never feared formidable opponents, but the weapons that Abu Muslim had mentioned that could cut through the armor of the Skyquaking army made him feel a deep apprehension. If what Abu Muslim had said was true, that these weapons could cut through the armor of the Skyquaking army, then they could undoubtedly pose a threat to the Mamelukes as well. Based on what Abu Muslim says, only armor forged from meteoric metal can block this weapon, but meteoric metal is extremely rare. Where can I find enough to equip an entire army? Wang Chong asked. Aibak slightly frowned, a pensive look on his face. The Mamelukes had never lacked the courage to fight, but they were no fools. Even Aibak had to take the governor of Iron and Blood's word seriously. Aibak suddenly found this situation rather troublesome. Report. As he was thinking, a hurried voice interrupted Aibak's thoughts. Bastard, didn't I tell you not to disturb me at this time? Have the remnants of Khurasan rebelled? Aibak harshly said. Khurasan revolted, leaving rivers of blood and mountains of corpses in the city. The Mamelukes had once more displayed their cruel methods of suppression. It would take a long time to bury 300,000 corpses, but Aibak had always pursued the principle of eliminating all evil. Now that he had discovered that the old nobles of Khurasan had revolted, he would pull out the radish and bring out the mud. Whether they were intentional or not, whether they were commoners or nobles, whether they were involved or not, as long as they had anything to do with the rebels, they would be exterminated, including their families and relatives. 300,000 deaths was only the beginning for Aibak. Thus, the people of Khurasan were in a state of panic, with people constantly coming to plead for mercy, hoping that the Mamelukes would stop here and not pursue the matter any further. There were even some Arab ministers and nobles among these people who were pleading for mercy. This was also why Aibak had ordered that no one was allowed to enter the city. My lord, it's not him. That person did not come for the remnants of Khurasan. He is very special. He told me to bring this to my lord. He said that my lord would understand once he saw it. The messenger's expression turned cold under Aibak's murderous gaze, and he did not dare to say anything else as he took out an item from his bosom. Bastard! Aibak was just about to curse when his eyes turned to the item in the messenger's hand. His pupils constricted as if he had been pricked by a needle. This was an ancient bronze token, its surface stained with blood. It gave off the feeling that it had experienced countless battles and had many stories to tell. But what truly attracted Aibak's attention was not this token, but the golden red sun symbol on the token. The token of the founder. Aibak's body trembled in shock. This bronze token was very similar to the token of the Mamelukes that Aibak wielded. The only difference was that Aibak's token had a black crescent moon symbol, while this bronze token had a golden red sun symbol. But even though they were different, any soldier of the Mamelukes would recognize this token. This was because this was the token of the founder of the Mamelukes, Qutuz, from several hundred years ago. It was the earliest token of the Mamelukes. In the Mamelukes and all of Arabia, Qutuz had enjoyed a resounding reputation. Even now, he was a role model for countless people and was praised as a mighty hero of Arabia. His status was unshakable. There were many legends about why Qutuz had founded the Mamelukes, but among all these legends, there was one that was the most widely accepted and believed. It was said that Qutuz had originally been a mercenary of the Arabian Empire, but after his defeat in battle, he was thrown into prison and became a slave. Through a series of coincidences, he caught the attention of a certain person and was taken out of prison. This person gave him a new identity and a formation, the one used by the Mamelukes. It was rumored that Qutuz had been assisted by that person in establishing the first generation of the Mamelukes. Out of gratitude, Qutuz had forged a token. The golden red sun on the token was the agreement between Qutuz and that person, and this token became the token of the Mamelukes' first generation. But not long after this token appeared, it vanished. No one knew where it had gone. Aibak had not expected to see this token at a time like this. Where is that person? Aibak's expression flickered as he suddenly asked. In the courtyard in the back. The messenger lowered his head and sternly said. Aibak's curiosity was piqued, and he temporarily pushed the matter of Talis to the back of his mind as he hurried toward the rear courtyard. In the courtyard behind the white fortress, Aibak saw the person the messenger had spoken of. This person was thin and extremely tall, and he was dressed in a black robe that draped down to the ground, giving him an extremely mysterious appearance. Behind him, there were huge carriages that were several times larger than ordinary carriages. The wheels of the carriages were as tall as a person, and they were all wrapped in black cloth from top to bottom. At a rough glance, there were 17 or 18 of these carriages, some of which were even parked outside the courtyard. Just who are you people? Why do you have the Mamelukes' first-generation token? Aibak coldly said, a hint of wariness in his eyes. These people had appeared far too abruptly, and Qutuz's token had always been one of the greatest mysteries in history. Although Qutuz had left behind a decree stating that anyone with this token could command the entire Mamluk army and fulfill an agreement in his place, Aibak did not dare to relax his guard until he understood the identity and background of these people. "Ha, my lord, there is no need to be nervous. It's fine if you are suspicious of us. But surely you don't even recognize this?" The tall and thin man in black faintly smiled as he rolled up his sleeve, revealing a string of tadpole-like black divine characters on his wrist. These divine characters were like a bracelet that wrapped around his wrist, and in the very center was the image of a golden eye. The divine temple. Aibak's mind trembled, and he lowered his head, his mind in great waves. In the entire empire, the divine hall had the supreme power, representing the gods in heaven and the caliph of the empire. They would not easily appear outside the imperial capital of Baghdad, nor would they easily contact outsiders. Aibak had never imagined that he would meet a priest of the divine temple in a place like Khorasan. So it was venerable priest. Aibak was rash. What orders does venerable priest have for coming here? Aibak respectfully said, "Ha, it's not that I have any orders, but that the high priest has ordered me to deliver a gift to my lord upon learning that my lord has encountered some difficulties. In addition, that Mameluk's first-generation token is also the high priest's, not mine." The tall and thin man in black grinned. "What?" Aibak's body trembled, his eyes going wide as he raised his head. The high priest was the owner of the Mameluk's first-generation token. Countless thoughts flew through Aibak's mind. He suddenly recalled Qutuz's last words. Could it be that the mysterious person who had helped Qutuz establish the Mamluk army was actually the high priest? This was far too shocking. But even so, Aibak's mind was filled with an even deeper doubt. The high priest was a lofty existence in the empire. No one could compare to him, and no one dared to offend him. Although Ibak was the commander of the Mamluk army, he was still insignificant compared to the high priest. Ibak had never had the chance to meet the high priest, and the two of them had never had any contact. Ibak truly did not understand why the high priest would send someone at a time like this, and why he had even brought a gift. Venerable priest, what sort of gift has the high priest sent? Did the high priest say anything else? Haha, Lord Ibak, there is no need to ask. You will understand once you see. As the tall and thin man in black spoke, he gestured towards the back. Hua! Beside the carriage, a man with a sturdy figure and bulging muscles pulled forcefully, and the huge black cloth on the carriage was torn off. In a flash, countless soldiers looked over, and Ibak had an extremely focused expression on his face. This is... Even though Ibak had mentally prepared himself, he still couldn't help but tremble at the sight of what was on the carriage, his mouth wide open in shock. Under the blazing sun of Khorasan, Ibak was shocked to see that the carriage that had been stripped of its black cloth was carrying a mottled and bumpy metal ball that was more than 3 men tall. Chapter 10:25. A Star from Outer Space. On the carriage at the very front was a massive and intact star from outer space. This was the first time Ibak had seen such a well-preserved star from outer space. The vast majority of stars from outer space would fiercely burn as they fell. By the time they hit the ground, all that was left of them were irregular pieces of debris, known as meteoric metal. For a star to maintain its original form after falling to the ground was simply a rare sight. Most importantly, any Arab craftsman would understand that a star from outer space in such a perfect state was the best material for forging. Such a piece of armor could definitely be used to forge a large number of meteoric metal armors, and the best kind. There were 17 or 18 carriages here. Could it be, at this moment, even Ibak, famed for his cruel and merciless methods, couldn't help but gulp? This many stars from outer space was an extremely valuable gift to the Mamelukes. But how did the high priest know that I needed meteoric metal? A thought flashed through Ibak's mind as he recalled the words of the black-robed priest, and he suddenly felt an intense apprehension and respect. He had just received Abu Muslim's letter in the hall, but the high priest seemed to have foreseen it and had delivered stars from outer space ahead of time. This was an unfathomable and awe-inspiring feat, but Ibak did not think any further. Anyone who recklessly speculated about the high priest's actions would not meet a good end. My lord, these carriages... Ibak hurriedly raised his head to change his thoughts. Ha, that's right. These 17 carriages are all stars from outer space, and the high priest has also specially gifted them to the Mamelukes. This is only the first batch. The second and third batches are already on the way, and it won't be long before they reach Khorasan. With these suits of armor, the Mamelukes will assuredly ascend to the next level and achieve even greater glory. In addition, the high priest has also sent a powerful formation that can assist the Mamelukes on the battlefield. The tall and thin man in black said as he gestured behind him. Hua! Very soon, the black cloths on the 17 carriages were all torn off. Sure enough, the black cloths were all covered with spherical, black stars from beyond the heavens. Unbelievable. Although Ibak had already guessed this, the sight of the 17 stars on the 17 carriages still left him stunned. The probability of meteorites falling was extremely low. It was already good enough to find one, let alone 17. Furthermore, out of the 1,000 pieces of wreckage left behind by the fall of 1,000 stars, it would already be quite good if one piece was a complete sphere. However, there were 17 of them. Such a phenomenon was beyond common sense. Other than the high priest, no one else could have done it. What request does the high priest have? Ibak asked. One would not visit a temple for no reason, and he had never met the high priest before. Not only had the high priest given him a cosmic star and a formation, Ibak did not believe that the high priest would not have any conditions. Haha, my lord is wise. As expected, the tall and thin priest chuckled. Lord Ibak can take all of these things, But the high priest has a request, and this request does not conflict with my lord's objective. A young commander has appeared at Talas, and is the high priest's target. He hopes that Lord Ibak can take his head and deliver it to the divine temple. Ibak was at first dazed, then enlightened and finally relieved. Please tell the high priest that Ibak swears to the death to fulfill the high priest's wish. The crushing defeat at Talas had been like a boulder crashing into the Arabian Empire, sending waves through the empire. With the high priest's intervention, the entire war began to take a confusing turn. But one thing was certain. The first defeat had not only failed to break the will of this warring kingdom, it had only stimulated this massive empire to the west of the Tsong Mountains. Countless soldiers gathered at Khorasan, then charged into Samarkand and the Black Forest. The air was thick with the scent of war. At the same time, to the east of Talas, 60-some li away, the atmosphere was much more peaceful. The first battle was over. Whether it was the Tang dynasty, Arabia, Uzin, or the Western Turks, all four sides had suffered grievous losses and needed some breathing room to recover from the wounds of war. While the Tang dynasty was strengthening its defenses, Dalu and Ruozin and the Dawusali were also welcoming their own era of peace. Walala! An Arabian hunting falcon flew down from the sky and into Dalu and Ruozin's tent. What did Abu Muslim say? Dalu and Ruozin was seated in front of a low, square table, his head not even raised as he examined the map of the continent. This is the 17th time Abu Muslim has written to me. On the other side, Hushu Huaitsong had a long saber at his waist. He had taken the letter from the hunting falcon, glanced at it, and then closed it. This letter is the same as last time. He hopes that we can hold the east and cut off Wang Chong's retreat. It seems that Abu Muslim still has a lot of distrust for us. Haha, we watched from the sidelines in the last battle, so Abu Muslim naturally has an opinion of us. It's already very gracious of him not to curse us in his letter. Dalu and Ruozin faintly smiled, unconcerned. He lowered his head and continued to study the map of the continent. But this can't be blamed on us. Before the third wave, Abu Muslim didn't even send out his own soldiers, so how could we? Moreover, we did our best the day before and suffered even more casualties than they did. As for later on, the Arabs won. Who could have imagined that they would be reversed so quickly? At the time, the Tang dynasty had 4 behemoths, and if we charged forward, we would only be throwing our lives away. How can we be blamed for this? Hushu Wizong said. There had been far too many accidents in this battle. Whether it was Hushu, Huaitsong, or Dalu and Ruozin, neither of them wanted to see this development. Dalu and Ruozin couldn't help but give a deep sigh at Hushu Wizong's words. In truth, Abu Muslim's words aren't wrong. I truly did miscalculate this time. That person's division of the battlefield was still effective in the end. All of this was an accident for us, but it was inevitable for that person. Dalu and Ruozin said, if not for Wang Chong's 2 steel defense lines, the Uzun army and the Western Turkic army would have long ago joined up with the Arabs and surrounded the Tang people. There would have been no situation like in the last battle where one side had attacked and the other side had remained uninvolved. Wang Chong's division of the battlefield had not been effective at the time, but no one could ignore its effects. Send a letter to Abu Muslim. Be more polite in your wording. Tell him that no matter what, our Uzin and the Western Turks will defend the eastern defense line to the death and not let the Tang people leave. This okay? Hushu Wizong hesitated for a moment before finally nodding. That's right. How is Dawusali doing? Dalu and Ruozin suddenly thought of something and asked. With these words, the mood in the tent instantly relaxed, and a rare smile appeared on Hushu Huaitsong's lips. Dawusali has already become completely infatuated with formation phenomena. Ever since that day, he began to cultivate with all his might, hoping to bring the celestial wolf illusory formation to its highest level. Hushu Wizong faintly smiled. Although he had still not found any flaws in the formation phenomena technique he had traded with Wang Chong, All the top-class commanders on the Uzun side knew that it was a fake. Thus, even if they obtained it, no one would examine it, much less cultivate it. Everything was calm and peaceful, but the Western Turks, their ally, were different. A mere 20 li away, the Western Turkic camp was abuzz with activity, countless soldiers loudly shouting and sweating as they galloped back and forth. This was a completely different world from the Uzun. Once he realizes that something's wrong, Dewussili will stop. Daluin Ruozin gently chuckled. I really can't understand it. Dewussili is a renowned general of the world, one of the strongest great generals. How could he not notice such a simple trick? Huishu Wizong shook his head. There was not a single great general in the world who did not possess a vast breadth of vision and experience. Considering that Dewussili was one of the most outstanding of them all, it was even more incomprehensible. Men can make mistakes and horses can stumble. Even if Dewussili is an imperial great general, it's not as if he has never made a mistake. In the end, he's still an ally. Send someone to give him a reminder. In addition, send someone to observe the Western Turks and see what they're up to. Daluin Ruozin chuckled. To tell the truth, Daluin Ruozin was rather curious as to what they had managed to do with a fake formation phenomena technique that they were still enjoying and showing no signs of stopping. Yes, I'll take care of this matter. Huishu Wizong gave a knowing smile and quickly left the tent. Gallop! A few moments later, a horseman galloped out of the Uzun camp, following the official road to the east. Around 20 li later, after crossing a hill, he arrived at the Western Turkic camp. Boom! Before he had even gotten close, he could hear a peal of thunder in the distance. Puzzled, the cavalryman subconsciously raised his head to take a look, only to see that the sky was clear and boundless. There didn't seem to be any lightning. What's going on here? The horseman's heart trembled as he subconsciously pulled on the reins and slowed down, his mind filled with confusion. Did I hear wrong? As this thought flitted through his mind, the Uzun horseman came back to his senses and galloped toward the hill. Chapter 10:26. Before he could clearly see the situation in front of him, he heard an earth-shattering roar. That voice was like a landslide or tsunami, as if thousands of people were roaring together with all their might. The cavalryman's heart skipped a beat as he subconsciously raised his head and looked over. The land several dozen li in front of him was flat, and on this land, tens of thousands of Western Turkic cavalry had formed a long vortex of steel, charging back and forth. As they yelled, they changed their formation, all of them merging into the mass. Around them, countless wolves surrounded them, howling and running. When all the men and wolves ran together, a huge aura burst out from their bodies like a tide, rushing straight into the sky. This powerful energy was so tangible that it was like a giant hand gripping the air, twisting and blurring it. From the high hills, it was impossible to see what was going on the other side. How could this be? The horseman's mind was stunned by this sight. Not long ago, when he had come here to take a look, there had been nothing like this. Tens of thousands of Western Turks were galloping across the land, their backs drenched in sweat, all of them acting like idiots. And on this scouting mission, he had never been told that he would see such a sight. Just what happened? How could they have gotten so strong in such a short time? The horseman's eyes were filled with disbelief. Everyone on both sides of the Uzun and the Western Turks knew about the formation phenomena. After all, thousands of Celestial Wolf cavalry and Mutri Great cavalry had been watching the transaction. Although the Western Turks were excited, the Uzun camp had a completely different reaction. Privately, many of them speculated that the formation phenomena were most likely fake. The reason was simple. The Prime Minister's camp was far too calm. Although Uzun had also obtained the formation phenomena, the Prime Minister had made no attempt to publicize it, much less cultivate it. If it was real, this was simply impossible. But this was only the beginning. Looking up through the distorted space above the Western Turkic army, the horsemen saw an even more astonishing sight than they had ever seen. Above the Western Turkic cavalry, more than 1,000 meters above the ground, endless clouds were gathering from all directions. These thick clouds surged like pythons, blocking out the sunlight and casting a thick shadow over the ground. Not only that, but the horsemen looked up and saw flashes of lightning in the depths of the clouds. These bolts of lightning were like silver snakes shuttling and exploding. The explosion he heard earlier was caused by these lightning bolts. These bolts of lightning were constantly changing, and they seemed to be resonating with the Turkic cavalry moving down below. Formation phenomena. The cavalryman's mouth was agape. He was completely dumbfounded, as if he had been struck by lightning. He had once inadvertently overheard one of his officers say that the Western Turks were too greedy and did not even know if something was real or fake. If they immediately began to cultivate it, it was very likely that they would be harmed. But the aura of the Western Turks had clearly thickened, and there were also the formation phenomena in the sky. What was going on? What he had heard and what he had seen were completely different. There's a problem. Either there was a problem with the great minister's judgment, or the formation phenomena were real. Either way, I have to report this to Prime Minister as quickly as possible. With no time to think, the horseman urged his horse around and galloped back in the direction he had come from. What? The Western Turks are cultivating formation phenomena, and their strength has rapidly increased? They're even stronger than before? In the rear, the top-class great generals of the Uzun, including Dalu and Ruozin, were all dumbfounded by the news from their scouts. Report to Prime Minister. This matter is absolutely true. The scout sent to us is one of the most elite scouts in the army. He has participated in hundreds of battles, large and small, including the war between King of Generals Witadra Konglo and the Tang Dynasty's Wang Zhongxi. This matter can't be wrong. One of the leaders of the Uzun vanguard solemnly said. He had immediately sensed that there was a problem with the scout's report, and before consulting Dalu and Ruozin, he had cautiously dispatched several of his most experienced scouts. But all of them had reported the same thing. Within the tent, Dalu and Ruozin, Dusong Mangpoj, and Huishu Wizong exchanged speechless glances. Prime Minister, that's impossible. Is that brat really that stupid? He actually gave the real thing to Dawusili. Huishu Wizong said, his brows tightly furrowed. Dalu and Ruozin said nothing, a pensive look on his face. In truth, this matter isn't impossible. The people of the Central Plains have always been particular about honesty, and they don't care about the occasion. There are even times when they make grave mistakes because of this inflexibility. That Wang Chong might be an astonishing strategist, but he's still too young. For the sake of his so-called honesty, he might have handed over the real formation phenomena. In addition, didn't Gao Xianji try to destroy it? Perhaps not even they could have imagined that we would be the ones to snatch the formation phenomena. On the side, Dusong Mangpoj thought for a few moments before suggesting another possibility. He had been commanding the army outside and reinforcing the defenses, but when he heard the news, he had rushed over. It was clear that no matter what the truth was, this matter was very different from Dalu and Ruozin's initial estimates. Impossible, Dalu and Ruozin muttered to himself. His brow creased even deeper than the other two. All of you are underestimating that person too much. Although he's young, younger than all of us, his intelligence, schemes, and craftiness far surpass ours. He shouldn't have made such a low-level mistake. But with the Western Turks, the formation phenomena Dawusili obtained truly did have an effect. Facts can't lie. If it were fake, it would never have had such an effect. Dusong Mangpoj said. Dalu and Ruozin instantly fell silent. Other than his defeat to Wang Chong in the War of the Southwest, Dalu and Ruozin rarely had any doubts. But in this matter, Dalu and Ruozin was forced to admit that there was a problem with his judgment. Let's go and take a look. On the outermost perimeter of the Western Turkic camp, Dalu and Ruozin, Huishu Wizong, Dusong Mangpoj, Huba Senji, and a few other Uzun commanders had gathered together and were looking into the distance. The twisting space beneath the clear skies and the roiling thunderclouds that had appeared out of nowhere left all of them speechless. Even Daluin Ruozen was somewhat unsure of what to do. Prime Minister. Hwaba Senji's name instantly focused everyone's eyes on Daluin Ruozen. Although no one said anything, their meaning was clear. The facts were right before their eyes. Duwusilly had obtained those letters from Wang Chong, had truly cultivated the formation phenomena, and had even strengthened the Celestial Wolf Cavalry. If all of this was fake, then nothing in the world was real. At this time, even Huishu Wuzong, who had always followed Daluin Ruozen and had absolute faith in his decisions, was speechless. But in the end, Huishu Wuzong still decided to say a few words on Daluin Ruozen's behalf. This matter needs to be considered at length. I believe that the great minister's judgment will not be wrong. Huishu Wuzong said. Huishu, there's no need to explain for me. Daluin Ruozen bitterly smiled. The facts are right before our eyes. Duwusilly truly has benefited from this. It's no wonder that the Western Turks are doing their utmost to train day and night. Perhaps we were wrong about Duwusilly from the start. He did not do this without reason. Then, Prime Minister, do we also need to train? Hwaba Senji asked, clearly tempted. The letters recording the formation phenomena were in Daluin Ruozen's hands. If they were fake, Hwaba Senji wouldn't have even glanced at them. But the Western Turks had the Celestial Wolf Cavalry, and Uzin had the Mutri, Great Cavalry. If the Celestial Wolf Cavalry could get much stronger by cultivating the formation phenomena, the Mutri Great Cavalry would definitely be able to do the same. As the highest-ranking commander of the Mutri Great Cavalry, Hwaba Senji could not possibly not think about this. Dusong Mangpoj and Huishu Wuzong both frowned, but they said nothing and turned to Daluin Ruozen. Wait a little longer. Let me think about it some more, Daluin Ruozen said. Daluin Ruozen rarely found himself in a difficult situation, but this time he was forced to admit that he was truly finding it rather difficult to make a decision. While Daluin Ruozen was observing from the distant hills, no one noticed that a Western Turkic scout had turned his gaze away from Daluin Ruozen's group and galloped toward Duwusilly's position. Great General, I've discovered Uzin's men in the distance. Should we take action? The scout respectfully said, one knee on the ground. Haha, Daluin Ruozen. Duwusilly faintly smiled and glanced in the direction of the hills, but he quickly looked away and nonchalantly shook his head. Let them be. In any case, they won't be able to see anything. How could Duwusilly not know what Daluin Ruozen was thinking? Daluin Ruozen was still thinking too simply. When it came to formation phenomena, Duwusilly was actually much more cautious than Daluin Ruozen. All was fair in war. How could he believe 3 sheets of paper that Wang Chong had casually tossed out? How could this be? If Wang Chong had given him the real first half, but tampered with the second half, wouldn't Duwusilly have fallen for his trick? Given Duwusilly's status and reputation as the Celestial Wolf Great General, he would probably become a laughingstock if such a thing were to get out. Thus, the moment he had obtained the formation phenomena, he had selected a portion of his soldiers and had them train according to the contents of the first and second scrolls. If it was fake and had no effect or side effects, Duwusilly could just stop. At most, he would lose a few hundred soldiers. But if it was real, everything would be different. No matter what, Duwusilly did not believe that something that Anchi war god Gao Shinji had fought so hard for could be as simple as a fake character. Daluin Ruozen, you're still too cautious. Duwusilly faintly smiled, a sharp light in his eyes. Chapter 10:27. How are Shamshak and Chekenbenba? Have all the soldiers been checked? Have they found anything strange? I want to know every detail. If they feel the slightest discomfort, report it to me immediately. Duwusilly quickly put the matter of Daluin Ruozen to the back of his mind. He stared at the leader of his guards, his eyes stern and cautious. Reporting to Great General. We've carefully checked 5 or 6 times, and every soldier has been checked. Everyone, including Shamshak and Chekenbenba, has found that everything is normal. The formation phenomena have a strengthening effect on everyone, and everyone's cultivation has become firmer and more solid. Moreover, there have been no side effects. The leader of Dewussali's guards respectfully reported. The Western Turkic camp appeared to be bustling with activity on the surface, but it was actually very careful on the inside. The witch doctors, the elite experts, and even the celestial wolf, great General Dewussali, were constantly monitoring the state of the army. The slightest disturbance would be immediately reported to Dewussali, but reality showed that they had been too cautious. There had been no problem with the contents of the 3 books on formation phenomena. Very good. Dewussali gave a long sigh of relief, a gratified smile on his lips. All his efforts had finally paid off. The formation phenomena that he had pursued for more than half his life had finally come to fruition. Starting from this moment, the entire Celestial Wolf Cavalry and even the future Western Turkic Khaganate would be completely different. Now, it's finally my turn to cultivate. Faintly smiling, Dewussali quickly turned and returned to his tent. Gallop! As Dewussali was returning to his tent, no one noticed that in another part of the Turkic camp, far away from Daluin Ruozin, a fully armored Tang dynasty horseman riding a Turkic horse gave the distant Western Turkic army a deep glance, then turned around and galloped off into the distance. I have to report this to Marquis as soon as possible. In the blink of an eye, the cavalry disappeared without a trace. The towering walls of Talas had been repaired and reinforced by Zhang Shouji and his 7,000 or 8,000 craftsmen. All traces of battle had been erased. The entire castle merged with the 100,000 Rakshasa earthen stronghold formation underground, becoming more and more majestic, magnificent, and difficult to break through. In this aspect, Huang Batian and the earth element ability users of Wushang village played an important role. The group of people used their powerful earth-type abilities to guide the surrounding energy of the earth into the formation. This allowed the 100,000 Rakshasa earthen stronghold formation to receive a large amount of energy, making it even stronger than before. Outside Talas, after days of constant reinforcement, the 2 steel defense lines had been re-established. In addition, having learned from the previous lesson, Zhang Shouji had added many sharp spikes to the steel walls, making them even more difficult to break through. At the same time, Zhang Shouji had the craftsmen pour a large amount of molten iron into the base of the steel walls. When the molten iron hardened into steel, it made the base even heavier and more difficult to move. The tens of thousands of Tang dynasty soldiers trained day and night between the 2 steel defense lines, ready to fight at any moment. But at this moment, Wang Chong was not within the steel walls. Far away in another direction, Wang Chong was squatting on a massive boulder, motionless. It seems like this is the end. Wang Chong muttered to himself as he looked forward. Whoosh! The wilderness was quiet, and there were only bursts of heavy and muddy breathing that sounded like thunder. Across from Wang Chong, a massive creature lay motionless on the ground. If one had not seen it with their own eyes, they would have found it very difficult to believe that this was that savage and domineering giant ape of boundless strength. The giant ape's eyelids were drooping, and its scarlet eyes were devoid of their previous savagery and cruelty. Instead, they seemed to be a little listless. That mountainous body also seemed to have lost all of its strength. It crawled on the ground, faintly revealing a trace of fatigue. More importantly, the giant ape's majestic life force had become much dimmer. It was like a candle in the wind, about to be extinguished at any time. It had been 4 or 5 days since the conclusion of the battle, but the giant ape was still alive. This was much longer than Wang Chong had expected. The giant ape was a massive deterrent to all the factions in Talas. As long as the giant ape lived, the Tang dynasty would have 1 more day to prepare, and 1 more day that the Uzin, the Western Turks, and the Arabs would not dare to act recklessly. In order to prolong the giant ape's life, Wang Chong had used every method he could think of. This included bringing the giant ape into the wilderness, far away from the city of Talas. At the same time, he retracted his psychic energy and allowed the giant ape to regain control of its mind. In this way, the giant ape would not be harmed, nor would it instinctively harm the Tang Dynasty army in Talas. But even so, the giant ape's brain had begun to degenerate and wither. At the start, the giant ape had gained control of its own mind and would beat its chest and roar at the heavens. But now, even though Wang Chong had retracted his psychic energy, the giant ape remained very quiet, motionless on the ground. It had lost all of its former vigor. Wang Chong knew that the giant ape was about to die. Whoosh! The giant ape panted, its scarlet eyes staring at Wang Chong, seemingly tinged with a special emotion. Wang Chong couldn't help but feel a little stirred in his heart. Although the giant ape was just a beast with no human intelligence, after fighting side by side with it for so long, how could Wang Chong not feel anything for it? Time slowly passed, and after some time, the motionless giant ape looked at Wang Chong. Suddenly, it gave one final whimper and then fell silent. Wang Chong sighed and stepped forward. Extending his right hand, he slowly closed the behemoth's eyelids. Goodbye. A gloomy light flashed through Wang Chong's eyes. The giant ape was truly dead this time. The wilderness was quiet. Other than the rock eagles circling in the air, there was no other sound. Wang Chong didn't even need to turn his head to know that several tens of thousands of zhang away, several pairs of eyes were silently watching him. These were the scouts of the Arabs, Uzin, and Western Turks. Ever since the end of the war, the three sides had been sending out scouts day and night to investigate the giant ape's movements and wait for news of its death. Wang Chong was well aware that as long as the giant ape remained motionless, the three sides would not be able to discover it. This would at least buy the Tang Dynasty a little more time. Gallop, gallop. As he was thinking, the rock eagles suddenly cried out in the sky. In the distance, 3 horsemen suddenly turned around and galloped back in the direction they had come from. Wang Chong immediately sensed something and turned his head in the direction of the city of Talas. In that direction, he saw a group of cavalry from the Chishi Protectorate galloping over. As they galloped, they divided into 4 groups, 3 of which pursued the Western Turks, the Uzin, and the Arab scouts, while the rest galloped in his direction. General Cheng, what's wrong? Did something happen with the Western Turks? Wang Chong faintly smiled as he looked at Chang Qianli, Shi Yuanqing, and the Chishi Protectorate soldiers galloping toward him. How did you know? Chang Qianli was stunned. He hadn't expected Wang Chong to guess before he had even said anything. It's not that hard to guess. Abu Muslim has just suffered a major defeat, so he definitely won't let the matter rest. He'll definitely continue to mobilize his army in the rear. But after suffering such heavy losses, no matter how formidable the Arabs are, they won't be able to do much in 4 or 5 days. As for Daluin Ruozin, even the Mutri Great cavalry guarding the royal capital have been mobilized. The Uzin Empire probably doesn't have many soldiers left. The only one left is the Western Turks. My lord, speak. What's going on with Dawusali? Wang Chong faintly smiled. A complicated matter suddenly became incomparably simple in his tireless narration. The scouts reported that after obtaining the formation phenomena, Dawusali began to train day and night. Most importantly, according to the contents of your letter, they actually managed to cultivate formation phenomena, and compared to before, the cultivation of all the soldiers has improved significantly. After a few moments of silence, Chang Qianli quickly explained the reason for his visit. Wang Chong was the sole person in charge of the transaction with Dawusali. Neither Chang Qianli nor Gao Xianji knew much about the details. Chang Qianli had no doubts about Wang Chong's abilities, but the reports from his scouts over the last few days had left him rather uneasy. Wang Chong, are you sure that the contents of the letter are correct? In the end, Chang Qianli couldn't help but ask. The Tang dynasty was currently at war with the Western Turks. Although Dewussili and Daluan Ruozan had retreated, they had not truly retreated. Instead, they were blocking the road back to the east. Their intentions were clear and obvious. The fact that the Western Turks had gotten stronger after cultivating the fake formation phenomena given to them by Wang Chong was not a good sign. Is that so? The Western Turks have gotten stronger so quickly? To Cheng Qianli's surprise, Wang Chong's eyes brightened at Cheng Qianli's words, as if he had heard some good news. Cheng Qianli had wanted to ask a few more questions, but Wang Chong's reaction left him dumbfounded. Haha, Lord Cheng, be at ease. It's not that easy for Dewussili to cultivate the true formation phenomena. In truth, even if he wanted to extract some of the secrets of formation phenomena, it would be impossible. This is because this path simply does not lead to the true formation phenomena. Wang Chong faintly smiled, his expression calm and composed. He exuded a strength that could make others submit to him. For a moment, Cheng Qianli was dumbfounded. He had originally believed that he had made a major mistake, which was why he had come in such a rush. Cheng Qianli was a knowledgeable and experienced top-class general, and he was not just a simple general when it came to strategy. But in front of Wang Chong, Cheng Qianli had to admit that his intelligence was simply not enough. Chapter 10:28. My lord, you'll understand in the future that Dewussili is a schemer and extremely suspicious. It's impossible to deceive such a top general with ordinary methods. In order to trick him step by step, one must use some extraordinary methods. If my guess is correct, after seeing the formation phenomena of the army and the formation phenomena in the sky, Dewussili's suspicions should have dissipated and he should have begun to cultivate. Wang Chong stood up from the giant rock and lightly jumped down. His expression relaxed. If you want a lion to take the bait, you must let the lion eat the meat, and the hook must be buried in the meat. Cheng Qianli was taken aback, but then he understood. The Six Mysteries version of formation phenomena. This thought flashed through Wang Chong's mind. This was the content of the letter he had sent to Dewussili. In the apocalyptic era, although the earth had withered and the people had been plunged into misery and suffering, martial arts had reached an unprecedented peak. In the process of the emergence of the formation phenomena, countless geniuses had contributed their own wisdom and researched different versions of it. Among all the versions of formation phenomena, there was one that everyone in the apocalyptic era knew of. It was the version developed by a recluse called Master Lucien. To a certain extent, the fame of this version even surpassed the true version of formation phenomena. The reason for this was not because this version of formation phenomena was powerful, nor was it because there was something special about it. Rather, it was because it was the most misleading version of all the later versions of formation phenomena. In the early stages of the research and development of formation phenomena, there were many difficulties and many problems, and the progress was unsatisfactory. There were even many people who believed that formation phenomena had already been lost and that it was impossible for them to reappear. It was at this time that the Six Mysteries version of formation phenomena appeared. The obvious enhancement effect and the vast phenomena left everyone gasping in amazement. Many martial artists who were studying formation phenomena put down their work and went over in admiration. After the initial verification of the Six Mysteries version of formation phenomena, this version was rapidly disseminated in the army, and esteemed Six Mysteries was also greatly praised. Because of this version, the research and development of formation phenomena came to a complete halt. At that time, everyone believed that formation phenomena had finally seen the light of day and that the Six Mysteries version was the ultimate form. But soon, this version of formation phenomena revealed its massive natural flaw and terrifying consequences. It was as if there was a path that led straight to the top of the mountain in a dense forest filled with thorns. Everyone's joy was imaginable, but no one expected that this path would lead to a high cliff. After cultivating formation phenomena for 1 to 3 months, The various consequences of the Six Mysteries version began to appear, including chaotic stellar energy, knotted meridians, and reversed blood qi flow. After a period of time, the symptoms rapidly worsened, and in the end, a large number of people who cultivated formation phenomena began to suffer from cultivation deviation, their bodies becoming paralyzed. This scene shocked everyone, and the army issued an urgent order to stop all cultivation of the Six Mysteries version of formation phenomena. But the consequences had already been created. At the beginning, everyone believed that there was some flaw in the Six Mysteries version of formation phenomena, and everyone invested their intelligence in the hope of finding the problem and fixing the flaw. But reality was completely different from what they had imagined. The more they studied the Six Mysteries version of formation phenomena, the more they discovered that it had an innate flaw that could not be fixed. It had completely led everyone onto a different path, and they would never be able to reach the true end. The deeper they cultivated, the higher their strength increased, the greater the disaster they would suffer, to the point where it was difficult to turn back, and they had completely lost the chance to turn back. 1, 2, 3. More and more people discovered the flaw in the Six Mysteries version of formation phenomena, and in the end even esteemed Six Mysteries discovered the problem. Esteemed Six Mysteries was filled with guilt. Although he had good intentions and hadn't intended for this to happen, the damage he had caused was beyond his wildest imagination. No one blamed him, but not long after, esteemed Six Mysteries disappeared without a trace, and no one knew where he had gone. After the Six Mysteries version of formation phenomena, everyone learned their lesson and began their research anew. Although it had taken a long time and been delayed by esteemed Six Mysteries matter, with everyone's combined strength, the ancient power of formation phenomena had seen the light of day once more. A person like Dewusley was as cunning as a fox, and if he wasn't given some benefits, he would never take the bait. More importantly, Wang Chong knew that long before the apocalypse, Dewusley had sent people into the interior to search for those people who were researching formation phenomena and rob them. Later on, when the Six Mysteries version of formation phenomena appeared, Dewusley had been one of the people who had actively cultivated it. For a person who was so obsessed with formation phenomena to encounter the Six Mysteries version of formation phenomena, the effects could be imagined. Now that Wang Chong had given him the Six Mysteries version of formation phenomena, it would be strange if Dewusley could hold back. If everything went as expected, once Dewusley began to cultivate it, the flaws of the Six Mysteries version would begin to show on Dewusley. This celestial wolf, great general of the Western Turks, would find it difficult to maintain his peak great general level. Everything had been decided the moment Dewusley had kidnapped Jinbin. All that was left was to wait for the final result. So Dewusley was already part of your plan. Since this is the case, I will report this to Lord Protector General in a little while. In the future, there will be no need to send anyone to investigate the Western Turks. Chang Qianli's expression relaxed, and he paused for a moment before continuing. That's right, there's another matter. A special guest has come to the city of Talas. Lord Protector General has asked me to invite you over. Oh, Wang Chong froze, his curiosity piqued. Talas was currently a dangerous place for military strategists, and he truly had no idea who would come at a time like this, much less make Gao Xianji send Chang Qianli to invite him. Let's go. The mood in the main hall of Talas was solemn. The moment Wang Chong stepped in, he immediately saw the guest that Chang Qianli had spoken of. But even though Wang Chong had mentally prepared himself, he still couldn't help but be flabbergasted at the sight of this guest. The guest that Chang Qianli spoke of was a round one, 8 meters tall, with a slender figure, deep blue eyes, long wavy hair, and a thick beard. He stood out like a sore thumb in the hall. In terms of appearance, this person was completely different from the Tang people. On the contrary, he was rather similar to the greatest foe of the Tang dynasty, the Arabs. But a moment later, Wang Chong's eyes flickered as he glanced at the cloth this person was wearing, a thought flitting through his mind. Lord Protector General, this is... Wang Chong turned his head to Gao Xinji, who was seated at a long table in the hall, a questioning look in his eyes. Wang Chong, you've come at just the right time. Not too long ago, this person charged into the city and was almost mistaken for an Arab and killed by our men. This person kept shouting and acting strangely, so we went to find Wan Shuyang. Wan Shuyang told us that he was not an Arab, but a Khorasani, and that he had important information to tell us. But he always emphasized that he would only speak if he saw you. Otherwise, he would rather die than speak. Oh, a hint of surprise flashed through Wang Chong's eyes, and he quickly turned to the Khorasani. As expected, when he had first seen this person, Wang Chong had already guessed that he really was a Khorasani. But there was one thing that Wang Chong did not understand. Khorasan was extremely far to the west of Talas, and it was one of the heartland of the Arabian Empire. Even the merchants of the Tang dynasty on the Silk Road rarely went there, much less Wang Chong. Wang Chong truly did not understand how these Khorasani, whom he had never interacted with, knew of him and insisted on meeting him. Marquis, I've asked around. He truly is a Khorasani. I traveled there in my early years, and the Khorasani are different from the Arabs. He might really be able to provide us with some assistance. A familiar voice rang out beside his ear. It was Yuan Shusong, who was dressed in a loose robe and had a cultured and refined aura. You are that young commander of the Tang dynasty? At this moment, the statue-like Khorasani in the hall suddenly spoke, his green eyes staring at Wang Chong. Wan Shuyang was taken aback, and he quickly took on the role of translator. You know of me? Wang Chong nodded in surprise. No. To his surprise, the Khorasani shook his head. But I've heard of you. You defeated the governor of Iron and Blood Abu Muslim at Talas. Abu Muslim is an important minister of Arabia and also the foe of our Khorasan. He has never suffered a defeat in his life and has destroyed countless countries. For you to defeat him means that you are a supreme hero. Wang Chong froze for a moment, and then he began to smile. This was the first time he had heard such a high evaluation from a Khorasani to the west of the Tsong Mountains. Our people said that you wanted to see me and that you have extremely important information. What is this information you speak of? Wang Chong got straight to the point. Abu Muslim is our foe. It was he who led the Arab army to destroy our Sassanid dynasty. While you were fighting with the Arabs on the front lines, the Arab Mamelukes and other soldiers were slaughtering our people in the rear. All of Khorasan is littered with corpses. You and us, we have a common enemy. The tall and thin Khorasani set his eyes red. Everyone in the hall glanced at each other in surprise. No one had expected such a thing to happen in Khorasan behind the Arabs. As for what Wang Chong had sensed, few people in this era knew of Khorasan. As for the Sassanid dynasty, very few people, including Gao Xinji, knew of it. But Wang Chong knew that at another time, this name had a thunderous and even more illustrious name, Persia. But what moved Wang Chong the most was not this. Rather, it was the words that the Khorasani had mentioned. The Mamluk army. No wonder I haven't seen them. They were suppressing the Khorasani uprising in the rear. Chapter 10:29. In Wang Chong's memories, the Mamelukes, the strongest force of cavalry on the continent, should have appeared here during the Battle of Talas. But because of his interference, Gao Xinji's entry into the city of Talas, the battle had begun much earlier, and the behemoth army had appeared while the Mamelukes had remained in the rear to suppress the Khorasani uprising. Everything had gone completely awry, and Khorasan was unquestionably another variable. The Arabs are extremely ambitious, and their thirst for war and conquest knows no bounds. This time it was our Sassanid dynasty that fell, and next time it will be your eastern world. Talas is only the beginning, not the end. The Khorasani continued, his expression extremely solemn. In the hall, Wang Chong and Gao Xinji discreetly glanced at each other. This Khorasani truly was rather special. His judgment of the Arabs was exactly the same as that of Wang Chong and Gao Xinji. What do you hope to obtain? Wang Chong suddenly asked. I hope that we can work together to deal with the Arabs. The tall and thin Khorasani sternly said. All of you might not know this, but although Abu Muslim has been temporarily defeated, he has already begun to recruit new soldiers. One of the strongest governors of Arabia, the governor of War, Qutayba, and governor of Cairo, Osman, have already led soldiers to Talas to reinforce Abu Muslim. Qutayba has an illustrious reputation in Arabia, and he is even stronger than Abu Muslim. All the countries he has conquered, from top to bottom, have been slaughtered, leaving no one alive. More importantly, they have many fierce generals under their command, and their soldiers are extremely powerful. With the soldiers of these two people and Abu Muslims, in the next battle, you will see at least 400,000 soldiers at Talas. Buzz! Everyone in the hall, including Wang Chong and Gao Xianji, paled at these words. In the last war, the Tang dynasty, the Uzin, the Western Turks, and the Arabs had all suffered grievous losses. If Abu Muslim only had this small number of soldiers, he wouldn't have much of an effect on the Tang dynasty. But if the three sides joined forces and the Arabs mustered another 400,000 soldiers, this war would become extremely disadvantageous to the Tang. At the very least, the Tang dynasty's forces at Talas could not deal with 400,000 Arab soldiers. Moreover, one Abu Muslim was already very difficult to deal with. If two more Arab governors came, they wouldn't even dare to think about it. In addition, Abu Muslim's defeat has attracted the attention of the Caliph. Before, he had only treated you as an ordinary country of the East. But now that Qutayba and Osman had arrived, it was clear that the Caliph now viewed you as Arabia's strongest foe. The only time three governors working together on an expedition to the east is when the Arabs conquered our Sassanid dynasty. The tall and thin Khorasani sternly said. Khorasan was now part of Arabia's territory. In the Arabian Empire, which spanned more than 10 million square kilometers, Khorasan was definitely one of its core regions. It was possible to gather information that the Tang dynasty could not. In addition, the Arabs are warlike by nature and cannot accept defeat. You have already stimulated their ambition to conquer the East. Many Arab governors are already paying attention to this place. If you cannot hold Talas and completely defeat Qutayba and Abu Muslim, then many more governors will follow. Their soldiers will continue to pour into the East until they conquer the entire Eastern world. Rumble. The Khorasani's words immediately set off a massive uproar in the hall. Bastard! These Arabs are too arrogant. Do they think that the Tang dynasty is one of those small countries they've encountered before? If not for Goguryeo, Uzin, Mengshi-Zhao, and the eastern and western Turkic Khaganates holding them back, would the Tang dynasty be unable to deal with Abu Muslim? Arabia has many governors. But does the Tang dynasty not have any other great generals? The Crown Prince's Grand Guardian Wang Zhongxi is still in the capital. The Tongluo still has 20,000 elite cavalry, and the capital has 100,000 imperial army soldiers. Does the Arabs think that the Tang dynasty is one of those small countries? If it weren't for the fact that we can't mobilize our soldiers, the Arabs would be nothing. The generals in the hall were seething with rage. Only Wang Chong and Gao Xianji remained silent, their hearts heavy. The Tang dynasty did not lack soldiers, nor did it lack top-class great generals. The anger of these generals also illustrated the predicament that the Tang dynasty was in. It had far too many enemies. 80% of the 600,000 soldiers and great generals of the Tang dynasty were tied up on the border. The people of the Central Plains were farmers, completely different from the nomadic tribes of the Turks and Arabs. The armies of the Central Plains were primarily defensive, and their greater responsibility was to protect the ordinary people who farmed. They were not like the Turks and Arabs who lived and died in battle, whose mission was to expand and conquer. The Arabs could mobilize a large number of soldiers in a single battle, 60 to 80% of their forces. But the Tang dynasty was different. It was already quite impressive that they could mobilize 2 imperial great generals for a war on the border. This was a fact that had not changed in Wang Chong's memories, not even after several thousand years had passed. "How do you wish for us to work together?" Wang Chong suddenly asked, his voice solemn. Wang Chong had never interacted with the Khorasani before, but Wang Chong had heard of them. The Khorasani were brave, warlike, and fearless of death. The fact that they were able to stubbornly resist decades after being conquered by the Arabs was proof enough. In the areas conquered by the Arabs, this sort of situation was extremely rare. In Khorasan, our Sassanid dynasty still has one last force, around 8,000 Aswaran cataphracts. This is the strongest force of our Sassanid dynasty, and the force that the Arabs most desire to find and destroy. The reason they mobilized the Mamelukes is to deal with our Aswaran cataphracts. After a few moments of silence, the tall and thin Khorasani suddenly said something that no one expected. Towards the end of the Arab conquest of our Sassanid dynasty, the emperor, for the sake of restoring the dynasty, personally ordered the Aswaran cataphracts to go into hiding. Thus, even after the fall of the empire, the Arabs were never able to find this legendary force of heavy cavalry of the Sassanid dynasty. This was a sore point for the caliph. In the last few decades, no matter how many soldiers the Arabs have stationed in Khorasan, we have always been able to deal them a heavy blow. The Aswaran cataphracts are our last force and cannot be mobilized lightly. But if you can defeat the Arabs at Talas, defeat Qutayba, Abu Muslim, and Osman, we can mobilize the Aswaran cataphracts and coordinate with you to deal them a heavy blow when they retreat. Boom! The moment the tall and thin Khorasani spoke, the voice of the Stone of Destiny rang out in Wang Chong's ears. Side mission, Aswaran cataphracts begin. This is the last force of the Sassanid dynasty and the greatest reliance of the Khorasani. It has been tempered by fire and blood, and it has achieved countless glories. This is the last bloodline of a dynasty. User has defeated Abu Muslim and dealt a heavy blow to the Arabs, drawing their attention. This is the last hope of the Khorasani. The Khorasani wish to ally with the Tang dynasty, but they are also cautious. Only by completing the second mission and defeating the Arabs will User be able to obtain the final trust of the Khorasani. In the future, this will be User's firmest ally in the western regions and the Tsong Mountains. For mission success, User will be rewarded with 2,000 points of destiny energy and the assistance of the legendary Aswaran cataphracts. For mission failure, 1,000 points of destiny energy will be deducted. In addition, the world shackles will be added to the list. Note there is only one chance. If the mission fails, User will no longer have any contact with the Khorasani. This is the first and last time that the Khorasani will extend an olive branch of goodwill to the Tang dynasty. The voice continued to howl down like a waterfall, but no one but Wang Chong could hear it. Wang Chong stood there in a daze, completely dumbfounded. This was not because of the Stone of Destiny's voice, but because of the information it had revealed. The Aswaran cataphracts, they could definitely rank in the top 3 of the continent's cavalry. As a nomadic and warlike people, the Sassanid dynasty shared many similarities with the Arabian Empire, including the strength of their cavalry. Before Wang Chong ascended to the position of Grand Marshal of the world and became the war saint, he had read about the various factions and civilizations, including the fallen Sassanid dynasty. The strongest cavalry of the Sassanid dynasty were the Aswaran cataphracts, just like the Mamelukes of the Arabian Empire. The two were different methods of achieving the same result, and they were equally powerful in battle. There was even a rumor that the Mamelukes had borrowed a lot of inspiration from the nearby Aswaran cataphracts of the Sassanid dynasty. This was because the Aswaran cataphracts had been established and flourished much earlier than the Mamelukes. But in Wang Chong's understanding, this most powerful force of the Sassanid dynasty had vanished decades ago, buried in the dust of history. But Wang Chong had never imagined that he would hear news of the Aswaran cataphracts in this manner. Wang Chong said nothing, only glanced at Gao Xianji, both of them seeing the same meaning in each other's eyes. The Tang dynasty had just experienced a major war in the southwest and was currently short on soldiers. No matter what sort of request the Khorasani had, it would have no effect on the Tang dynasty. Moreover, if they could obtain the help of these Khorasani, they would be able to plant a nail in the heart of the Arabian Empire, allowing them to obtain at any time a large amount of information that the Tang dynasty currently lacked. Yuan Qing, make arrangements to take him away and receive him well. In addition, Sir Yuan, please tell him that we agree to his request for an alliance. I am confident that the Tang dynasty and the Sassanid dynasty will be able to establish a firm friendship. Yes. Chapter 1030. Translated by Hypersheep 325, edited by Mike Hirschi. Yuan Qing and Wen Shuyang had already brought the Khorasani into the inner hall, where he was received by Shi Yuanqing and Wen Shuyang. After asking him a few questions, the Khorasani was quietly escorted out of the city. Wang Chong, you also heard what that Khorasani said. The situation is not good for us. After sending off the Khorasani, Gao Xinji sat down in front of his desk, his brow tightly furrowed in concern. Everyone had seen just how powerful Abu Muslim was. One of his punches could even contend against the giant ape. Add in 2 governors of the same level and even more soldiers, and the current state of Talas would not be able to hold out against such a force. Wang Chong said nothing, but his eyes were also filled with concern. How could he not know what Gao Xinji had said? The Arabs could mobilize far more soldiers than the Tang dynasty could. We only have 2 choices at the moment. The first option was to immediately withdraw and return to the Great Tang before the Arabs arrived in force. Given the current strength of Dalu and Ruozin and the Western Turks, we will find it very difficult to stop them. Gao Xinji said, but if we do this, we will lose the city of Talas. This strategic fortress is at the throat of the Arabs' eastward advance. Once we leave, it will be very difficult to find such a strategic location. Moreover, once we cross the Tsong Mountains, we will enter the interior of Anchi. Right now, we have to stop the Arabs at Talas so that nothing changes in the western regions. But once the Arabs enter Anchi, it's hard to say if the kingdoms of the western regions will still be able to maintain their neutrality. Wang Chong shook his head. How could he not have thought of what Gao Xinji said? However, this path simply wasn't feasible. At Talas, the Arabs were currently facing only Arabia, the Western Turks, and the Yuzin. But if they retreated to the western regions, the Tang dynasty would have to face the kingdoms of the western regions as well. At that time, the situation was probably even worse than it was now. Sai, I wanted to discuss it with you, but you've already thought of it. On the way to Talas, you should have seen that the entire western regions is in chaos. Talas has not yet been defeated, and I am still here, but the western regions are already like this. If we retreat to the western regions, the countries will only become more chaotic. They might even be bribed by the Arabs to attack us, just like the Karluks. At that time, we will truly have internal and external troubles. The Tang dynasty has been operating in the western regions for more than 200 years. In the end, it proved that everyone's rule was a failure. After saying this, Gao Xinji raised his head and let out a long sigh, revealing a deep sense of frustration and disappointment. He had been operating in the western regions for 10-some years and had been hailed as the Anchi war god, but after the Battle of Talas, he had been unable to recruit anyone other than a few mercenaries. Among all the countries, no one was willing to join the war and help the Tang dynasty. On the contrary, once the Tang dynasty retreated to the western regions, they might defect to the Arabs. This was truly a failure. How could someone as proud as Gao Xinji endure this? Wang Chong's lips parted, but he hesitated. The Tang dynasty was still too soft on the western regions. There was a saying that went, "The who fear might, but they do not cherish virtue." The people of the Central Plains had spent several thousand years to understand this morality. Benevolence and righteousness prevailed in the Central Plains, and it was taken for granted that the people of the western regions would be like the Central Plains, benevolent and righteous. This was completely wishful thinking. In the Western regions, there was only one law: strength is revered. The countries of the Western regions only needed to attach themselves to the strongest person. As for softness and benevolence, they had no meaning to them. They were two different civilizations, yet they took it for granted. It would be strange if they could succeed. But with a war at hand, this was not the time to discuss such matters. Moreover, there were many reasons for the policy of softness in the Western regions, and Gao Xianji could not be completely blamed for it. My lord, there is no need to blame yourself. The Tang dynasty has not reached that level, and we may not necessarily lose this war. As for the matter of Anqi, it is not too late to consider it after this war is over. Wang Chong comforted him. Gao Xianji nodded, quickly regaining his composure. He had always been calm and composed in front of outsiders, rarely revealing his inner weaknesses, even in front of Chen Qianli and Feng Changqing. To be able to say these words to Wang Chong, he clearly regarded Wang Chong as a peer, a confidant with whom he could discuss many issues. Although Chen Qianli and Feng Changqing were not bad and had their own talents, when it came to the art of war, deployment, martial arts, and strategy, they were still a little lacking. So when Gao Xianji talked in front of them, he still held back a little. Only Wang Chong could make Gao Xianji treat him so calmly and divulge everything, no matter how big or small. The situation truly hasn't reached that stage yet. But for us, Talas is far better than the Western regions for the decisive battle. Moreover, once we retreat to the Western regions, the Arabs can take a detour at any time and advance into Longxi or the interior, which is even more disadvantageous to us. No matter what, we cannot leave Talas. Gao Xianji sternly said. Thus, there is only one path left. We must report the situation to the imperial court as quickly as possible and request reinforcements. Wang Chong nodded. He and Gao Xianji shared the same view on this point. Abu Muslim was the Arab governor of the East, and he commanded the soldiers of a region, just like the Anqi Protectorate Army and the Qixi Protectorate of the Tang dynasty. But if other governors were added to the mix, the situation would be completely different. Based on what that Khorasani had said, Qutayba commanded the soldiers of the north, equivalent to Abu Muslim, and there was also Governor Osman of Cairo. Moreover, the Caliph of Arabia was preparing to send the Mamelukes. The nature of this battle had completely changed at this moment. The war had officially escalated from a local war to a large-scale frontal battle between armies. The Arabs had gathered at least 30 to 40% of their soldiers. Just the soldiers of Wang Chong and Gao Xianji were far from enough to deal with such a massive force. Lord Protector General and I coincidentally share the same view, but my seniority in the army is too shallow, and I simply cannot persuade the imperial court. I fear that I will require Lord Protector General's cooperation in this matter. Wang Chong sternly said. Be at ease. I will join you in writing a grievous complaint. This battle is of the utmost importance. Just like that Khorasani said, the Arabs have boundless ambitions. If they can capture Talas, the Arabs will have allies in Uzin and the Western Turks to the east of the Tsong Mountains, and then all the Arab armies will march east. The Tang dynasty will probably encounter a foe it has not encountered in centuries. Gao Xianji worriedly said. As an outstanding great general, Gao Xianji had a sharper and more far-sighted vision than many others. I am only worried that the ministers of the court have not participated in the battle and simply do not understand the gravity of this battle, nor do they understand what awaits us if we lose this battle. At that time, it will not be as simple as winning the Battle of Talas. When a tiger shows an opening, the pack of wolves will pounce. Moreover, there are also people from King Qi's faction in the court, and they love to scheme and scheme, even more than the safety of the country. Based on their past behavior, I'm afraid that they will definitely think of all kinds of ways to obstruct us from submitting the petition. In addition, the imperial court currently has no soldiers to use. Gao Xianji gave a deep sigh. For the Battle of Talas, he had sent several dozen letters requesting reinforcements from the imperial court. In the end, only Wang Chang's Qixi protectorate, Wushang's cavalry, and the soldiers the imperial court had mobilized had arrived with a total of only 60,000 soldiers. As for the other 60,000 soldiers, they had all been hired from the western regions by Wang Chong at great expense. Given his status as Anxi Protector General and his 2 months of work, this was all he had gotten. One could easily imagine the situation the Tang dynasty was in. Wang Chong fell silent. In a flash, the hall was so quiet that one could hear a pin drop. He naturally understood the problem Gao Xianji was talking about, but the Tang dynasty was not Arabia. They had far too many restraints. The Tang dynasty had many enemies on its borders, and if the armies of the various countries were added together, they would probably number 2 to 3 million. It was already quite impressive that the Tang dynasty could use this number of soldiers to hold them down. Not only that, just as Gao Xinji had said, King Qi was still a massive obstacle. It seems like I can't keep him around any longer, Wang Chong quietly said to himself, a thought suddenly flashing through his mind. If the Tang dynasty wanted to revive and survive the calamity, King Qi's faction would always be a massive obstacle. For the first time, Wang Chong felt that King Qi was a massive threat. Whether it was for the Central Plains or the Tang dynasty, King Qi could no longer remain in the imperial court. Lord Protector General, be at ease. Even if King Qi's faction obstructs the imperial court, I have my own ways to resolve the matter. I just need Lord Protector General to prepare 2 letters for me. Seeing Gao Xianji's curious and inquisitive gaze, Wang Chong did not hide anything. The other letter is for my grandfather. Gao Xianji froze for a moment before understanding dawned on him, and a look of respect appeared on his face. Duke Jiao of the Tang dynasty was the prime minister of the Golden Age, a minister who had once served the emperor. At the same time, he was an important minister who had worked together with the Holy Emperor to forge the glory of the Tang dynasty. There was no one in the world who did not know of his name. If Duke Jiao were to step forward, the situation would truly be different. Gao Xinji said sincerely. The world had witnessed Duke Jiao's achievements back then. Without his dedicated assistance, the great Tang would have found it very difficult to achieve the golden age of the world's number 1 and the world's tributes. Moreover, Duke Jiao's achievements weren't limited to politics and governance. He had also made outstanding contributions to the military. As a virtuous minister, Duke Jiao had played a major role in the long-term stability of the Tang dynasty. More importantly, if not for the Holy Emperor's efforts to salvage the situation and hope that Duke Jiao would continue to assist him in the name of the people, Duke Jiao would have already retired long ago. But even so, Duke Jiao rarely interfered in the affairs of the Four Quarters Embassy. Unless it was an extremely important matter, Duke Jiao would never interfere. Chapter 1031. Lord Protector General, in the current situation, we can only transfer soldiers from the border. You have great seniority in the army and have dealings with the other Protector Generals. I wonder if you can get some soldiers from the other Protector Generals? Wang Chong said. The army of the Tang dynasty was a mixture of Hu and Han, and Wang Chong's status was too sensitive. Because of his background, Gao Xianji was more likely to speak to him than Wang Chong. Moreover, he had great seniority in the army and had dealings with the generals and protector generals of the various regions. In this aspect, not even Wang Chong, who was a genius in the art of war, could compare to him. The Biting Protectorate currently has the most soldiers, and I have some dealings with Biting Protector General and Sishan. I'll negotiate with him on this matter. If the Biting Protectorate only has a small number of soldiers, we should be able to borrow them. I estimate that we should be able to get 4,000 to 6,000 soldiers. Gao Xianji said after a few moments of thought, if we can only borrow 4,000 to 6,000 soldiers, then we'll transfer the most elite soldiers. This way, the Biting Protectorate won't be too affected. Wang Chong sternly said, Gao Xianji nodded. Quality over quantity was the most important factor in soldiers. He shared the same view as Wang Chong. Moreover, the Anqi Protectorate Army had been carefully selected from the soldiers of the various regions of the Tang dynasty. If quantity was not an issue, then quality was an issue that Gao Xianji had always adhered to. There's also Geshu Han. He's garrisoned in Longxi. Other than the Biting Protectorate, he's the closest to us. Moreover, the Big Dipper Army has astonishing fighting power. They should be able to provide us with some assistance. Gao Xianji was quiet for a few moments, a hint of hesitation in his eyes. But I rarely interact with Geshu Han, so I'm afraid that it'll be very difficult to convince him. Leave this matter to me. Wang Chong smiled. He already knew what was going on. Of all the Hu generals, Geshu Han could be said to be the most unique. He had admired the culture of the Central Plains from a young age, and he spoke with a perfect capital accent that was even better than his own. He was promoted by the Crown Prince's junior protector, Wang Zhongxi. Although he joined the army late, he was promoted very quickly because he had the support of the war god of the Tang dynasty. In addition, unlike the other Hu, where most of the soldiers were Hu, Geshu Han's Big Dipper Army had over 90% Han soldiers. This was completely different from the others. Thus, on the surface, whether it was Gao Xianji, Fomin Linta, and Sishan, or the other Hu generals, although they all had dealings with Geshu Han, there was a slight estrangement in their hearts. Geshu Han was well aware of this fact, so he rarely interacted with them. He would never contact them unless absolutely necessary. I still have some friendship with Geshu Han. I should be able to get some soldiers from him. Wang Chong said. Gao Xianji was flabbergasted, but then he thought of something and understood. In the battle between the Big Dipper Army and White Lion Great General Wei Tadra Konglo, the Big Dipper Army had suffered heavy losses. Many people knew that Wang Chong had gifted 10,000 high-quality Turkic war horses to Geshu Han. Geshu Han's Big Dipper Army only had 20,000 some soldiers in total. Wang Chong's gift of 10,000 horses to him was like sending charcoal in snowy weather. In this aspect, Geshu Han owed him a favor. But even so, we still don't have enough men. Gao Xianji raised his head to the heavens and sighed. Even if he could get 6,000 soldiers from the Biting Protectorate and 3,000 from Geshu Han, he would only have 9,000 soldiers. This was a drop in the bucket for the current war. Haha, Lord Protector General, there will always be a way out. The Tang dynasty is still the Tang dynasty, and it's still far from being at the end of its rope. Right now, it's just that the other sides are holding back its soldiers, not that it has no soldiers to use. As long as we make some adjustments, we'll be able to get quite a few soldiers. The Tang dynasty has no soldiers to use. But didn't I bring 100,000 soldiers with me? The urgent task at hand is to discuss how to report to the imperial court. To Gao Xianji's surprise, Wang Chong smiled. You're right. Gao Xianji froze for a moment, and then he began to smile. Time slowly passed, and the two highest commanders of the Tang dynasty in Talas continued to discuss the details from night to dawn. After discussing for an entire night, the two finally went to sleep. Walala. Soon, at daybreak, eagles began to fly out of Talas in every direction. Translated by Hypersheep 325, edited by Mike here, Flap Flap. As the place closest to Talas, Feng Chongqing was the first to receive the news. Enlist soldiers from the countries of the western regions. When Feng Chongqing opened the letter and saw that it was written by Gao Xianji himself, he froze. The contents of Gao Xianji's letter were extremely simple. He hoped that Feng Chongqing would use the name of the Anqi Protectorate Army and the Tang dynasty to enlist soldiers from the countries of the western regions. In return, the Anqi Protectorate Army would heavily reward the countries with gold after victory. How much gold and silver does Anqi have right now? When Feng Chongqing saw this letter, he smiled bitterly in his heart. As Gao Xianji's chief advisor for administration and logistics, No one understood Anshi's current situation better than Feng Changqing. Although it had conquered the wealthy Shi kingdom, a significant portion of its wealth had been taken away through the tunnels by the nobles of the Shi kingdom. As a result, the Anshi Protectorate Army's harvest was far less than the rumors claimed. After the war, at least half of the wealth had been offered to the imperial court and imperial household by Gao Xinji, and nearly half of the rest had been given to Bian Lingqing by Gao Xinji. Bian Lingqing was an important aide to Gao Xinji's career, but he was extremely greedy. Just this little bit of wealth was not enough to satisfy him. As for the last quarter, Gao Xinji kept a portion for himself and distributed the rest to the soldiers of the Anshi Protectorate Army, as well as the Karluks and Ferganians who had accompanied the army. Thus, the Anshi Protectorate Army had no more money to recruit soldiers. If not for this, Feng Changqing would not have been so helpless in the rear. The countries of the western regions have always been greedy, and there's no one who doesn't like gold and silver. Although I can trick them into enlisting some soldiers, once the war is over, the Anshi Protectorate Army won't be able to take out this sum of money. Feng Changqing worriedly looked at the letter in his hand. The recruitment that Gao Xinji had mentioned was a private recruitment by the Anshi Protectorate Army. It had not been approved by the Bureau of Military Personnel and was not part of the plan. The imperial court would not pay for it, so the Anshi Protectorate Army could only think of a way. The countries of the western regions didn't have many soldiers in the first place, and they wouldn't be able to recruit many. If this was left as a source of gossip, the Anshi Protectorate Army would lose all its prestige in the western regions. Even if they won, it would leave behind many problems. In Feng Changqing's view, this was not a good idea. A moment later, when Feng Changqing saw the last line of the letter, he froze. Changqing, there's no need to worry. The young Marquis has already made arrangements for the money needed for recruitment. The young Marquis has already stated everything in his letter. It was such a simple line of words, but it immediately stunned Feng Changqing. When had the Protector General become so close to Wang Chong? Hadn't there been a gap between them before? And what was going on with the money needed for recruitment? What did it mean that Wang Chong had already stated everything in his letter? Feng Changqing was stunned for a moment, but he quickly realized what was going on. Could it be that Talas had not sent one letter but two? Feng Changqing flipped through the envelope, and sure enough, he found another letter underneath the original envelope. The handwriting on this letter was completely different from Gao Xinji's. Although it was crooked and twisted, it still had a vigorous demeanor. It was the young Marquis. Feng Changqing quickly took up the letter and began to read through it. At the start, Feng Changqing was only casually skimming through the letter, but as he read, he became more and more serious, his expression more and more solemn. He even read through the letter 3 or 4 times. Haha! Demand war reparations from the Arabs, and use the war reparations to pay the recruitment fees of the countries of the western regions. Young Marquis, to think that you could think of such a method, but there's no better plan than this. Feng Changqing slammed the letter on the table and couldn't help but laugh. He had always believed that his governance of the western regions was unconventional, but he had never imagined that Wang Chong would be even more unconventional. After the victory of a war, he would demand reparations from the losing side to make up for the losses suffered in the war. This sort of method had never been used in the Tang dynasty, and Wang Chong had called it using war to raise war. Wang Chong had made it very clear in his letter that if the Tang dynasty lost the western regions and the countries of the western regions surrendered to Arabia, there would naturally be no need to worry about the issue of recruitment fees. And if they won, they could further demand money from the Arabs to pay the compensation to the countries of the western regions. Thus, the problem that Feng Changqing was worried about was completely non-existent. The Tang dynasty had operated in the western regions for more than 200 years, and now was the time for the countries of the western regions to fight for the Tang dynasty and pay a little. Young Marquis, let's do as you say. Foam Changching's eyes were bright as he quickly took a brush made of wolf hair from a nearby brush rack and began to write on the paper. Flap, flap. Carrier pigeons flew through the sky, following the silk road eastward. Soon they reached the border of Chishi, where several eagles broke off from the flock and shot down. "It's finally about to begin,"